Good morning.
Sir, namaste.
Namaste, Pawan. Nice to see you.
Good morning all. AMAI, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, the largest organization of Ayurveda doctors in Kerala, with 8,000 doctors as members and committed to addressing the issues of Ayurveda fraternity. AMARF, Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation, an NGO functioning under the aegis of AMAAR and was inaugurated in 2014 by Padma Vibhushan Dr. M.S. Valiathan. It has organized several state-level and national-level seminars, whose popular videos are available on our YouTube channel. This is the third national-level academic fair organized as a part of our 43rd Annual State Council to be held at Pathanamthitta. The annual academic fair comprises of thesis competition for PG students in memory of Dr. C.R. Agnivesh and a UG and PG presentation competition in memory of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. Today, the presentation competition is held in association with Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullu, which is an ACE Ayurveda college located in the Thrissur district of Kerala that has contributed many outstanding alumni to the world of Ayurveda. We start with a prayer.
നിത്യസത്യസ്വരൂപനാം സച്ചിദാത്മദേവാ ഞങ്ങൾ നിത്യമങ്ങേ പാദാംബുജം വണങ്ങിടുന്നു. നിത്യസത്യസ്വരൂപനാം സച്ചിദാത്മദേവാ ഞങ്ങൾ നിത്യമങ്ങേ പാദാംബുജം വണങ്ങിടുന്നു. ആത്മവിദ്യാ ജ്യോതിസ്സായും ആനന്ദാത്മതേജസ്സായും ആദിനാമതാളമായും വിളങ്ങിടുന്നു. ചന്തമേഴും ഭൂവിൽ പ്രാണ ബിന്ദുവാകും ചിന്താർമണി കോവിലിൽ നീനാളമായും വിളങ്ങിടുന്നു. നിത്യസത്യസ്വരൂപനാം സച്ചിദാത്മദേവാ ഞങ്ങൾ നിത്യമങ്ങേ പാദാംബുജം വണങ്ങിടുന്നു. വണങ്ങിടുന്നു. വണങ്ങിടുന്നു.
Next is a tribute to late Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, sir. An excellent clinician, great teacher, and an extraordinary human being, Prakash Mangalassery is a name that stands out in the field of Ayurveda for his immense contributions for science.
A physician and inspiring teacher who left us all at an unexpected point of time. Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was a physician and inspiring teacher who left us all at an unexpected point of time. Excellence was his forte since early years of schooling, and gradually he emerged to become one of the most sought-after Ayurveda physicians across the nation. He was born to Sarojini Amma and Kuniraman Master in the remote village of Vallur in Cohort.
In 1991, he joined for BAMS at Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. With a tough curriculum, he made no compromise with his studies or other activities. His life seemed to be a fine blend of all the colors of a campus. An active participant of club activities, NSS and the College Union, 1 year College Union General Secretary, 1 year College Union Chairman, and above all, first rank holder and gold medalist in University Examination of 1998.
In the year 1998, Dr. Prakash secured the first rank in the PG entrance examination conducted by Gujarat Ayurveda University, following which he enrolled for MD in Chikitsa. He married Dr. Vandana, who is presently working as a medical officer under the ISM department. They have 2 children, Adisheshan and Samhita. He was appointed as medical officer at Government Ayurveda Dispensary Ulliyeri, Kozhikode in July 2003. He has been working as a lecturer at Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College since July 31st, 2004. From 2017 onwards, he served as a professor in the Department of Chikitsa. In 2002, he won the gold medal for the best research thesis by the Institute of Indian Medicine, Pune. He also won 4 Best Scientific Paper Presentation Awards, twice in international seminars and twice in national seminars in the year 2000, 2001 and 2003 respectively. He received the Best Scriptwriter Award for Educational Video Competition conducted by the UGC. In May 2017, he was invited as a speaker for the 2nd Ayush International Conference held at Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. He presented a paper on pain management in diabetic neuropathy at the National Seminar on Ayurveda for Pain Management held by the Government of India on the 2nd National Ayurveda Day. He was a guest speaker at the National Workshop on Geriatrics conducted by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2007. He was also a speaker in CME and ROTP programs organized by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth and Ministry of Ayush. He was an inevitable faculty for the courses offered to foreigners by Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. He was an expert member of the Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth. He conceived and executed the idea of Agnivesha Award for bringing out the brightest students of Ayurveda by conducting various competitions nationwide on behalf of the centenary celebrations of Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College. Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was an expert in the WHO Working Group Members Technical Committee for developing benchmark for the practice in Ayurveda and Unani. He was a resource person in the workshop conducted by WHO and CCRS for devising safety and efficacy guidelines of Panchakarma. He participated in multiple international and national seminars. He was an editor for Ayurveda Standard Treatment Guidelines, a document prepared by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2017. He was a contributing author for the Protocol of Prevention and Control of Diabetes mellitus through Ayurveda, released on World Ayurveda Day by Ministry of Ayush. He was a reviewer and associate editor of the new edition of Charaka Samhita, led by FHED and Dr. Gopal Vasisht. He was elated and humble at the same time. He shared this happiness and victory with the staff and students of Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College at a function on November 5th, 2019.
Next, we invite Dr. Netradas PK, the President of AMAI Thrissur, for the welcome address. Dr. Netradas is a Specialist Medical Officer of Shala Kitandra in the Department of ISM, Government of Kerala, and a committed leader of our association. Sir, please.
respected dignitaries on the dais, and who is attending the meeting from different parts of India and abroad through online. Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalagaya Chakshurinmilidam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was a versatile teacher and eminent scholar and a great Vaidya who has driven out the Timirandhada from hundreds of his disciples and spread Prakasha, that is light, to his disciples. I bow in front of the memories of the great Guru. We have very few examples of people who excel as both Guru and Vaidya. Dr. Prakash Mangalassery has always been a perfect in these two roles. He's always been remembered by his students as a great guide who was always there for them as a reference, who never had any hesitation in disclosing whatever he had observed as part of his practice. Such a guru will always be there as a shining star who shows the path through the dark roads. So it's our responsibility to make his memory something worth. So now I going to my duty to welcome all the dignitaries. First, I welcome Dr. V.G. Uday Kumar, who is the backbone of AMA Research Foundation and former CCM Executive Committee member, former General Secretary of Ayurveda Medical Association of India. On behalf of Organizing Committee and Ayurveda Medical Association of India, I welcome you, sir, as a president of this function. Now I welcome Dr. Vijaynath, who is the brain behind all the activities of AMA Research Foundation and Assistant Professor of Department of Rajana Sharida, Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithura. I welcome Dr. Vijaynath for this function. And now I invite Dr. B.S. Prasad, famous academician and expert clinician, and the president of Board of Ayurveda, National Council of Indian System of Medicine, National Commission of Indian System of Medicine, as to inaugurate this function. I welcome Dr. B.S. Prasad, sir. Sir, please. Dr. Raju Thomas, who is the vibrant president of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and who is leading AMA in new heights. I welcome you, sir, for facilitation. Dr. Ladha KK, very humble and able principal, very close to the AMA. I welcome you, ma'am, for this function. Dr. Hemalni, very active and who is leading Ayurveda Medical Association of India, Thrissur. And I welcome you, Dr. Hemalni, to this function. Sri Abhin Raji, young leader. I welcome Sri Abhin Raji, General Secretary, Ayurveda College Union, Ullu. I welcome Dr. Sandesh, who is the young guy and who help in all the activities of this organizing committee. And on behalf of organizing committee, I welcome Dr. Sandesh. I welcome all the participants who won the screening competition and competing for the final title. And I welcome all the jury members who is participating and making this function a success. I welcome all the dignitaries, teachers, and students who are viewing this function from all the part of India and world. I welcome Dr. Vandana Prakash, beloved partner of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. I welcome Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Prasanna Madam, and Dr. Arjun, and all the organizing members. I'm not mentioning all the names of the organizing committee members and leaders of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, especially Dr. Saad Dinagar, our General Secretary, and all the leaders of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, and all the doctors and all the students who is watching this function and helping us to make this function a success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Dr. V.G. Udayakumar, Chairman of AMA Research Foundation, to deliver the presidential address. Dr. Udayakumar is the former executive member of CCIM and the former state president of AMA-AI. Sir, please.
Good morning, all. Respected Dr. Srinivas Prasad, President, Board of Ayurveda, NCISM. Dr. Raju Thomas, President, AMA State Committee. Dr. Leza K.K., Principal, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College. Dr. Prasanna, Vice Principal, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Olu. Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, who is the Chairman of the Scientific Committee. Dr. Vijayanath, Dr. Netrudas, President, AMA Thrissur Committee. Dr. Hemmalini K.R., Dr. Ebin Reggie, General Secretary, Ayurveda Medical Ayurveda College Union, Dr. Sandesh, House Surgeons Association, and the respected jury members for the PG presentation, Dr. Pavan Kumar, Godadwar, Dr. S. Gopakumar, Dr. Anand, and the UG presentation jury, Dr. K. Kamini, Dr. Anubhama Krishnan, Dr. Jishnu, and Dr. Vandana Prakash, the beloved wife of late Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, who is participating in the valedictory function to declare the winners, young scholars who are contesting for the Prakash Mangalassery Memorial All India PG and UG presentation competition award, and those who are watching this event from over Zoom and the YouTube, and organizing team. Organizing team who are assembled here, and all the organizing team here, Dr. Arjun and the team of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College and all. My humble pranams to all. Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation is a non-governmental organization working under Ayurveda Medical Association of India since 2014. The main objective of the foundation is to promote the research-oriented activities among members and the promotion of research outcome for the betterment of the clinical practice. Since its inception, the foundation has made many interventions in the field of Ayurveda. In the beginning, we have undertaken the program to enhance the therapeutic skills of doctors in new areas. Accordingly, a continuous cancer management program, AYURCAN, was launched. We are able to bring the best faculties available in the country like Dr. Ravishankar Parvaji, Dr. C.D. Sagadevan, Dr. Susila Saji, Dr. Madhu, and all. Almost 40 doctors were benefited in this 3-year-long training program. We are regularly conducting CME certificate programs in association with different committees of our association. Yearly, more than 3,000 doctors got trained through these activities. We are also engaged in various activities ranging from treatment protocol development, disaster management, and propagation of Ayurveda. In the field of research activities, a diabetic survey is going on. Data analysis of preventive intervention in the senior citizen in the COVID pandemic is already completed. Today's program is a major academic event conducting every year as a pre-event of annual state conference of our association. Ayurveda Medical Association of India, it is one and only organization which covers all sectors of Ayurveda, having grassroots level organizational system. This third edition of the event, the first half of the event is already completed in 27th of February 2022, hosted by VPSC Ayurveda College, Kotak. It was an All India thesis competition conducted every year as a tribute to Dr. C.R. Agnivesh, who has a great teacher, mentor, writer, and reformer of Ayurveda. Today, the second half of the academic fair arranged here is an academic fair in memorial of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, All India PG UG presentation competition organized by in association with Vaidyaratnam PS4, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ulu. Dr. Prakash, who left us unexpectedly 3 years back. Dr. Prakash was an extraordinary scientist who got Best Teacher Award from Government of India. This program is envisaged to familiarize the contemporary issues among students. Accordingly, we are selecting the subject for the presentation. I think this event will be a perfect tribute to Dr. Prakash, who has been a passionate teacher. I also take this opportunity to congratulate our chief guest, Dr. Srinivas Prasad, for being selected for the president of Board of Ayurveda, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine. I am fortunate to get many occasions to work with him in the CCIM. We are all well aware of his potential in the field of education and research. I hope this tenure will be give positive changes in our education system. I thank him for accepting this invitation in his busy schedule. I also take this opportunity to thank the central government for accepting many of the suggestions made by Ayurveda Medical Association in this NCISM draft, including allowing separate PG entrance examination, strengthening the representation in the Board of Ayurveda, and giving representation to all state in the advisory council. My special request to Dr. Srinivas Prasad to consider to give a space for the study of the regional specialties in the clinical subject. Otherwise, many of our regional therapeutic skill may be vanished gradually. Today, we got a very good panel of judges to value this competition. I thank all of them for accepting our request. Finally, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. K.K. Leda and Dr. Prasanna and the entire Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College team, including faculty, staff, and students, for providing all facilities for the smooth conduct of this event. I wish all best wishes to the contestant. With these words, I am concluding my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Dr. Vijayanath B., Secretary of AMA Research Foundation, to present the program report. Dr. Vijayanath is an assistant professor in the Department of Dajana Sharira at Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithara, Kochi. Sir, please.
A very good morning to you all. Respected Dr. B.S. Prasad, Honorable President, Board of Ayurveda, National Commission for Indian Systems of Medicine, who will be inaugurating the event. Respected dignitaries on the dais. Respected dignitaries who are watching this event online from all parts of the world. Members of the AMI family, enthusiastic mega finalists, and esteemed judges of the competition. It gives me immense pleasure to stand here as a part of a national program that has received overwhelming response. I have been bestowed with the responsibility of delivering the program report. The third Dr. Prakash Mangalassery National Level Presentation Competition. AMA Research Foundation started this program 3 years ago in connection with the 41st State Council of AMI organized at Malappuram. The event is organized by AMA Research Foundation and hosted by Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ulur this year. The aim of the program is to inspire young researchers and to present to the world of Ayurveda their great ideas and aspirations. This event pairs with Dr. C.R. Agnivesh Memorial PG Thesis Competition, whose mega final was held on 27/2/2022, that is February 27th of last month at BPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. Now, this is the third edition, and the first prize winner gets a prize money of 10,000 rupees. The second prize winner gets a prize money of 5,000 rupees. And the third prize winner gets a prize money of 3,000 rupees, each separately in the UG and PG category. This year we had an overwhelming response with 91 participants from the UG level and 106 participants from the PG level. The topic of UG presentation was Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescents, role in building a healthy society, and the topic of PG presentation was challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decade. In the UG section, there were 91 participants with Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College Ullur contributing the maximum participants, that is 11 participants, followed by SPSS Shankweshwar with 8 participants. In the PG category, we had 106 participants with SKMC Bangalore contributing the most with 24 participants, followed by VPSP Kottakkal with 17 participants. We had participants from more than 12 states in India. Screening. All the participants who had sent the abstracts were given an opportunity to present. The participants in UG and PG sections were segregated into groups of 20 participants each. 2 judges were allotted for each screening session, a total of 5 screening sessions each for UG and PG sections. After a tough screening, we were able to spot the 15 mega finalists in the UG and PG section. The organizing part was an exhaustive one. So we would like to mention certain people who have toiled hard. Dr. Raju Thomas, the AMI State President, Dr. Sadar Dinaga, the General Secretary of AMI, Dr. VG Udayakumar, the Chairman of AMI Research Foundation, Dr. Vijaynath B, Secretary AMI Research Foundation, Chairman of the Program Committee, Dr. Manoj Kalur, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Arun PV, and the General Convener of the program, Dr. Arjun M. 2 names deserve special mention. The Chairman of the Scientific Committee, Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, who is a professor at VPSP Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, and the Vice Chairman of the Scientific Committee, Dr. Jigesh PP, who were the backbone of the program. The Organizing Committee at Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, also toiled hard. The patrons of the event were Ashtavaidyan E.T. Neelakandan Moose, the Managing Partner of Vaidyaratnam Aushadashala Ullur, Dr. Leda K.K., the Principal of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Dr. D. Ramanathan, Managing Director Sitaram Ayurveda, Dr. M. Prasad, RAV Guru and Managing Director of Sunetri Ayurveda Ashram, Dr. Vasudev Moose, Managing Director of SNA Aushadashala. The Chairman of the Reception Committee in Ullur were Dr. K.M. Jose, who is the President of AMI Thrissur Zone. The convener was Dr. Netradas PK, and we had a strong support from AMI Thrissur District Committee and the District Secretary, Dr. Hema Malini Kaya. The Program Committee, Publicity Committee, Social Media Committee, Technical Committee, Reception Committee, all rendered strong support to the program. We also received good support from the staff and students of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur. Some names to be mentioned: Dr. Prasanna Bien, the Vice Principal of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Dr. V.K. Abdul Rauf, the Associate Professor in Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, Dr. Rejida Warrior, Assistant Professor in Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, who relentlessly toiled for the program, Dr. Sandesh Joshi, House Surgeon, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Aishwarya, Dr. Srishma, Dr. Agnes Maria, Dr. Shruti, Dr. Anna, and Dr. Swati were the coordinators of the event, along with some coordinators of the AMI family, Dr. Smita Joji, Dr. Hanini Raj, and Dr. Agnes Cletus. I hope this event turns out to be a grand success and a fruitful one. With this, I retire from my venture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we all move to the most awaited moment with much joy and pleasure. We invite Dr. B.S. Prasad, Honorable President, Board of Ayurveda, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, to deliver the inaugural address. Dr. B.S. Prasad is the former principal of KLA University, Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgaum. He has made his mark in all arenas of Ayurveda, namely teaching, clinics, and research. He is the recipient of numerous national awards, and it is a privilege to have him with us. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you. I am audible. Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, very nice to see. Indeed, it is a very pleasure for me to take part in this event. In fact, I have been called to be a jury also, but due to my schedules, I'm not able to accept it. And always it is a pleasure for me to be part of the any event related to the Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. Yeah, at the outset, let me congratulate all the associations, all the who are all involved in this mega event. in memory of the Dr. Prakash Mangalassery as well as Dr. Agnivesh also. And there are some people who are all the Sarthaka Namadeya, we say that one. They represent their name, just like Prakash. Enlightened the many lives, many student lives, who are all the touch bearers now. They're all, he spread his light in the entire Arabic community, now which is being enlightened very largely. That way then. For this arranging event, I must thank Dr. Uday Kumar, Dr. Vinod. Of course, there are many people out there. I can see many stalwarts, Dr. Pawan Kumar, Dr. Gopa Kumar, Dr. Jaydevan, Dr. Kamini, Dr. even Manoj, Netra Das. So many people are there. I don't take all the names. This one is very fortunate for me to be part of this mega event. And to recollect again that Prakash Mangalassery, way back in maybe 97 or 98, he was the contestant for the best outgoing student of Kerala, which is being given by KAPL Alway Pharmacy. And I was the jury for that the award selection, and he was the contestant for that one. I was not knowing his name anyway, because as I was judged there, he came for, I was a subject interviewer that time, and I was amazed to see his performance, his in-depth knowledge in the subject, being a graduate, just simply graduate, the way he had insight into subject. So I was having that time I had completed my PhD and came there. So my in-depth is something different as we expect the graduate level. So could able to answer very well. That way, I first come across the Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. Later on, after a few years, I had been to Jamnagar for my mother institute where I got PhD. Then he came to me and told us, "Have you identified me?" That I was not able to identify. Then he told, "I am the Dr. Prakash. You are the judge for my award that time." Then I recollected. Then he did his PG in the department as Vajikarna, which myself and even Dr. Pavan, we were developed that one. That way, he always believed that I am the guru for him, though I am not taught directly to him. Always he will feel that I am the guru for him. And later on, he joined with me at SDM Hassan as a colleague. We were together for some time. We had a lot of exchange of ideas. We worked together. Many experiments we did, especially in Vajikarna. So there was a very great moments for all of us to share the academics to the practice, how it was there, that one. That way, later on, of course, he came to Kottakkal. Then he started the school for the other courses also, where I was also one of the resource persons for that one. That way, we had very long association where we together with WHO also. That way, he has done enormous service to the science, and especially Ayurveda. He done it very well. And as Uday Kumar and other members mentioned, he is a complete man in terms of Ayurveda. Maybe take his education, maybe take research, maybe take the clinical practice, any aspect of Ayurveda you take, he has his expertise in that one. Not only his knowledge, but his expertise in the knowledge. That way he has enlightened, and he represents his name, Prakash. He is enlightening every other members. So in that context, I must compliment all the students who is the torch bearers, who is keeping his lighted and continuing that one legacy also, and keeping his memory alive. And is I have to appreciate all the students who are very actively involving in taking this good lead. At this juncture, again, I must compliment all the students who took large number in take part in this mega event. And also, I must congratulate and best wishes for all the participants who are going to take part in this competition. And then coming to even Dr. Uday Kumar was mentioning regional practices to support that one. Definitely, we also come up with the electives now, so which are being not taught in the regular subject. Definitely, we have provisions for the any subject. So the main idea is now we want to align our science with the NEP, the National Education Policy, which is well appreciated by across the country. And then it is futuristic ideas are there. So we want to align our Ayurveda subjects into the NEP. With that context, we brought electives, online courses electives into our BAMS curriculum to provide interdisciplinary approach. Because until now, Ayurveda is isolated. We are the only people we know what we are, and we never had collaborations, associations, and we never opened up our doors to the other community, other allied sciences. With this intention, we want to sensitize our people with allied subjects. So we made electives as a part of the UG curriculum, where students will be exposed of maybe you take engineering artificial intelligence or technology or the biochemistry, microbiology, likewise varied subjects, including maybe Ayurveda, Ayurveda, likewise, it is a no limit for it. We have innumerable number of subjects are there. In the same context, we can have any new subject not being taught there, we can give it, and depending on the quantum of the subject, we can have the different courses. We can let on we think of that one. Definitely NCSM is supportive of any Ayurvedic knowledge which is there now, which we don't want to lose that one. We definitely want to upgrade and bring into practice. That definitely is there. So as I mentioned, the NEP 2020, we have to align with that one. So with that context, we have taken a lot of initiatives. All of you might have seen the MSc, Minimum Standard of Education, already published by February 16. And also syllabus, of course, unofficially it has been rolled out. Some people are already moving that one, where we have taken care of the competency-based medical education or outcome-based medical education. This is the present scenario, or the just like a hot cake, this one, outcome-based medical education. So that we already taken care, and we have brought that syllabus or curriculum into our these ones. And also we have taken care now the what are the latest the teaching methodologies across the globe. Those teaching methodologies we have incorporated in our science, in our system, and we have specified which topic to be taught in what methodology. So that way we have taken a lot of care has been taken up now. And also we have trained almost first year staff with all the new technologies, what all being taken now. Again, we are planning to once again, after syllabus is rolled out, we'll be orienting all the staff how we can cope up, how we can adopt the new technologies. All we'll be taking that one. So that way NCSM is which proactive, and we are looking to those 2030 or beyond that one. What will be the position of Ayurveda in 2030, and how we have to prepare ourselves for 2030? In that mode, we are going ahead with the all the steps. What are steps we are making? We are thinking of it of 10 years to 15 years ahead of these ones. In that way, we are focusing all these ones. Anyway, without taking much of the time. So once again, I thank all the organizers for taking such a very, very active events. Unlike the associations where many people will cross the voting for the discouraging activities, or sometimes when only any reforms we bring it out, again questioning that one restrictive weight going on, and these associations are coming up forward, and the scientific way they are doing it, that is very, very welcoming sign. And I wish all the associations to continue their scientific tempo and to encourage young generations for the future point of view, and this will be continued. Once again, I compliment all the organizers, and also I wish once again best wishes for the contestants. I also juries have tough time, and I know it. There are very good competitors are there. So with this brief opening remarks, I conclude. Thank you all. You are not audible.
Now we move on to the felicitations. We invite Dr. Raju Thomas, the Dynamic State President of AMAI, for his valuable words. Sir, please.
Thank you. Very good morning to all. Am I audible? Respected Chair, Dr. V.G. Udaykumar, Chairman of AMA Research Foundation, Dr. B.S. Prasad, President of Board of Ayurveda, NCISM, who was inaugurated this program, Dr. Leda K.K., Principal, Ayurveda College, Ullur, Dr. Vichaynath, Dr. Netradas, Dr. Hema Malini, Dr. Vandana Prakash, Dr. Sandesh, Dr. Sri Ebin Raj, and all those who are participating from various parts. At the very outset, I pay my homages to the fond memories of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. This is the third edition of PG/UG paper presentation competition conducted by AMAI. This is a noble venture of Ayurveda Medical Association of India to encourage the budding talents of Ayurveda. As all of us know, since its inception in 1978, Ayurveda Medical Association of India is an integral part of the Ayurveda community. AMA is making effective interferences in almost all issues related to Ayurveda and for the benefit of the Ayurveda fraternity. And for AMA, Ayurveda Academy is a field of special interest as it is the making ground of the future Ayurveda. AMA is providing all possible support to the young doctors and students to build up their career. Apart from the AMA Research Foundation, AMA has an organ, Ayurveda, to guide the young doctors in their career, and an educational subcommittee to interfere in the academic sector. Even though Dr. Prakash was with us only for a short period, comparatively a short period, but with that limited period, he had set his mark in this field. He was an inspiring teacher for thousands of students. And we AMA think it is our duty to do something to make his memories to last long. Being a great teacher, we think this paper presentation competition is a fitting tribute to the memories of Dr. Prakash. This year, there was a huge response to the program, and there were around 200 participants from different parts of the country. There were participants from 12 states for both the categories taken together. And my warmest congratulations to all the participants, especially the selected candidates for today's final round. You have done a very great, dedicated work. Now the race is going on and it is continuing, and I wish all the participants success in today's final round. And I wish you all the very best in your future. Let me remain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. Leda Kuke, the very industrious and active principal of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, for the felicitation. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning to respected Chief Guest Dr. B.S. Prasad, Honorable President, Board of Ayurveda NCISM, Dr. V.G. Udayakumar, President AMAR, Dr. Vijaynath, Secretary AMAR, Dr. Netradas, President AMI Thrissur, Dr. Hema Malini, Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Vandana Prakash, Dr. Sandesh Joshi, Dr. Abin Reggie, Dr. Arjun, all the faculty, participant, and everyone present here. I am here standing before you to felicitate the academic fair, national level PG and UG presentation competition for Dr. Prakash Mangalassery Memorial Award organized by AMARF. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to AMARF for giving me an opportunity to felicitate the event in the memory of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, who was an inspiring teacher, a renowned physician, and a good academician, and recipient of prestigious Atreya Award in 2019. Prakash Mangalassery is a name that stands out in the field of Ayurveda for his immense contribution to the science. I would like to congratulate AMARF for organizing such a mega event, and a big thanks for giving Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College an opportunity to become a part of the event. There was an overwhelming response for the presentation competition from all across the country. 107 entries were there for PG and 87 entries were there in UG level. I am so happy to be here that 4 students from our college, that is Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, are participating in today's event. Whosoever wins, but it is a compliment to every participant who took the courage and prepared well to present in the event. The cooperation and coordination in every participant is highly appreciated. On behalf of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, I extend all good wishes for the successful completion of the event. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we invite Dr. Hemamalini Kea, the Vibrant Secretary of AMAI, Thrissur, for the felicitation. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning to the Honorable Chair, Dr. V.G. Udayakumar, Chairman AMARF, Dr. B.S. Prasad, and my respected teachers and all the members on the dais and off the dais. We, Dr. Prakash Mangalassery and I, we were the students of BAMS on 1991 batch. He at AVC Kottakkal and myself at VSC Ullur. We were not the friends, but I had, or our friends had, a very good admiration towards him. Why? Because we all studied the prepared notes from Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, mostly for the university exams and especially for the KC exams of final year. When we come to know that he became a teacher of PSC Kottakkal, we all thought that it was his duty to teach the students about the Ayurveda, to make the people to come to close to Ayurveda. But on 2019, on 1 November evening, when I had a message from Dr. Revimos on the WhatsApp that in bad news from Kottakkal, Dr. Prakash Mangalassery is critically ill or he is no more. Please confirm. When we come to see that message, I thought, no, it might not be true. Why? Because we are not that much old to leave our duties. But a few minutes after, that news became a very tragic for our 1991 batch students. Now, on this very special day, when Ayurveda Medical Association Research Foundation play a tribute to Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, I use this opportunity to pray and shower my pranams to his memories and pray for his family. Now, on behalf of Ayurveda Medical Association of India, I use this opportunity to felicitate all the contents, those who are participating in this competition, a very good luck and all the very best for their future programs. With a prayer, I conclude. Loga Samasta Sugino Bhavantu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We invite Sri Ebin Reggie, the young and energetic College Union Secretary of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullu, for the felicitation.
Honorable Chief Guest Dr. B.S. Prasad, President Board of Ayurveda, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, Dr. Netradas PK, President AMI Thrissur District Committee, who greeted us with the welcoming address, Dr. V.J. Udayakumar, Chairman AMA Research Foundation, Dr. Vijayanath V, Secretary AMA Research Foundation, dignitaries, teachers, and all UGPG aspirants. A warm good morning to one and all. I feel honored to have this opportunity to felicitate this national level academic fair organized by the AMI Research Foundation in the memory of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. I truly believe that it's an opportunity for all the participants to express themselves in the best spirit of friendly competitiveness. It's also a time for us to enjoy the splash of immense talent on the huge canvas that is spread out for you. More than that, it's also a compliment to each and every participant who took the courage and effort to prepare themselves for this competition. On behalf of Ayurveda College Students Union and all the students, I express my sincere gratitude to AMA Research Foundation and I wish the very best to all the participants. I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Edin. Now we invite Dr. Sandesh Joshi, House Surgeon of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, who has worked hard in organizing the program, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. It's my great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks to all dignitaries on this memorable event. Let me first of all start by giving glory to Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to thank our Honorable President, Board of Ayurveda, Dr. B.S. Prasad, who despite his busy schedule and has found time to grace this occasion. I also express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. V.G. Uday Kumar, Chairman AMARF, for his valuable contribution. I thank Dr. Netradas P.K., President of AMI Thrissur, for his support, vision, and commitment. We are grateful to our AMRF Secretary, Dr. Vijay Nath, for detailing us the program report. I thank our Principal, Dr. Leda K.K., for her support for this function. I would also like to thank Dr. Raju Thomas, President AMI, Dr. Hema Malini K.R., Secretary AMI Thrissur District Committee, Sri Ebin Reggie, General Secretary, College Union, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur. My heartfelt thanks to all the head of various departments, faculties, students, house surgeons, and non-teaching staff for their valuable support, contribution, guidance, and encouragement. I thank all good hearts who worked behind the screen. Last but not least, to all the colleagues for their cooperation in making the function a grand success. Once again, I thank all for your kind attention. Thank you.
We are concluding our inaugural session. The mega finals for PG presentation competition will be started soon. The rules for PG presentation competition. The presentation will be of 8 minutes followed by 2 minutes discussion with judges. The bell will ring after the participants have started screen sharing. There will be a warning bell at 7 minutes and the participant has to conclude the presentation within 1 minute. We request all the participants to strictly stick on to the rules. The organizers will not be responsible for any technical glitches occurred from the side of participants. No additional time will be allotted for the same. The participants have to share the PPT by themselves. In case of any technical problem, the organizers shall present the PPT. The participants shall wear professionally appropriate attire for the program. They shall put their camera in on position throughout the presentation. We request all the participants to strictly stick on to the time. Decision of the judges shall be final. The winners shall be declared at the end of the program. Thank you.
Dr. Vijaynath, I think the other two judges can log out now. They can join after it.
Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was a physician and inspiring teacher who left us all at an unexpected point of time. Excellence was his forte since early years of schooling, and gradually he emerged to become one of the most sought-after Ayurveda physicians across the nation. He was born to Sarojini Amma and Kuniraman Master in the remote village of Vallur in Kozhikode.
In 1991, he joined for BAMS at Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. With a tough curriculum, he made no compromise with his studies or other activities. His life seemed to be a fine blend of all the colors of a campus. an active participant of club activities, NSS and the college union, 1 year college union general secretary, 1 year college union chairman, and above all, first rank holder and gold medalist in university examination of 1998.
In the year 1998, Dr. Prakash secured the first rank in the PG entrance examination conducted by Gujarat Ayurveda University, following which he enrolled for MD in Kai Chikitsa. He married Dr. Vandana, who is presently working as a medical officer under the ISM department. They have 2 children, Adisheshan and Samhita. He was appointed as medical officer at Government Ayurveda Dispensary Ulliyedi, Kozhikode in July 2003. He has been working as a lecturer at Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College since July 31st, 2004. From 2017 onwards, he served as a professor in the Department of Kai Chikitsa. In 2002, he won the gold medal for the best research thesis by the Institute of Indian Medicine, Pune. He also won 4 Best Scientific Paper Presentation Awards, twice in international seminars and twice in national seminars in the year 2000, 2001 and 2003 respectively. He received the Best Scriptwriter Award for Educational Video Competition conducted by the UGC. In May 2017, he was invited as a speaker for the 2nd Ayush International Conference held at Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. He presented a paper on pain management in diabetic neuropathy at the National Seminar on Ayurveda for Pain Management held by the Government of India on the 2nd National Ayurveda Day. He was a guest speaker at the National Workshop on Geriatrics conducted by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2007. He was also a speaker in CME and ROTP programs organized by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth and Ministry of Ayush. He was an inevitable faculty for the courses offered to foreigners by Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. He was an expert member of the Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth. He conceived and executed the idea of Agnivesha Award for bringing out the brightest students of Ayurveda by conducting various competitions nationwide on behalf of the centenary celebrations of Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College in Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was an expert in the WHO Working Group Members Technical Committee for developing benchmark for the practice in Ayurveda and Unani. He was a resource person in the workshop conducted by WHO and CCRAS for devising safety and efficacy guidelines of Panchakarma. He participated in multiple international and national seminars. He was an editor for Ayurveda Standard Treatment Guidelines, a document prepared by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2017. He was the contributing author for the Protocol of Prevention and Control of Diabetes mellitus through Ayurveda, released on World Ayurveda Day by Ministry of Ayush. He was a reviewer and associate editor of the new edition of Charaka Samhita, led by FHED and Dr. Gopal Vasisht. He was elated and humble at the same time. He shared this happiness and victory with the staff and students of Vaidyaratnam PS Vaidya Ayurveda College at a function on November 5th, 2019. Not one person would have imagined, even in the wildest dreams, that his speech on November 5th would be the last one.
Good morning all. We move to the most awaited mega finals of PG presentation competition. We have 15 mega finalists from more than 100 participants who took part in the screening round from all parts of India. For the information of the mega finalists, you will be given 8 minutes for your presentation, followed by 2 minutes of discussion. The presentation will be on the following order. The first participant will be PG 22002 and the ascending order follows. PG 22003, PG 22006, PG 22008, PG 22009, PG 22018, PG 22024, PG 22041, PG 22056, PG 22075, PG 22087, PG 22088, PG 22089, PG 22093, PG 22100, PG 22103. Once again, we are repeating the rules of the competition. The presentation will be of 8 minutes, followed by 2 minutes discussion with judges. The bell will ring after the participant has started screen sharing. There will be a warning bell at 7 minutes and the participant has to conclude the presentation within 1 minute. We request all the participants to strictly stick on to the time. The organizers will not be responsible for any technical glitches occurred from the side of participants. No additional time will be allotted for the same. The participant has to share the PPT by themselves. In case of any technical problem, the organizers shall present the PPT. The participants shall wear professionally appropriate attire for the program. They shall put their camera in on position throughout the presentation. Discussion of the judges shall be final. The winner shall be declared at the end of the program. If the participant does not respond after 3 calls due to some technical issues, they will be given a chance at last. Thank you. Now let me introduce the 3 members of jury panel to the viewers. Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar Godatwa is the professor and HOD of Department of Yoga Nidhana, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar Godatwa is the professor and HOD of Department of Yoga Nidhana, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. An acclaimed teacher and a researcher, he has 16 books and 54 research papers to his credit. He is the associate editor of JAIM. He is also the recipient of Madhav Ratna Award and Purushottam Shastri National Charak Award. We are honored with your presence, sir. Dr. S. Gopakumar is the professor and HOD of Department of Yoga Nidhana in Government Ayurveda College, Kannur. Currently, he is the hospital superintendent too. Undoubtedly, the most followed Ayurveda teacher from Kerala, an acclaimed teacher, international orator, and clinician who is the role model to a number of students. He is the recipient of Atreya Award for the Best Teacher instituted by the Government of Kerala in 2013. He was also selected as the Best Teacher of Ayurveda by CCRAS in 2016. He also received the Best Teacher Award from Cohort in 2020. We are honored with your presence, sir. Dr. Anand S., Associate Professor, Department of Dasashastra and Vaisheshya Kalpana, Government Ayurveda College, Thiruvananthapuram. A noted teacher, writer, and clinician. He was the invited speaker of European Ayurveda Congress at Koblenz, Germany. His book on metals was recently published by Kerala Bhasha Institute and released by the Chief Minister of Kerala. His clinical experiences using Desa Aushadhis named Desa Darshanam is very popular on the AMI YouTube channel. Now we move on to the proceedings. This is the first call for chess number PG 22002.
Judges, please note. The first presenter is PG 22002. PG 22002.
No, am I
PG
audible?
22002. Are you ready?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I share the screen, sir?
You can start your, you can start screen sharing. EG22002.
I'm sharing the
If you
screen.
can, yeah,
Okay.
your screen is visible.
I'm sharing. Sir.
Okay, are you ready?
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Your time starts now.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the presentation. Today's title is Challenges for the Ayurvedic Practitioner in the Coming Decade. My code number is PG2200. So Ayurveda is the world's most ancient and holistic science, which is considered as the science of life. It covers all aspects of humans, whether it is physically, mentally, or spiritually, thereby gaining more importance among public in current epidemic era. So Ayurveda have a unique approach in its diagnosis and treatment, as it considers the body as a whole rather than to treat only with the symptoms. In the present scenario, even though the science has got wide acceptance among the public, many challenges outweigh it. Now, we will look on to some challenges. So one of the major concerns is drug scarcity. Drugs that are available at present is disproportionate to actual need. So yet another challenge is number of quacks who are defaming or creating a black mark to the value of Ayurveda. Even Charagacharya also condemns the quackery among practitioners as Rogabhisara Vaidya, which literally means a doctor who spreads diseases rather than providing health. So the next one is a lack of confidence of newcomers, as they are practically less exposed to the experienced fraternities in the field of Ayurveda. Further, there is unequal distribution of processed medicines or specific yogas over an area, like in particular district or states in the country. In addition to this, the payment scale is not satisfactory in accordance with the work input by the practitioner. So moreover, there is less recognition of utility of Ayurveda among public, even though Ayurveda is meant for both Swastha and Adhira alike. So there exists a notion of reluctance in mutual referring system among the Ayurvedic practitioner community itself. So the Himalayan challenge is to bear the financial expense, including human resources, to set up a new clinic or hospital. So likewise, there is a lack of updation of technical knowledge, like using online platform for consultation and procuring medicines among the public, as well as inability to adapt to the change in consultation modalities by the physician. So inability to convince the patient with the diversities in prescription, as there is a gross divergence in the basic philosophy of practice and disparities in approach to specific clinical conditions. So newly emerging diseases like COVID pandemic creates a havoc among the practitioners, as they are inexperienced in treating such conditions, and also there doesn't exist a validated protocol to treat the same. So living with COVID had brought drastic change in the lifestyle of the people, making them more sedentary, as most of them have switched to online platforms, which in turn reflect in the presentation of various diseases occurring to them. So this misleads the physician in making proper diagnosis. Similarly, there lies an opposition from other fraternities of medicine to practice certain unique procedures mentioned in Ayurvedic classics like Agni Karma, Shara Sutra, Lekhana Karma, etc. So overstress of unnecessary pathya explained by Ayurvedic physicians over past decades to the patients like complete avoidance of Lavana, Amla, Kadu Ahara, which while taking medicines will eventually result in people to go for further systems of medication where less restrictions or no restrictions are followed. Finally, there is a lack of awareness about the published as well as ongoing research work in the field of Ayurveda within the public, as well as to a certain extent among the practitioners. So conservative and short-sighted attitude, not only by practitioners, but also by administrators, educators, and scientists reflect in advancement of the system. So above all, the lack of strategic vision and political will at government level are a major concern. So until now, we have seen some of the challenges faced by the clinicians in their way of practice. So now let's see some of the solutions and measures to overcome those hurdles. Cultivation of high-yielding varieties of medical plants and the use of online platforms for proper advertisement, consultation, and drug availability might help to overcome the above-mentioned challenges. So updation of knowledge of Pathya and Abadhya among physicians and imparting the same to the public make the unique concept in Ayurveda like Viruddhahara widely accessible and acceptable. So there should be some initiative from the part of government as well as from Ayurvedic associations to support them either financially or by providing necessary infrastructure. So deputation of Ayurvedic practitioners in national health programs by government officials like malarial control, TB control programs will help in popularity of Ayurveda among public, which in turn leads to more job opportunities, especially in the clinical field of Ayurveda. So proper orientation classes for newcomers before entering to practice will make them confident and responsible in practice. Similarly, sharing of clinical experiences by expert faculties can be conducted as a regular workshop from Ayurveda associations will definitely boost newcomers as well as other practitioners. So intensive documentation of currently practicing treatment in different regions in the country will help in the standardization of treatment, which is more important than the standardization of drugs. So it would contribute to consolidation of Ayurvedic clinical experience and improvement of expertise of Ayurvedic professional. So clinician should have a sound knowledge in reading X-ray, imaging technique, ECG, etc. for smooth and clear-cut practice. So in the present scenario, there is a need to develop a comprehensive classification and nomenclature for diseases from the Ayurvedic perspective. So it would make sense to refer to this as Ayurvedic classification of diseases, that is ACD, which is different from common ICD, that is International Classification of Diseases, where the basic concept of pathology is entirely different. So clinicians should use both ACD and ICD in practice, as it may be difficult for them not only to communicate effectively, but also to negotiate with regular authorities, insurance, and mainstream sites. So Ayurveda practice needs to be dynamic, scientific, ethical, and integrative. So it must be liberated from emotional, pride-based, and blind following practices. So the expectations from evidence-based medicines are no way different than the qualities of a good doctor detailed in Samhitas. So the ability to evaluate the strength and limitations of existing knowledge in Ayurveda is necessary for rational decisions among practitioners.
Last 1 minute.
Coming to the conclusion, challenges are part and parcel of each and every institutional setup, which is especially inevitable in the field of medical practice. So there should be a culture of dialogue between social and medical sciences for gaining mutual understanding and also for a socially relevant professional practice. So updating consistently with current social setup by preserving the profundity of Ayurveda will eventually help in overcoming the challenges. Thank you.
Hello. Judges, please note that
Kumar,
was
sir.
PG 22002.
Yes. So, Gopakumar, sir, will you start?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you. So, I would request you to start with the questions.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay, sir. It was a nice experience to be all of you. And thank you, doctor, for your very sincere presentation. Since there is only 2 minutes, I am coming with a simple question. How that unnecessary pathyas are creating some problem in the Ayurvedic practice? Can you tell one example of such an unnecessary pathya in the current scenario based on your please?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for your question. So in certain conditions where suppose in coastal areas and all, they cannot avoid taking fish or something non-veg items. But apart from the clinical conditions that they are presenting, some doctors are telling to avoid all the non-veg food items, all chicken, etc., fish and all. So it is practically impossible for them to avoid such conditions. But that condition is not actually not necessary for the disease that he is presenting. So in such conditions, it will be suitable if we are liberal in that concept. That's what I meant, sir.
Doctor.
Okay, okay. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Doctor, you said there is a need for international classification. Are you aware of the morbidity codes Namaste portal? You are not audible.
I'm not aware, sir. I'm not aware about that.
Okay. And you also mentioned of ICD-10. In fact, ICD-11 is released. So when you say that it is a challenge
Put an example
to be updated. So in fact, Ayurvedic classification of disease is already there in the national portal in collaboration with WHO. So it is on the line. So you should get updated.
More
Yes,
aware about it.
Yes, yes, no issues. It was a good presentation. I commend you.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Anand, very quickly.
Okay, sir. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I have a question. I'm very happy with all of the distinguished guests and the members of AMI here, and a very good presentation. And I have one or two questions. And first one is that you have told about evidence-based medicine, EBM, which is very much relevant in our period. So can you have some suggestions, one or two suggestions regarding to make our practice evidence-based?
Yes, sir. More researchers have to be published, sir, regarding the treatment. It should be protocol based. Then it will have a same platform in all the clinical conditions. So the patients who are coming to us will be aware that they are providing the same treatment. So there are studies, there are evidences for what they are prescribing. So they will be more confident to take our medicines also. That's what I mean.
Okay. Then one more question. You have said about availability of specific yogas. What did you mean by that?
Sir, certain yogas, supposed to say in North India, there we get the medicines like Mamsagada, each Jwaragada, Radugada, Jwara medicines will be available readily. But that sort of medicines will not available in South India. Similarly, some sort of medicines that is available in South India is not available in northern parts. So if it is available throughout the India, then it will be easy for the physician to practice it, and it will be more useful for the patients also. That's what I mean.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you, doctor. That was PG 22002. Next, we move on to the next presentation. The second in the row is PG 22003. Judges, please note. Just number PG 22003.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. I'll share my screen, sir. Sir, my screen is visible now, sir.
Yes,
sir. Slides are moving, sir.
Slides are also moving. You just move it one or two slides. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, it is visible. Right.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Can I start, sir?
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Your time starts now.
Good morning, respected judges and dignitaries and other PG scholars. Today, I am presenting the topic challenges for Ayurveda practitioners in the coming decade. Coming to the introduction, ever since the emergence of Ayurveda, you can see that Ayurveda has been constantly evolving. When we compare Legutrays and Brihatrays, there is significant incorporation of scientific values like metallurgy and alchemy into the Ayurvedic practice during that era. But the problem started after the colonialization and propagation of allopathic medication. Ayurvedic practitioners started thinking that we are bound to stay traditional, we are not bound to grow according to science. So because of that, in the present scenario, we are facing so many challenges which is going to meet a breaking point in the upcoming decade. So I'm going to present all the challenges which we'll be facing in the upcoming decade. So coming to the challenges, first challenge will be environmental challenges, second one is technological challenges, and third one is social challenges. Coming to the environment challenges, obviously the first one is deforestation. Because of that, we are losing our herbal drugs. And as a part of that, there will be a subsequent drug adulteration and drug degradation which is happening in the upcoming decade. Next problem is technological adaptation. People are bound to use technology more than they deserve. So that because of that, modern community is facing more problems such as electromagnetic hypersensitivity, where they are facing new challenges which are not mentioned in our classics. Third one is uncertainty. Because of the change in the environment, Ayurvedic practitioners are meeting a certain stage of uncertainty, which I'll show you in the next upcoming slide. Imagine the year is 2030 and one patient is approaching to you, and the patient is coming from a martial land. So you can judge it as kind of an anupadesha. But there is one factory in the region which is having sewage, which is secreting acidic content. So the water is being polluted with acid and soil is also being acidic. And on top of that, the climate of that area is, the patient is coming in summer season, but the patient is also under the influence of air conditioning in that era. So we will be in a position that we will not be able to judge the exact nidana of the disease on which the patient will be suffering. So this will lead to a constant state of uncertainty among Ayurvedic practitioners. So this is the environmental challenge. Second one is technological challenges. Technological challenges is having two domains, that is artificial intelligence and network pharmacology. Artificial intelligence is an area where machine will be trained to think like human beings and to assist humans. And network pharmacology mainly deals with softwares, databases, and available data to make and assume the action of phytochemicals present in our drugs. So how this will be a challenge to us? We'll see. Artificial intelligence, it will never degrade Ayurveda, but the problem is it will elevate everything else. And it will create a strong rivalry to us because there is significant assistance of artificial intelligence to the modern doctors. You can see that there is tumor grading system, disease predictability, and even the pandemic statistics is being done by artificial intelligence, where our digitalization and our integration to modern machine learning is very much limited. So in the upcoming decade, that will be a major challenge to all the Ayurvedic practitioners because we will be facing a strong rival in the upcoming decade. Next one is network pharmacology. I'm explaining with three examples. First one is linoleic acid. It is predominantly practiced as a supplement to cure cardiovascular disorders. Second one is L-arginine. It is also given for management of oligospermia as well as erectile dysfunction. Third one is glutathione. It is predominantly used by actors to improve their complexion as well as to maintain their aging. So you can see that under linoleic acid, I have added the image of terminally Arjuna and L-arginine. I've shown the image of Mucuna pruriens, that is our Kapikachu, and glutathione is being stimulated by Amlagi. So these are the active phytochemical present in these drugs which are already available in our Samhidas. So you can see that our medication is being kind of looted by the modern science, and we are not even aware about this happening in the present contemporary medical scenario. So this will be even more with the help of network pharmacology because they'll be able to mimic our drug action with the help of these kind of molecules and capsules in the upcoming decade. Next, coming to the social challenges, first challenge will be skepticism. So as you can see that there is a campaign going around, so that there is a fake propaganda that is acting against our Ayurvedic community, telling that we are pseudoscientific and we are not having any validation for our values. So because of that, skepticism will be there among all the community, which will hamper the belief and trust in human beings in our science, which will subsequently lead to a reduction in the medical complaints. The patient will not be in a position to complain, to take our advices or choose to our lifestyle advices, and this will create a much bigger challenge for all Ayurvedic professionals in the upcoming decade. And on top of that, we know that there is an increment in the sedentary lifestyle in the future. So that you can imagine the scenario where humans will be in a constant usage of junk food and sedentary lifestyle, and we are going to tell them that they have to move towards Ayurvedic lifestyle, and we are advising them Patya. So in the upcoming decade, people are already mentally hampered, and their mental temperament, everything is broken. And at that time, they are living in that comfort zone where any inflammation can be managed with anti-inflammatory drugs. So I don't think they'll be in a position to adopt Ayurvedic Patya or adopt Ayurvedic management or adopt our system of lifestyle in that era, not now, but in the upcoming era. So their mental stability, everything will be taunted by that time. So this will certainly lead to a social challenge which we will be facing. Most of the Ayurvedic practitioners will be facing in the upcoming era. Next one is coming to the conclusion of my presentation. What can we do to fight these problems? First one is education. I'm a little bit aware that most of the Ayurvedic practitioners are not aware about these challenges. So first we need to educate our people. Then only we can survive this area, because we need to give them the importance of this updation, this knowledge, everything. We have to educate our community first. Then we have to give subsequent awareness to the community about the values that we are, about Ayurvedic values, the values we are providing to the society. So in that two ways, we can do that. Along with that, updation and improvisation is needed. So just like Namaste portal, just like that, we have to update our knowledge. Our system and our concept should be ready for machine learning. It should be ready for updating and to be synchronized with artificial intelligence. So we can convert these technological challenges to our strength. We can convert these technological challenges to our strength, and we can build Ayurveda to a whole new level. And this will subsequently lead to mainstreaming of Ayurveda. With mainstreaming of Ayurveda, I mean that for every issues, even in case of emergencies also, patients should be first approaching towards Ayurvedic doctors. Then only there will be a better future and better flourishment of Ayurveda as a science in the upcoming decade. So I have only focused on the problems and challenges which we will be facing in the upcoming decade, not in the present scenario. So that is the system which I'm totally focusing on. So with this, I'm thanking all the judging panel, all the members, and all the dignitaries present over here. Once again, I'm thanking all the PG scholars also. With this, I'm thanking everyone. Thank you.
Gopakumar sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, dear, for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My simple question is, if you are given the role of a policy maker, to make an important change related with the legal aspects of Ayurvedic systems of medicine, which will be the first priority to bring into the practice as a legal change, as a policy maker?
Okay, sir. On the context of Ayurveda alone, I'll make a bigger aspect. I'll try to combine and integrate not only Ayurveda, we'll make a single integrated Indian system of medicine where we can integrate both the best part of Ayurveda as well as best part of allopathic medicine, best part of homeopathic medicine, so that we can serve the humanity in a better
My dear, just a minute. See, my question is, which will be the law you are going to bring into the practice for the benefit of Ayurveda? That is the question. You are a policy maker and you are given the opportunity to bring a law, a new law for the benefit of Ayurveda. What is that?
So that the law which I'll be proposing is that law which will be improving the drug availability. That is, which will be promoting our drug cultivation, sir. That will help in the further future, sir, in the upcoming decade. So that will be much more helpful, and we can also give encouragement for any digitalization or anything that helps us to digitalize the knowledge of Ayurveda. Even the concept of gunas are not being totally, algorithm of guna is also not being digitalized. So first law which I'll be allowing is, it will be something that will be preserving our herbal contents, sir. All the herbal medications should be preserved, so that there will be significance. For example, if you are identifying a particular area with biodiversity, which is having significant biodiverse content of our Ayurvedic drugs, there should be a certain rule that should preserve that area alone. So that will help.
Doctor, are you aware of the Biodiversity Act?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Biodiversity Act is already there.
It is already there.
So what new you will bring, as Gopakumarji has? But anyway, I want to ask you about the artificial intelligence. You said that it is a challenge, like smartphones and the online technologies, the Zoom. We have made it a partner to knowledge spread of Ayurveda. So if I say that instead of a challenge, artificial intelligence is a partner for Ayurveda, how you will give an example?
Yes, sir. The problem is artificial intelligence can be taken as a partner and can be a challenge. But the problem is we have to work harder to make it a partner, sir. Because now we are digitalizing, but the contribution of Ayurveda towards machine learning is not yet established, sir. Without machine learning, we can't move towards artificial intelligence, sir.
So one quick example of Ayurvedic machine learning.
Ayurvedic machine learning is not established, but first priority or first idea which I'll be suggesting that we should make a system where our guna system will be properly digitalized. If guna is totally digitalized,
got it, doctor. Got it, doctor.
Yes, sir.
Anand,
That's what I'm. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. I have a doubt regarding the presentation. You have already stated about.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Please focus on the camera. Sir, your face is not visible. Okay, right.
Okay. I have heard about in the presentation about the social challenges you have posted.
Yes, sir.
So I am asking you that the concept of a family doctor, what is your concept, and how will you introduce the family concept family doctor to face this social challenge?
Sir, as a family doctor, but the main issue with social challenge will be skepticism, sir. So people will be doubtful. So in the upcoming scenario, not now, I'm not talking about the contemporary scenario, but in the upcoming decade, people will be doubtful, sir. The doubtfulness of the people will be even more, sir. So even in the scenario of a family doctor also, there will be controversies within the family. For example, if I'm family doctor of a particular family, and there will be controversies. If the wife will be a follower of allopathic medication and the son will be a follower of homeopathic medication, in the upcoming decade, because of the lack of awareness, there will be doubtfulness and a controversy within the family, which will be challenging the authenticity of the family doctor in the upcoming decades. So I'm only focusing on the decade, so that there will be like, even if the son is kind of a non-believer of Ayurveda, then that will question the issue in the upcoming future, sir. So I feel like it is a doubtful, the existence of family doctor will be a doubtful state in the upcoming future, because all this scenario we have been seeing, humans and family, we are having certain commitments with our own family doctors. But in the upcoming decades, people are having lesser belief towards God also, lesser belief towards this science also. So I feel like in the upcoming decade, it will be more challenging to stay as a family doctor in the upcoming decade.
So what is your suggestion?
Yes, sir. My suggestion is that we have to do subsequent awareness to the community, sir. We are doing the subsequent awareness, but more scientific. Awareness should be done in more scientific validation. Just like giving and propagating our publication, we have to give more scientific. For example, just have mentioned network pharmacology. Network pharmacology can also be taken as a huge strength for Ayurveda, sir. For example, there is one article published in which they have focused on the Triphala, the anti-carcinogenic action of Triphala. So that will be given more promotion, so that people should be aware about the real knowledge of Ayurveda, sir. With that network of pharmacology, all the challenges, technological challenges, the importance of technological challenges, that each challenge can be converted to our strength, but we have to work harder. But in the present scenario, our updations and our motion is not good enough to face the challenge which will be coming in the upcoming decade. So if you are working harder, then both the technological challenge will be our strength in the decade. That is what I'm pointing towards.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, are you aware of the national protocol for COVID-19 and the role
Yes,
of specifically I am asking the input of network pharmacology. Can you very quickly give me just one line answer? What role network pharmacology played in formulating the national protocol?
Yes, sir. I know that about against national COVID pandemic, the aspect of network pharmacology is that it is mainly, I think it is I'm not that much sure.
Anyway, no issues. So I would suggest you to read it. It's very interesting how how the main drug ashwagandha was arrived at.
Yes, sir, ashwagandha, and it was added as an adjuvant in the US also, sir.
Yes.
So that is actually literally very much mind blowing to all the Ayurvedic practitioners.
So that's what surprised me, that you are using what our strengths are as challenges. Network pharmacology as well as
challenges,
artificial
sir.
intelligence are our strengths in the next decade.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Anyway,
It is our
good
challenge,
presentation.
sir. But yes, sir.
Good
Thank you.
presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, I know that these are our strengths, but we have to work more to cope up with the upcoming decade, the technologies, sir. That's what I'm pointing out.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks.
Nice presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Dear judges, that was test number PG22003. I request all the participants to stop sharing the during the presentation. During the discussion session. Okay. Okay.
Participants are requested to stop sharing their screen during discussion time. Here is the first count for PG22006. First count for PG22006.
Yes, ma'am.
Please turn on your video. PG22006. Please turn on your video.
Okay,
right.
sir.
Your face is visible. You are audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To start the slideshow, just okay. Just move one or two slides.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Just move one or two slides. Yeah, right. Are you ready?
Okay, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Okay. Good morning to all. Welcome to the presentation. I begin my topic with all due respect to that Apurva Vaidya, Dr. Prakash Mangalassery. My topic is challenges for Ayurvedic practitioners, analysis as a prospective cohort model. What are the challenges faced by Ayurvedic practitioners? Obviously, the challenges are endless in the field of Ayurveda, and it will continue incessantly. So, please pay your attention to this collage. These are some randomly collected images from social medias. Just go through it. What are the challenges? Lack of adequate insurance claims in Ayurveda. Lack of bridging between the artificial intelligence and the lack of harmony between the allopathy and Ayurveda. Overcrowded quack physicians in the field of Ayurveda. Increased self-medication among the patients. All these are the challenges. After all, the withdrawal of young doctors from the field of Ayurveda and diversion to other areas are also some challenges. So we have to classify these challenges based on a particular criteria. So here the challenges are classified based on the Pada Chadushtaya or Chadushpada. Here, Dravya Dwara Abhigraha, Ubastada Dwara Abhigraha, and Yogi Dwara Abhigraha are not directly related to the Bishop Dwara Abhigraha, even though these are indirectly and definitely affect the physician's profession. So we have to move through the challenges ahead and the solutions to overcome these challenges. These are the Bishop Dwara Abhigraha. So exploitation of the Ayurveda focused on the tour sites by the trade mafias, lack of integrated approaches in Ayurveda, lack of scientific evidence-based researches on basic theories, emerging self-financing colleges and the commercialization of Ayurveda, reactionary attitude of allopathy towards Ayurveda, lack of practicing pure Ayurveda, and salary without increment and meager, the dominance of traditional families, coupling action of the quacks and fakes. All these are some challenges for Bishop Dwara Abhigraha. Then moving to the current scenario of the profession. Among the total Ayurvedic population, 60% are from either private sector practitioners or are jobless. So they are here put in the red zone. Another 25% are 10% are from the traditional background or those who are practicing in the public sector. They are in the safer zone, so they are put in the green zone. The remaining 5% are those who quit the field and diverted to other fields. This is the current scenario of the profession. Moving to the Dravya Dwara Abhigraha. the scarcity of genuine drugs, use of preservatives in excess of standardized dosage that is prescribed by API. Detailed description of our formulations are available even in the social medias, which will promote the patient to treat themselves. Then new generation always looking for some magical remedies to save their time due to their tight schedule, shift of works, etc. Then lack of scientific clinical trials and documentation of drug research, patenting of Ayurvedic drugs by the foreign monopolies. These are the international level of challenges. Then profitable intermediaries between the drug cultivators and Ayurvedic practitioners is another challenge. Then moving to the Upastada Dwara Abhigraha, commercialization of Upastada, that is the game behind the home nurse recruitment agencies and hospital-based mafias, etc. Then lack of humanity, kindness, and empathy in the present era, lack of tool for assessing the stress among the caretakers, lack of syllabus-based professional caregiver course for Ayurvedic hospital-based bystanders, then financial crisis of patient to appoint a good caretaker. All these are Upastada Dwara Abhigraha. Then finally, moving to the Rogi Dwara Abhigraha, the multi-drug therapies and the chronic lifestyle disorders followed by the long-term medications will definitely lead to the lack of freshness or navinatva in the disease. Then lack of time for preparing and consuming medicines like kashayas, lehyas, etc. Frequent Google search and self-medication is another headache for the physician. Then difficulty to seek treatment in the private sector due to economic crisis. Lack of insurance coverages for chronic conditions in Ayurveda. These are Rogi Dwara Abhigraha or challenges related to the patient. So here, proposals for long-term solution. The challenges are definitely endless. So it is a need of our to find some long-term based solutions. So here I put forward two proposals as a long-term agenda. First one is a prospective cohort model, and the second one is the 2.0 solution for Karma Siddhi. First one is plan to find challenges as a cohort model. Here we have to identify the occupational cohort. That means among the total Ayurveda doctors, we have to classify private sector practitioners and public sector practitioners. Then screening of the individual cohort will be done. Methods of data collection will be through the interview surveys, monitoring of the medical records of successful and failure cases, and Google Forms. Then periodical follow-up will be done and observations and findings will be analyzed thoroughly. The further plans are publication of the results, then plan to find solutions to overcome the challenges. Finally, implementation of these solutions among practitioners. This is the schematic blueprint of the prospective cohort model I have put forwarded here. The second one is the 2.0 solution. That is implementation of the artificial intelligence for Karma Siddhi. Here, enhancement of e-knowledge platforms like e-CMEs, e-telecommunications, e-lectures, then innovative changes in the diagnosis, objective parametric evaluation of the disease, drug pathway analysis through the drug researchers, robotic caretakers and robotic surgical assistants, incorporation of the systems biology, bioinformatics, and network physiology in artificial intelligence. All these can be integrated with Ayurveda for the Karma Siddhi of the physician. That means Tattvadigara Shastrartha, Swayamkriti, Pratyulpanamadi, Dhiman, Vyavasayi, Visharada, and Lagu Hasta of the physician. Moving to the conclusion, it is the need for the survival in the current scenario to find the challenges. Any science needs periodic changes and renovations for its successful modus operandi. It is hoped that this will be the beginning of a new change. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Gopakumar sir, your time.
Participant PG 22006, please stop sharing. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Anand sir, you can begin this time.
Okay, sir. Okay. I am asking you one or two questions. It's a good categorized one. You have presented it well. In system biology, bioinformatics, and network physiology, you have mentioned about the solutions. So can you mention the name or method which is applicable to explore these areas of network physiology and bioinformatics? What is the method you can apply?
Sir, all these can be applied in our Rajana Sharira.
Yeah.
In our basic principles, like our.
So there is a model. There is a model for assessing these pathways. So which model? Can you name the model?
Sir, I think that is Human Genome Project.
That's a model which is applied in, yeah, you can say like animal study, clinical study. There's one model.
Sir, we can implement initially in animals only. After that, gradually we can implement all these concepts in human body also, like the Human Genome Project.
Other than the animal model, some emerging models are there for assessing these pathways. You have mentioned about 2.0.
Yes, sir.
So it is included, it is under that. Can you name that?
Sir, robotic models.
Robotic. We are all with the computers.
Yes, sir.
So there is a model. Can you name that? Okay, fine, no problem. So one more question. The reactionary attitude of allopathy doctors towards Ayurveda. Some doctors are doing that in the social network. So how can you face that? How can you have a strong answer to that, or how can you face scientifically? How can you face?
Sir, the lack of evidence is the greatest problem in our field. So we have to prove all these theories or basic principles based on some scientific theories or scientific evidences through clinical trials and researches. After that, we can implement all these.
Your suggestion, one suggestion to making it evidence-based.
Sir, I didn't get you.
Yeah, pardon?
Sir, can you ask once again?
Pardon?
Sir, can you ask once again?
Yeah, can you suggest one method to make it evidence-based?
Sir, documentation of every stories, that means successful and failure stories by each and every practitioner.
So what is it called? What is it called? Publishing that clinical stories, what is it called?
Sir, I have already mentioned it as a cohort model.
Okay, it's not cohort, but simply case studies and case reports.
Okay, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay, doctor.
Okay. Sir, shall I ask one
question?
Yes,
please go, Kumar, sir.
Okay, nice presentation. My question is, what is your opinion if allopathic doctors are given an opportunity to study Ayurveda in an academic scenario? What is your opinion?
Sir, there is no need of sanction from an allopathic doctor to practice our Ayurveda. We are individual.
Not to practice. They are given an opportunity to study Ayurveda in their academy.
Sir, some of the allopathic doctors are willing to give such opportunities. So those who are willing to give us an opportunity can be selected, and we can make an integrated system with them.
You didn't get his point. Anyway, doctor, on one hand, you are dealing with modern, that is allopathic practitioners as challenge, and you are saying Bishak Abhigraha, the word you have used, and you have mentioned traditional Vaidyas as one of the challenges to our growth. How come? Can you please explain that?
Sir, that means that is a challenge for youngest medical practitioners because they do not have a great tradition to claim. Then they all are in a pathetic situation.
So that is an individual problem. It is not a problem of our science.
Yes, sir.
So how come you put it together as a, you can say, challenge?
I think it was a common problem among the young doctors who do not have a great tradition to claim. So,
in fact, the whole Ayurveda is a great tradition to claim.
Yes, sir. But people are always seeking for a tradition-based physicians.
Yes. Anyway, Ayurveda is called a traditional medicine as per se, as a definition. So we can lay claim to tradition. Everybody can lay claim to that.
Okay,
anyway, it was a good presentation, interesting take. Thank you very much, Dr. 006. Okay.
Hope the discussion is over.
Yes, we can move, right?
Thank you. So, judges, please note that was test number PG 22006. And now we move on to the next presentation.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22008. First call for PG 22008.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You are visible. You can
okay, I'll share.
sharing. Yeah.
Yes, 1 second. I'll just. Yes. 1 second.
Your screen is visible right now.
Yeah, the slides are moving, sir. Are
No,
you able
no.
to?
Please
They
put
are
it
not
in
moving.
slideshow mode.
I have already put it in a slideshow mode, sir.
No,
Can you
no,
see?
no.
Not there? Okay, 1 second, 1 second. Now you're able to see, sir?
No.
Still? Still?
Yeah, right now. Right now it's okay. You please.
The slides are moving,
slides.
sir?
Yeah, it's moving. It's moving.
Okay. I'll start my presentation.
Okay. So, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your time starts now.
Okay. So, good morning to one and all. I'm actually very honored and to be blessed actually to be able to present this presentation in front of you among all the gurus that are present here. Anyways, so the topic we all know, moving on to the aims with this presentation, I would like to address the challenges, to address the reasons and look for the possible solution. So moving on to the background. So it has been existing from 5,000 years ago. The very aspect of Ayurveda, the most important objective is Swasthasya Swastharakshanam, which is prevention and promotion of health, which has proven as a blessing during the COVID-19. And it focuses on root cause. Unlike the modern medicine, we all know that it focuses on the root cause. It also propagates on harmony, balancing, and approaches are very integrative. Then why still we face these challenges? Such integrative, such nice medicine, and we're still facing challenges. This question I'll answer in the conclusion. Anyways, moving on to what are the challenges we are facing. We are facing the challenges in terms of education, research, clinical practice, industry, regulation, medicines, and quality. So what are the reasons? Visionless scientists, entrenched administration, quality education is lacking, dominant Western science, and the colonial legacy that is still continuing. So what is the necessity? We all know that Ayurvedic, why are we discussing these challenges in the first place? We all know that if Ayurveda is still existing, it is because of the blood and sweat of the Ayurvedic practitioners that has been protecting this science from the time immemorial. So if they keep on, coming across these obstacles, the very existence of Ayurveda will be weakened and it will become a weak science because no one will want to, practice this science anymore. So I'll just quickly go on to, what are the challenges we are facing. Education, now it has been, we are trying to reform it thanks to NCISM. Moving on to the medicine, there is a lack of genuinity, quality, every batch is different, processing, etc. There's one more thing that I've noticed is because of the commercialization, there is lack of genuine treatments, be it in terms of panchkarma, etc. And because of which the quality of the main, panchkarma treatments have been reduced. And standard protocols should be issued by NCISM.
And one of my colleagues has pointed out that Patya is a challenge for Ayurveda, but I won't think, because Patya is actually a very strong point when it comes to Ayurveda. It is a very strong line of treatment and it is often avoided. So what actually the problem is, be it medicine, line of treatment, or Patya, whenever we are avoiding this, there is a lack of positive results in the patients, and that's why the physicians get discouraged. It's not because they have. Anyways, yeah, they directly or indirectly affects. Then moving on to the research aspect. So lack of budget is, I think, not even a problem anymore, because the Ayurvedic fraternity this time has been given a good amount of budget. We need to properly utilize it. Lack of evidence, I'll come upon it. So we all are talking about evidence-based Ayurveda. We are not even thinking about what are the basis that we are creating this evidence. We are taking modern science as a standard of reference to establish our science. And till we're going to do that, we will never be able to establish our science. We will never be able to, give a proper evidence to our science. So Ayurveda Chikitsa is not being diagnosed on the principles of Ayurvedic principles, and research parameters are all modern, standards. Standardizing Ayurvedic diagnostics and treatment protocol is very important and essential. It is the need of the hour. And another thing is the expectation and mindset of the people, of the students, of the physicians. People want to just pop up one pill and be cured. Students want to just cram up things and be it easy for them to, learn the definition of modern science, then learn the shlokas because they don't understand it. Because they want to hold on to the patient, they want to just do it very quickly. They want a very okay. So physicians, because they want the whole patient to be hold on, they go through this mindset of modern medicine. Anyways, so moving on to some of the challenges that I have faced. First of all, I've been approached by many foreign-based companies seeking for Ayurvedic knowledge. After COVID-19, world is going crazy. They want to commercialize it, but the problem is they don't want to give you any credit, and the money that they are providing you is very less. This is again a big challenge and trap for Ayurvedic physicians. Next challenge that I've faced as a young researcher is that publication in big journals like Wiley, etc., is next to impossible. My articles have been rejected many times, and if such thing is keep on going like that, who will read our concepts, our principles, and how we will be able to flourish globally? And next day, some other foreign-based scientists will come up and give our own principles to ourselves, because Ayurvedic good publications only we Ayurvedic people only we read. Next is recognition of Ayurvedic education globally. We know that Chinese medicine is even recognized in foreign university, but that is not in the case of Ayurveda. So with one of the colleague, my sir here asked that what are the reforms that you would like to do. I would do something in the case of recognition of Ayurveda in educational, globally recognition of education of Ayurveda. So moving on to discussion, we have seen that there is a lack of value, and we can see that my colleagues have described about we need to dynamically, scientifically, and ethically prove this Ayurveda. But what my take in this is, we need to create awareness and education. And the answer to why that I initially asked is, as long as we take modern medicine as a standard for Ayurvedic treatment, physicians will always face challenges no matter what. We need to understand that Ayurveda and modern medicine are derived from different epistemological and ontological premises. And this will create a lowered self-image, a lowered self-confidence, and it will show that we don't have a faith in our own science. And we need a validation from the people who are not even the right sources to give us validation. Moving on, instead of comparing our science with others, we need to focus on our science deeply. We need to re-understand it and modernize it in such a way that it is relevant to present era, as well as not deviating from the very principles. This is the very concept of Charak Samhita Siddhisthan that is described in Adhyaya 30. And in conclusion, I want to say, yatascha ayushyani anayushyani. We need to adapt certain principles, concepts, etc., which are ayushya to Ayurveda and Ayurvedic physicians, so that they can propagate Ayurveda well and good. Ayushani, like Ayurvedic treatment protocols should be there, standardization, references, parameters. We are able to face whatever challenges they are going to be. Otherwise, we'll always going to face the challenges. With this, thank you.
Judges, please note that was test number PG 22008.
Okay, 008. Thank you. So
you can end the presentation.
Gopakumar sir, will you begin?
Yes, sir. And so that was a nice analytical presentation. My question is, somewhere you told that the existing modern parameters of research methodology is not doing that much good to the Ayurveda.
Yes, sir.
So can you suggest how you can accept or how you can take the Ayurvedic research methodology with the contemporary medical needs by which there can be a better research?
Okay, sir. So first of all, like we can see that certain principles in Ayurveda, like health itself, we have a definition of health, but we don't know how to prove it. And we need to form certain either standardized questionnaires or either standardize some, parameters, biomarkers. There's so many biomarkers. For example, I'm right now in NIN and they are doing some research on epigenetics. Epigenetics is nothing but the science which is already existing that, the genetics is responsible for various diseases. They have just formulated it into some other term, modern term, and they are proving it. When they can prove it, why not we just explore various terminologies that the modern people use and actually, put it there in front of people before anybody else can. So, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anand sir, your turn.
Okay, sir. That was a good presentation and you are very confident in this field. One or two questions I need to ask is, you have mentioned about education is the key.
Yes, sir.
So there is a very good method which can be adopted as problem-based learning in education.
Yes, sir.
So can you suggest an example which we can introduce a problem-based learning model in education?
So problem-based learning model can be useful for the students. How? Because now what we actually do is we go always prospectively. We are going like, this is the disease, this is the pathogenesis, samprapti or whatever. But we need to go retrospectively as well, because whenever we are going retrospectively, we are able to understand it more clearly and it will stay in our brains for a very long time. But when we are going it prospectively, it will just be a novel that we are reading. That's it. So we will just forget it. And that is what the main problem is. So practical approach and this problem-based kind of education, retrospective education is really important when it comes to Ayurveda. Yes, sir.
Okay. One more thing I need to clear is that you have mentioned about Ayurveda investigations in Ayushya.
Yes, sir.
You have
categorized
two, Ayushya and Anayushya.
Yes,
so
sir.
Ayushya, you have mentioned about Ayurveda investigations.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any suggestions
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, sir, Charaka nowhere mentioned about diseases. In chapter 8 also, he goes on saying that, nomenclature of the disease is not important. He goes on saying that you should treat Vata, Pitta, Kapha. That is the main basis. So if we are able to diagnose these Vata, Pitta, Kapha, then there is no, I don't think so there's need of in these investigations at all. Like, I'm not saying that not at all, but at a large scale, we don't need it. Like, for example, in my case, only when I was in second year, I went for abdominal pain, and my ma'am, I don't want to say, but she was also Ayurvedic physician. She straight away gave a USG go, you can do, but it was nothing but Vata disorder. So such kind of basic things we can adapt, like diagnosing what are vata qualities. Our science is very subjective, very qualitative. So we should adapt certain questionnaires, etc., standardize them so that they become investigations for our, patients.
Do you have any comment on Nadi Pariksha or Mutra Pariksha? Or...
Sir, we have to see whether they are, they can be applicable now or not. Mutra Pariksha, yeah, if it is like really, if it comes out really genuinely, then why not? But as Charaka has mentioned, that your science should be modernized in such a way that it does not deviate from your principles. So we should adapt it in such a way that it is modernized as well, and not deviating from the principles. So if we can come up with something like that, then of course, sure.
Okay, sir. Over.
Doctor, as I will take you from the last sentence you have used, that we should modernize it.
Yes, sir.
And you have, don't you consider the present day Ayurveda modern Ayurveda?
Sir, there are two aspects I will like to tell you.
You have
First
consistently, let me complete
sir.
that. You have consistently used the term modern medicine for allopathic medicine or Western or conventional medicine or what we call biomedicine. So are you saying in the other word as Arthapatti that Ayurveda is not modern?
No, sir. I'm not saying that. Ayurveda is the most modernist science ever. It is beyond like all the sciences. That is the living proof is this COVID-19, where I've also worked in COVID wards, and I can see that where remdesivir has not worked, Sitapaladi Churn has worked like crazy.
So I will say that just a minute. I will take up on your other statement on COVID-19.
Yes, sir.
So you said that investigations don't matter. So a fever.
No, sir.
So pitta vruddhi.
Yes, sir.
And with RT-PCR positive.
Yes, sir.
Does it not change the perspective?
Yes, sir. I also mentioned that we do not need to completely eradicate all the investigations. We need investigations, but we wherever we can, utilize Vata, Pitta, Kapha, we should take it as a first step instead of jumping. I also gave the example, like instead of going with Vata, Pitta, Kapha, she just gave me the USD. So such practices should not be there. I'm not saying that we should completely eradicate all the investigations. They are equally important. And yes, sir.
Got that.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. Hope all the discussions are over. And that was just number PG 22008. And next we move on to the next presentation.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22009.
Hello, sir.
The first call for PG 22009.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Recording in progress. Can I share the screen now, sir?
Yes. You can share your screen. You are visible?
Okay, sir.
Your screen is visible right now.
Is it okay, sir, now?
Yeah, it's somewhat okay. Yes, okay. We just move one or two slides. Okay. Are you ready?
So can I start it, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your time starts right now.
A very good morning to one and all. I would like to present challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decade. My code number is PG 22009. It is estimated that there are nearly 450,000 registered Ayurvedic practitioners in India, with approximately 12,000 UG, 1,200 PG, and number of PGD annual admission seats. There are over 8,000 licensed pharmacies with a domestic annual turnover of rupees 10,000 crores and an export over 1,000 crores. In spite of this huge infrastructure, the whole sector continues to remain sick and unorganized and is still out of the mainstream of the healthcare delivery system of this country. A number of areas need to be addressed at different administrative level so that a right image may be projected and a true public awareness may be created, which finally results in global acceptance of Ayurveda. Upon this note, I would like to draw your attention to a few areas of challenges faced by Ayurveda fraternity, such as education system, drug scarcity, research, global acceptance, etc. Coming to the education system, Ayurveda being one of the major shareholders in Ayush, it has faced major setbacks and challenges and setbacks in the educational sector that requires immediate reconstruction. Even though NCISM has imposed various education norms and regulations, the existing system has not been completely successful in producing confidence among Ayurveda graduates for practicing pure Ayurveda. There may be several reasons attributing toward this, including students' difficulty to understand basic principles of Ayurveda, inadequate infrastructure, insufficient patient flow required to develop a clinical orientation, and mushrooming of Ayurveda colleges also responsible for the erosion in the standards of education. What may be the solution? A strict implementation of norms should be laid out while granting approvals for Ayurveda educational sectors in terms of minimum standard of requirement and compulsory norms on NABH accreditation processes. The undergraduate levels of Ayurveda education should be reformed to more disciplined schedules in exploring the basic skills of students in diagnosis, panchakarma, and other paramedical procedures, since this has a major role in supplementing to the primary healthcare delivery system of our nation. Reformation of examination system is mandatory as the present examination system is focused on mere subject-wise notes and classical references. But the pattern of these examinations should be more of assessing the student's ability in the understanding of the subject in the purview of Ayurveda principles, and also by including basics of Ayurveda in school curriculum so that it helps to have a clear idea of what Ayurveda is in childhood itself. Next is drug scarcity. The demand of Ayurvedic drug is growing day by day. This is clearly mentioned by WHO as seen in the slide. The destructive harvesting and the habitat loss by export of medicinal plants collected from wild sources lead to severe and irreplaceable loss of genetic stock of many plant species. Scarcity of these herbal drugs affect status of production, business, as well as the quality of end products. At this point, manufacturers will be forced to buy substandard qualities of raw products, and that too for high prices, and also intentionally paves the way for unethical practices of adulteration, substitution, deletion, and incorporation of certain other drugs while formulating. Considering the seriousness of this crisis, the government should coordinate various sectors of relevant firms, including National Medicinal Plant Board and agricultural sectors, to rescue and preserve the plant varieties popularly used in formulations and to launch expanded bans of in situ and ex situ conservative measures. A proper audit with regards to annual consumption of raw drugs should be conducted. Popularize the potential avenue of medicinal plants among local farmers for their commercial cultivation, along with addressing the need of farmers, such as giving grants, incentives, loans, etc. Next part is research. Whether Ayurveda needs research? Yes, it is necessary not only to convince other streams of medicine or for the global attention, but also for the goodness of mankind. Various researchers started to feel that rather than conventional evidence-based clinical trials, practice-based clinical trials should be organized for Ayurveda. So there is an emergency for a paradigm shift in the research methodology because of the individualistic treatment approach of Ayurveda. But due to inadequate research methodology and lack of scientifically validated diagnostic tools are the lacunae for the development of research in our field. To test and validate upon its fundamental principles and also to evaluate the mode of action of different drugs, more advanced techniques and in-depth screening with various diagnostic tools and assessment scales should be encompassed to Ayurveda research methodology if the science is to be truly explored, and bring more number of institutes exclusively for the purpose of research in Ayurveda, enriched with the eminent personalities of Ayurveda and Ayurveda scholars and other experts from various sectors. The research protocols should be designed on the basic concepts of Ayurveda, that is Agni, Dhatu, etc. And also, we should inculcate the importance of research from academic level itself to bring up more refined, authentic works from the young Ayurveda doctors, along with the publication in reputed journals by using advanced research methodologies. This is highly inevitable for the promotion of Ayurveda. Coming to global acceptance, Ayurveda cannot be effectively tackled up without assessing to its basic foundations, since this is going to be the most referent points towards globalization. Now it's the need of the hour to have an immediate self-retrospection regarding the current scenario, and the primary points to be scrutinized are the prevalence of Ayurveda through traditions, whether it is considered as subsidiary or mainstream medical systems, its credibility as a traditional system of medicine, its sustainability in present health scenario, and global marketing strategies adapted in the promotion and practice of Ayurveda and its drugs, etc. This can be tackled by studies, researchers, structured documentation, and system-wise database developments carried out by the analysis core team members to evaluate potentiality and applicability of Ayurveda in terms of international standards. And Ayurveda should lay great emphasis on setting up of centers of excellence for public health, maternal child health care, preventive and social health care, immunology, lifestyle disorders, and other debilitating and devastating conditions to address the urgent need for its great attention. To meet the current global trends and interests through resource allocation, excellent governance, and management. Even though I explained only a few challenges in this presentation, there are n number of challenges, including unemployment and exploitation, unethical and unprofessional promotion of Ayurveda through social media, reckless usage of Ayurveda medicines. All these can shatter the reliability of Ayurveda. But by addressing the challenges with the proper solutions, Ayurveda can definitely create a benchmark. And now it's the need of our to propagate the potentials of this system globally, keeping its identity as a mainstream medical system rather than paving ways to question its credibility and reputation. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Gopakumar, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, that was my presentation. So my question is, you are requested to report two major issues of the house surgeons passing out of our Ayurvedic campuses. Now, every year Ayurvedic doctors are passing out. And you are requested to submit two problems with their solution of the outgoing students of this year. What will be your suggestions?
Thank you for the question, sir. So when I asked with the many students in our campus and also other colleges, the most problem they are facing is the lack of confidence and also communication problems. So any measures which can be included to
don't tell any measures, tell measure.
Okay, sir. So to boost their confidence, we can incorporate more number of workshops, more number of practical classes. All these things can be boost their practical skills, and also give more platforms like this to present their views, their papers in front of scientific community. Then only they can correct their views. These are the two things I want to say.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Anand, sir.
Okay, sir. My question is that you have mentioned about skill development. So,
yes, sir.
How to incorporate more skill development programs in the academy? What are your suggestions?
So this is what I said almost earlier, sir, because for increasing their skills, they have to attend more number of workshops. Because when I studied in my UG, I didn't get enough practical classes and more number of workshops. Now I'm doing PG. Now I get these classes like this, sir. Now, so if the authorities, especially in private sector, if they provide more number of these type of classes, and also sir, in Panchakarma, and also in diagnosis and like paramedical procedures. If they gave such classes for us, that will be more beneficial when we came out from our colleges as a BMS student. And now
Okay.
also I feel some kind of lack of confidence because of my I didn't get enough opportunity to attend classes, and also I didn't get enough other workshops. So
Okay. One more
this is,
question.
I feel.
Okay, it's fine. One more question. So, what do you think? What are the major health challenges in the coming decade?
Okay, so according to International Journal of Health and Community Medicine, the 37.3% is the prevalence of lifestyle disease currently we have. And also in this COVID era, the increasing psychiatric complaints, including their anxiety, COVID anxiety, such kind of diseases. Everything is getting more and more nowadays. So psychiatric complaints, lifestyle disorders, and increasing geriatric problems, everything is increasing day by day. So Ayurveda has a lot of things to do in these sectors, along with its preventive measures like dinacharya, adopting dinacharya, rudacharya, kalika shodhana, everything we can do for its best. So we can adopt such things, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Doctor, you said that you didn't get an opportunity to study enough. So are you suggesting to the NCISM Ayurveda board chairman to increase the number of classes for UG students?
Actually, I don't want to blame my instructor. Actually, I didn't mean it because, but nowadays we're getting more of webinars and everything. So we are taking notes on that, and now we are seeing
that is by choice. You can or you cannot. It is your prerogative. Similarly, in the classroom also, the authorities have devised a course, curriculum, syllabus, everything. So
actually, sir,
it is ideal.
Yes.
It is aimed to be ideal. So you want to increase that. Another question I want to ask is, you said about the NMPB. All the solutions you have suggested regarding the cultivation and all that, those are already in place in NMPB structure.
Yes,
so
sir.
What more do you want? As I said, what more do you want in the syllabus, and what more do you want in NMPB structure?
So they are doing at its best, but strict norms and laws should be established, because even though drug scarcity is there, increasing number of increasing deforestation and increasing export of our medicinal plants is increasing. So we should limit all these things. Even though our India is in under 12 mega diversity country, but it's deteriorating because of the increased urbanization, commercialization, etc. So sir, and I want to increase one more thing. Sir asked to me that you want more classes. Sir, I have one more request, because even though we studied Sanskrit in first year of BAMS to understand the base, but it's not, it doesn't meet the exact needs of proper understanding of basic principles of Ayurveda. So and even not as a syllabus, we should learn more Sanskrit to understand the basic principles as such. So that's one of my requests.
So there are already electives in place. Sanskrit is a mainstream subject also, and there are further electives in this new MSc. So, but after all, it is an elective. So it is a choice of the student what he wants to learn. He can grow from as basic as Sanskrit to artificial intelligence. He can go anywhere. This is a very broad-based and very progressive MSc. Okay, shall we end on that note? Thanks, Dr. 009.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, sir. That was PG 22009. And next we move on to the next presentation, PG 22018.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22018. Here is the first call for PG
Hello, am I audible?
22018.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Is your
doctor.
audio?
Are my slides visible?
Yes, doctor.
Thank you. So shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good morning,
Are
all
you
the
ready?
honor. Yes. Good morning, all the
Wait,
honor.
wait, wait, wait. Your time starts now.
Good morning, all the honorable dignitaries and all respect to Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, sir. Today I'm going to present the topic challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decade. Contents: introduction, challenges, discussion, conclusion. Coming to introduction. Success of a treatment completely depends upon Pada Chatushtayam. Among them, Vaidya is the most important one. Though there is advancement of technology and improvement in science, still Ayurveda physicians face difficulty to prove its purity to the outside world. Jnanapurvakam hi karmanam samarambham prashamsanti kushala. This quote from Charaka Vimana, 8th chapter, states that though a wise man could, after getting a complete knowledge about his work, only should start his work. So when we are thinking about our education system, though we are completing our BMS curriculum in 5.5 years, our physicians are not getting maximum understanding about the proper training, or they are not into incorporating the basic fundamental principles. Without getting a proper understanding of Padartha Vijnanam, which is a compilation of all the fundamental aspects, an Ayurvedic physician could not get an applied aspect or applied aspect ideas about the Ayurvedic science. Though NCISM has promised us a successful in our education system, still Padartha Vijnanam is taught as a single subject, and its connection to the Ayurvedic practice is not yet taught properly. And there is lack of knowledge of advances in our concurrent sciences like microbiology, pathology, imaging techniques, etc. In most of the private institutions, lack of clinical exposure is a major issue. Lack of faculty trained in current research advances, and in many of the institutions, we should improve a compulsory Ayurvedic industrial visit, in-house pharmacy, and quality publications of journals. Also, to some extent, we could incorporate Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India as a syllabus. One of the major drawbacks we face is that we don't have a university exclusively for Ayurveda. When coming to a treatment aspect, for an Ayurvedic physician, he should have a correct awareness about the Dashaveda Parisha and the Patya application, which are, otherwise we know that it may lead to wrong diagnosis and wrong treatment. Nowadays, youngsters found very difficulty in the application of medicines like Abhingam, Lebam, etc. The other major three drawbacks we face now is that there is no divergence in basic philosophy of practice. Disparities is seen among the specific clinical conditions, and our physicians face very tough to correlate some of the modern terms with Ayurveda. Also, there is lack of knowledge in emergency management. Ayurvedic medicines are nowadays prescribed by allopathic doctors too. Because of self-interneting and YouTube channels and all, over-the-counter prescription of Ayurveda has increased a lot, and poorly staffed hospitals and dispensaries is one of the major drawbacks, and lack of basic facilities for diagnosis and management and indoor services. When coming to about the pharmacological aspect, insufficient efforts to promote the cultivation, collection, preservation of medicinal herbs, and most of the physicians are having less knowledge in Ayurveda pharmacodynamics, and mixing of adulterants has become a treatment of choice. Children and youngsters found very difficulty in consuming kashaya, grida, etc. due to its palatability. Also, most of our formulations are in liquid form. There is difficulty in transportations too. Use of over preservatives. One of the major drawbacks we face is that we don't have a well-trained pharmacist who is having an elementary knowledge of traditional medicines and ethnobotany, etc. And increased rate of patients who are directly consulting Ayurvedic therapists for the treatment like Abhyankam, Urichil, Pechil, etc. Then coming to the research aspect, though many of the Ayurvedic drugs are explored in a much better way, still many of the drugs should be assessed in the area of pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics, and standardization of drug and treatment should be improved more. There is less development of new drugs and formulations, as there is no direct reference regarding the cholesterol, sugar, uric acid, such biochemical values in our Samhita. We need more research in these areas. globalization of Ayurvedic drugs, and translation research and nutraceuticals or Ayurveda has become a question mark to many of the upcoming budding doctors. Our physicians are having less knowledge of terminologies used in folios and classical texts. Also, there is less advancement in implementation of technologies for formulations of medicinal preparations. Coming to financial area, high cost of Ayurvedic treatment and medicines is one of the major drawbacks, non-insurance coverage and less budget allocation by government. Challenges in social awareness. Ayurveda has now become a platform of beauty products and less awareness of lifestyle management told in Ayurveda, less involvement of physicians in national health programs. Coming to discussion. Outcome of Ayurveda should be more subjective rather than being objective. Ayurveda practice should be dynamic, scientific, ethical, and integrative. So it's a high time that Ayurveda should be refrained from spurious advertisement, mysticism, and self-propagation. Enrichment of Ayurveda education from all sources needed. Ensuring research and development in all branches of Ayurveda is needed. Supporting pharmaceutical industry to attain global standards, and which could improve the quality of herbs by collection, cultivation, and of many useful medicinal herbs. And Ayurvedic treatment duration could be reduced if you're using high quality drugs. Research of standardization of drug and treatment is a major aspect we should go through, because though Ayurveda is an evidence-based medicine, the standardization of a drug it has its own importance to improve its ensurety, quality, and efficacy in biological and chemical parameters. And when we think about the standardization of a treatment, though 100% standardization of treatment is not possible in Ayurveda, because Ayurveda is completely focusing on an individual, still researchers are going on and should improve more to prove or to build up a proper protocol treatment based on sex, age, ethnicity, etc. Improving publication of standard monograph to provide more knowledge about the Ayurveda pharmaceutical science. Urgent need of translational research so that we could get more clinical concepts from our basic concepts. Consult approach to create evidence in Ayurveda practice is needed, and improving research in Guna Siddhantas, Ayur informatics, Ayur pharmacoepidemiology, and reverse pharmacology is needed. We should give more awareness about the early diagnosis and treatment in Ayurveda, and we could ensure that budget allocation from the government. Government of India should work for a long-term strategy to promote and export Ayurveda products. Nowadays, our drugs are very much less, and so we are doing newer examinations, and we are doing newer suggestions to implement new constituents from basic plants like this Katapa, a plant which is now recently they have found out, and this medicine is used in piles creams, which gives better result. And research in Ayurveda or Ayurveda nutraceuticals is needed. Implementation of more technologies is needed. Research in ancient terminologies is needed for the upcoming budding doctors, for they could be more aware about the terminologies used in our ancient books. And translation of the manuscriptology is a basic need.
Last 1 minute.
Not like the allopathic medicines, because our terms are so different. So physicians could be able to understand the treatment protocol, the treatment names, and the procedures they are conveying to the in a layman language to the people. Coming to the conclusion, unavailability of drugs and the qualityless drugs are the major issue we are going to face in this now and the coming decades. So it's our duty to remove all the obstacles for imbibing newer ideas. Newer rules should be framed and enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
So, Gopakumar sir.
Yes, sir. So that was a nice presentation. And what are you doing, Doctor, now? Are you studying?
Yes, sir. I'm doing my first my PG in Samhita Siddhanta.
Okay, very good. See, my question is the major issue of the outcoming graduates from our Ayurveda colleges is their job opportunity. Ultimately, we have to practice and we have to find a job. So my question is, kindly suggest 2 major proposals by which the employment opportunity of fresh Ayurvedic graduates can be improved. Any 2 fresh proposals?
So actually, we are not nowadays. Many private sectors are building up. So most of the doctors, most of the well-trained doctors are not getting opportunities to give good treatments to the patients, because people are many of the private sectors are open, so they are having they are asking for only some amount as a fee. So people are running to such areas and they are running behind many pseudo physicians or like Ayurveda therapists for treatment. So our physicians are getting trouble from these. I mean, properly trained physicians are getting trouble.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anand sir.
Okay, sir. My question is that you have in your slide you have represented that there is an urgent need for translational research, isn't it? So what is basically translational research?
Through translational research, we can improve our clinical concept from the basic concepts, sir.
Yeah.
So also we could get more of the Shastra Artha Jnanas, which are told in our ancient terminologies, which could be improved and we could utilize in our clinical aspects too.
Okay. So what is the consort approach you have mentioned?
So RCT in Ayurveda is not that much successful because it may lead to many biases. Consort may sometimes may be useful because because it's an improved form of RCT. So we could clear our newer ideas in our consort, I guess.
Okay. Have you done any such work?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So you are suggesting it. Okay. One more thing, the Ayurveda. Can you name one model in which you can do Ayurveda?
Sir, Informatics like Informatics model. Sorry, sir, I'm not getting into.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay, sir.
As far as I understand, Doctor, consort is the reporting standards of RCT. And you said that RCT is not a good model for Ayurvedic research.
I'm not like that. I didn't say like that, sir. I meant that because RCT may lead many biases if you're trying in Ayurvedic medicine. So through consult evidence reporting, we could improve our RCT to some extent. We could we could easily clear it and prove it.
So consort is another form of RCT, reporting of RCT. So any other better model which we can have?
Yeah, we could try Ayurveda clinical pharmacoepidemiology.
Have you heard of black box design?
Yes, sir.
So can you explain it very quickly?
Sir, in Ayurveda, we are having a group of treatment for a particular disease. So we can't just suggest that it's because of this particular treatment we are getting a result properly. So Ayurveda is having a black box design.
Okay, doctor. Thanks. Thanks for your time. It was good.
Thank you, sir.
So can we have the next?
Yes, sir. Sir, that was PG 22018. And next we move on to the next presentation, PG 22024.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22024. Here is the first call for PG 22024.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Are my slides visible, sir? Hello?
Please put it in slideshow.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Can I start now?
Are you ready right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Here I'm there to present on topic challenges to Ayurvedic practice in the coming decade. Ayurveda being the most ancient practice, it has come through this way, passing all the hurdles and the challenges, and yet the challenges are ahead. Coming to the next decade, it is the era of non-communicable disease. It is the era where whole people will be rushing to Ayurveda, and the question arises, are we ready for it? Okay. The basic challenge of Ayurveda is a basic deep-rooted concepts of Ayurveda like dosha, dhatu, mala, prakriti, both in diagnostic as well as its clinical practice, which is individualized and that cannot be generalized. The technology we are using for easing, is it maintaining its originality is the other challenge, and reaching to a common people is which is also a challenge, as it is always associated with things like that and lifestyle modification. All these challenges I would like to explain among 4 categories: Bishak, Dravya, Rogi, and Upasthata. Coming to Bishak, there are first the Bishak, how is he made? What is the education system he's studying? What is the academic technology he's studying? Because most our academics is like integrated course, and we are asked to practice pure Ayurveda. This is the greatest challenge. Technology or basics. Compliance between these two is also a challenge to Abhishek. Reaching the society aptly, giving the correct answers to the society, and also convincing the society is a challenge to the Bishop. Coming to Dravya, one of the fastest growing industry with an estimated compound annual growth rate of 23% from 2015 to 2020, and this will definitely increase in the next decade. And the challenge arises, where can we supply these increasing needs, and the question of genuinity, its global standards, whether it is reaching a global standard, and advanced technologies like nanotechnology, genetic engineering, are these having the basis of Ayurveda is a challenging thing. And fulfilling the gaps between the sectors like academic sector, production sector, clinical sector is also a challenging thing. And scientific designing, which is acceptable, is also other challenge we have to face. Coming to the Upasthata, there is definitely a scarcity of paramedicals which we are finding now, and this will also increase again. Training in Ayurvedic treatment and diagnostic methods should be done, because these are the one who works at the ground levels with the most compliance with the patients who having the most which acts as a backbone of a system, and it's important to get them good rewards, and the process of getting good rewards is again the other challenging task. Coming to the Rogi here can be considered as patient, health seeker, product consumers, or a general public. When the main important challenge, how can we maintain their trust in the Ayurvedic medicine, and how can they bear the financial burden so that the system is not costly? Most of the time we are considered as a second line of treatment, and the challenge is how can we make our system as a first line, and sticking on to the advice to the patients is difficult in this era like diet and lifestyle modification, because this is the era of fast moving and technology. The other challenge is about in our media and public. There are many controversies in this decade, like heavy metal controversy about Giloy, or saying that it is our that our science has no evidence, and this will sure come up with more controversies in the next decade as we grow more, and all of us should be ready to face this. For any system to have its important growth, the SWOT analysis is very important. Coming to the strength, root cause treat theory is a basic strength of Ayurveda. Smaller product development and good manpower in India is a greater strength. Coming to weakness, there is a little lack of global accepted standard, not fully integrated with mainstream market, and product quality variation is there because it's natural, not synthetic. And opportunities, as it is an increasing developing science, we have a lot of opportunities like innovation, trust on government, as even government is helping changing approaches to Ayurvedic therapies. And trust is always, there is a raising brands of other contemporary medicines like Chinese medicine, and a competition from Sri Lanka to, as they are asking for the right to Ayurvedic heritage. So taking up the opportunities, not looking, increasing our weaknesses and increase more on our strength, we have to work for the betterment of Ayurveda. We can work on these sectors like medical service. We should have a good practice ethics, increase affordability and necessity. We should get a scientific products from the level of procurement to the level of practice and well-being. It's not only the insurance should not be claimed only for the disease, it also should be well-being, and research is the key for answer. We have to build a clinical evidences and support. We should have a good budget allocation involving the Ayurvedic practitioner in all government care sectors should also be done. So research is the only answer for all the challenges. Research protocol that should fit the basic of Ayurveda should be planned. Research work should be having the export of both Ayurveda as well as biomedical system. Holistic method of research should be carried on. A resolution on all the controversies topic and the drug should be done first, and improvement in personalized medicine should be done. Upgradation of all the Ayurvedic lifestyle should be done. So drug industries, it is going on its right path, and this should be increased more in the next decade. Coming to the voice of our stalwarts, what are they saying? Dr. P.M. Warrior, the Ayurveda Shala, he is saying that initiation of government and stakeholders should be done more intensively, so that particularly even among the younger generation. Dr. Ranjit Puranik, Secretary of Dudpapeshwar, he is saying to have many large hospitals in urban area demonstrating Ayurveda in the masses to reach each and every corner of the society. And Dr. Pratap Chauhan from Jiva Ayurveda says medical tourism in Ayurveda is an outcome of positioning Ayurveda as a science of healing. Dr. Vijendra says that mass cultivation of medicines is a potent market in the Ayurveda. So keeping all this in mind, we have to inculcate technology and also e-marketing to promote Ayurveda. Technology should always suit the Ayurvedic basics. Connectivity should be created with effectively respond to demand for the Ayurvedic products. Ayurtelemed, Clean Cloud, Net, e-commerce, all these are emerging, and these should be effectively in the next decade with the most apt marketing techniques. So the research technique is a answer, and the key lies with Buddhivan Bhishak Sarva Guna Sampanna Dhavya Karunyavan Upastata Bhishak Varsha Rogi. To conclude, the major challenge for the Ayurvedic practitioner are the we practitioners. We should have love and compassionate towards Ayurveda, support our system, refer each other, because the challenge is with the group work. Group is always a group of trusted members. Grab all the opportunities, stop complaining, work hard and smart work. Passing all the hurdles with a smart and efficient work will definitely help to glorify Ayurveda in the coming decade, because Ayurveda is only future. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Doctor, for an interesting presentation. So, Gopakumarji, your turn.
Okay. See, that was a good presentation. And my question is, we do have specialities in Ayurveda everywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes,
but we have to go for super specialities in order to spread the message of Ayurveda globally and to meet the demands. So can you suggest some feasible, practical Ayurvedic super specialities in current scenario, which can be applied to the public health?
So one, if we want to do, it can be done in Chalakya, or like different ENT and earring. But I think there is no need of super specialty. Whatever we are studying is right. And the thing is, we have to approach more intensively to the public, sir. If at all we want, we can divide Chalakya Tantra.
No, my question was not like that. You know, in general medicine, definitely they are having cardiology, pulmonology, endocrinology, so many things are there. So my question was whether Ayurveda is having a scope of going beyond Kaya Chikitsa, especially divided different diseases coming under Kaya Chikitsa, gastroenterology, Ayurvedic dermatology, Ayurvedic oncology, Ayurvedic endocrinology, whether there is a relevance or not.
No need, sir. As per my knowledge, there is no need, because the whole body is done with Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and KC is a good branch which is dealing with everything. And we know that it's not only one system which is connected to a particular disease. If we do keep on increasing the multi-speciality, we may not concentrate on the other part where actually vitiation is there. So I think personally, no need of.
Got it. So Anand sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. My question is that you have said about introducing telemedicine and online platforms for consultation. So our main thing is to delay patient. Darshana, Sparshana and Prashna are basics. So how will you practically cope up with this? How will you practically acknowledge this? Have any benchmark for setting the online consultation in this era?
So for particularly telemedicine, first we have to know our limits, sir. If anything that can be, which is very simple, which is not complicated, which can be cleared to Prashna, definitely we can do. And if it is beyond our limits, we cannot do, sir. And that we have to accept. And first we should know our limits, sir.
Very good, very good. Okay. Then another thing you have said about in the SWOT analysis, you have said about the competition from Sri Lanka and Chinese medicine.
Yes, sir.
So, did you notice anything? The Chinese medicine are more internationally accepted in many areas than
Yes.
Ayush.
Yes,
so
sir.
how did they got the advantage? Any strategies from Chinese medicine you have noticed to gain international acceptance?
Sir, one thing would be that few of their therapies are non-drug oriented, like acupuncture and all those things. Those are getting globally standardized, sir. Rather than taking medicine, accepting their standards, I think they have moved with these therapies like acupuncture, meditation, and all those things.
Doctor,
yes,
have
sir.
you heard of artemisinin? Artemisinin?
No, sir.
Do you know what UU, the Nobel Prize for
No, sir.
Chinese traditional medicine?
No, sir, I'm not much aware of that.
Anyway,
Actually,
no issues.
this was
You-
one of the point.
No, it's all right. What I want to ask you is where will you put phytopharmaceutical? Here in your slides mentioned so many things. So Drugs and Cosmetic Act has taken the concept of phytopharmaceutical and put it somewhere. So are you aware where it is?
Sir, it is one of our strength of Ayurveda which has developed nowadays.
Phytopharmaceuticals. That's what I was wanting. Is it not a challenge? It has been taken away and put into allopathic medicine paraphernalia.
Yes, sir.
So how can it be our strength? It is actually taken away. So it is a challenge. What will you do about it?
Sir, I'm not much aware about that concept, sir. So
okay, no issues. Thank you, doctor. It was an interesting presentation. Yes.
So one more thing, that threat was actually proposed by article of Roadmap of Indian Missionary that was published by Ayush in 2012. Sorry,
Okay.
2020. So it would be a major threat. We should work on it.
What threat? Chinese medicine and
no, sir. Competition from other medicines like Chinese medicine.
Yes.
And
But
Sri Lanka, which is taking which is claiming our medicine.
Yes, but first we should work on our strengths.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We should be strong enough to take that challenge.
Yes, sir.
Chinese
So finally,
medicine
we are the
captured,
challenge for ourselves, sir.
Yes. So Chinese medicine is more than 90% of world market.
Yes.
So
Sir.
we have to grow a lot before combating Chinese medicine. Anyway,
Yes.
good to interact with you, doctor.
Thank you, sir. Thank
024. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. That was PG 22024. We move on to the next presentation.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22041. Here is the first call for PG 22041.
Am I audible, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello,
Yes.
sir?
Hello, you are audible. You are audible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Shall I start?
Yeah, you start screen sharing. Your screen is visible right now.
Yeah.
Just move on to the
All
slides.
right.
Okay, right. All right.
Uh,
Your time
can
starts. Your time starts now.
So just a second. There is some issue with the. Are my slides moving?
Yes. You can continue.
Oh. Hello. Good morning. So before I start with my presentation, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery Academic Fair and AMAI for giving us a platform like this to be vocal on the current affairs. Thank you. Now I welcome our respected dignitaries to the topic on review, challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decades. I'm going to focus on the background of current challenges, discuss on the current challenges with a broad classification of it, the possible solutions, and conclude it with important takeaway points, acknowledgements, and references. Background. We know that with a large congregation of education institutions, India is the world's largest human resource producer in Ayurveda. Now let's quickly glance through the numbers. Out of a total of 388 Ayurveda colleges, 21,387 undergrads pass out each year, which roughly computes to more than 1 lakh in every 5 years. What does the statistics show? There is evident professional competition lying in the field. Also, there are reports that indicate there is considerable level of career-related anxiety among Ayurvedic graduates. Hence, a study to cross-check the challenges of Ayurvedic practitioners is necessary to improve the healthcare delivery system of the country. All Ayurvedic practitioners extend their service to society powered by their belief in the fundamental concept of Swastasya Swasthya Rakshanam, Atrasya Vikara Prashanam. As we head into 2022, there is a dire need to cross-check the challenges that Ayurvedic practitioners may face in the coming decade so as to channelize our researches in the right direction and guide stakeholders to augment and implement global Ayurvedic practice. Here, I have broadly divided the challenges into academic, clinical, technical, and pharmaceutical. We'll look at each of them in detail. Beginning with the academic challenges, firstly, to adapt and be updated with the techniques in mushrooming fields of medical wisdom seems to be difficult, like pharmacogenomics and personalized medicine, combining science of bio-nanotechnology and Shastra, etc. Secondly, lack of knowledge in marketing and business among Ayurvedic graduates may pose problems. Recent trends of specialty sciences, that is practicing Kai, Chikitsa, Shalya, Shalakya, limiting the freedom of practice to only specialized field is also a foreseen challenge. And finally, we do not have any customized research guideline for Ayurveda. Conventional research methods may not be sufficient to develop research designs in Ayurveda, and hence customized guidelines must be developed for the same. Coming to the clinical challenges, first to note is the difficulty to convey and convince a patient from a conventional science background about the issue of pathology and treatment in modern terms. Secondly, there is a need to find out the latest alternatives for Patya and Apatya according to the present day context. Then, updating of obsolete and unfeasible practices and therapies is also a challenge. Next is to develop tools for analyzing abstract notions of Ayurveda, like Agni, Avarana, Sara, Sattva, etc. Point number 5 is the identification of new diseases with regard to Ayurvedic Samprapti and formulating a treatment protocol, including Shodhana or Shamana. Then to count is the lack of opportunities, especially in the scenario as discussed before, due to rising competition. And there is also a question of survival, by which I mean the financial instability or insecurity of practitioners. To add to them is the unavailability of SOP for therapeutic procedures. Shortage of trained paramedics and Ayurvedic therapists is a crisis which may become more critical in the coming decade, as most of the educated ones prefer white-collar jobs. Appropriate integration of Ayurveda and allopathy and application of co-managed treatments for chronic diseases or post-surgery or post-trauma rehabilitation is also an impediment. Then Ayurvedic influences in social media and the rise of luxury Ayurveda, making Ayurveda to be portrayed as a rich man's choice of well-being. And the fact that Ayurveda is not the first choice of treatment many a times are also among a few of them. Now moving on to the technical challenges, those which are related to incorporating the clinical practice and latest technological advancements, knowledge of clinic maintenance software like Kiwi Health, biochemistry and its integrative application for standardization of fundamental diagnostic principles are all taxing. Expertise in standardized examination like Nadi Pariksha through Nadi techniques like Nadi Tarangini and application tools like Ayu Rhythm or Ayu Soft to be used in day-to-day clinical practice are to be confronted in the coming decade. Telemedicine comes as a boon to the post-COVID era, which has created remarkable changes in the mode of consultation and clinical examination. But an Ayurveda doctor holds to the fact of Trivida Pariksha, that is Darshana, Sparshana, and Prashna, and the alternative solutions of Sparshana Pariksha and likewise Nadi Pariksha while going on for these online modes may be cornerstones of the shift. Pharmaceutical challenges may include issues related to sourcing the right quality of raw materials free from insecticides, pesticides, and free from contaminants like water pollution or soil pollution, scarcity of drugs, unavailability of ancient drug formulations are also among the challenges. Unscientifically formulated, designed, and faulty manufactured products are spoiling the image of Ayurveda. Lack of easily consumable dosage forms, legislative regulations. Yes, sir.
You continue.
Legislative regulations on the procurement of plant as well as animal products are also among the impediments. Then comes the fact that cost of Ayurvedic medicines are on the higher side and they may get more costlier in the span of time. Overexploitation of herbal species causing a burden on ecology and controversy of medicinal plant sources and recent concerns of toxicity of herbal medicines like that has happened in Giloy also contribute to the challenges that the next decade would witness. Possible solutions to the aforementioned challenges include creation of job opportunities for graduates, revision of Ayurvedic curricula, conducting continuous medical education forums monthly or biannually to keep in pace with scientific trends, incorporating and learning latest technological advancements, modification of obsolete, unfeasible practices. All of these contribute to the positive shift. To add to them is to develop tools for analyzing the abstract notions as mentioned before, allowance of insurance coverage for all Ayurvedic treatments, strictly abide by GACP and GMP for cultivation and manufacturing of drugs, standardization of sales of herbal products, and developing safe formulations are also among the possible solutions. Skepticism surrounding Ayurveda can be cleared only by understanding and accepting our limitations. So last but not the least, being accountable for the failures and finding out methods to rectify it is also a possible solution. Coming to the conclusion, it is essential to understand the challenges and improve the standards of Ayurveda to uplift Ayurveda. This can happen only if we are aware where we go wrong and try to correct it. Although the principles of Ayurveda are immortal, universal, and time-tested, it is the need of the hour for the practitioners to be updated with the current scientific trends for the benefit of the society. So, coming to the acknowledgements, a survey study was conducted online and offline, on online and offline platforms among the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decade. To find out the challenges among the Ayurvedic practitioners with regard to the presentation competition. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my wholehearted gratitude to all doctors who participated in the survey. These are my references. Thank you for your kind attention and time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was PG 22041.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Gopakumar sir.
Okay, that was a good presentation. My question is regarding the formulations. So we know some of the ancient pharmaceutical preparations are not so user-friendly. So my question is, please make some suggestions to make some of our existing ancient kalpanas more user-friendly. Your suggestions.
Okay. See, nowadays we have these kashayam tablet formations or granule formulations instead of vatakas, kashayam tablets instead of kashayams. All of these are coming up nowadays, but the shift of the dosage forms directly to easily portable, easily palatable, and consumer-friendly products are very slow. So that shift has to happen in a greater pace, is what I feel. Though they are coming out, the shift has to happen in a greater pace. That's what I feel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anand sir.
Okay, sir. This was a nice presentation that you have also done a survey and attached your, that's a good thing. Congratulations. And one or two things I need to clarify is that you have mentioned about the scarcity of drugs, scarcity. So can you mention 2 or 3 drugs which need immediate attention so that we could save those plants which are in demand?
Okay. I feel Gugulu Kalpanas are very much used in our current practice, and especially as analgesics, antipyretics, anti-inflammatories and analgesics. So we already know that Gugulu is a drug which is found in the arid regions, and therefore drugs like that has to be cultivated on a larger scale, so that it can be. Since I am from Kerala, here the availability of Gugulu is comparatively on a lesser ratio. So I feel that there should be a large scale cultivation of the drugs wherever it is possible, and there should be proper transportational methods and hubs that are allotted in places so as to make the drugs easy and easily accessible and utilizable. That's what I feel.
Okay.
I mean, I just gave an example of Gugulu. The same with other medicines like Shallaki or Chandana.
So one more thing attached with this. you have noticed that a lot of dhubana are done with abarajita. The gugulu is one of the major ingredient in abarajita dhuba. So what I need a comment from you. You have already stated gugulu is good for internal medication, and we are the drug is in a scarce side. So what is your comment regarding the dhuba, abarajita dhuba, which we are using it in every part of our society, the place? Whether the gugulu is needed there, or you can have any other suggestion?
As the Samhitas itself says, as Ashtanga Hridaya says, that in case of unavailability of some of the drugs, the main drugs can be used in the preparation, or in case of unavailability of the particular drug, some other substitutes can be used in place of that particular drug. So basically, we could implement all these thoughts that our acharyas has put forth into the practical clinical use, and hence probably we could use aparajita dhuma as such without even if it does not have gugulu. I don't think that it would affect the efficacy of the formulation as such, because as we have evidences related to aparajita dhuma.
So more studies needed.
Yeah, further studies has to be taken up so as to understand.
One more interesting thing you have said about the marketing, knowledge of marketing. The Ayurveda doctors are not that much familiar with marketing. And in your starting slide itself, in the first slide, you have mentioned about 1 lakh Ayurveda doctors per year passing out, and many of them are jobless. On the other hand, in India, we have a lot of healthcare needs. People are seeking healthcare needs, lot of needs for that. So there is a gap. So how could you use this strategy of marketing Ayush and Ayush care, healthcare to these needy ones?
So basically, to understand the fundamentals of marketing would be though it seems to be difficult at the initial stage, I think once we understand how the business runs, it's common man's sense to get into the market arena and sell the products for Ayurveda. Like I had also mentioned about the luxury Ayurveda companies. Like I do not want to mention the companies, but still they are making $1 million business from Ayurveda itself. So the common practitioners who are practicing Ayurveda in private sectors are now are not properly aware of how to exactly implement these marketing strategies in their clinical practice. And I would suggest we could have some, as B.S. Prasad sir had mentioned before, there are some elective courses that has been included in the curriculum of Ayurveda. So among these elective courses, something that is related to business strategies and something that is related to marketing principles can be included, so that those who want to go for private practice after the graduation can implement those ideas and go ahead with their practice.
Okay,
that's what I feel.
Fine.
Doctor, two things. You said in challenges, so many things you have cited, and as a solution, you have given that implementation of good agricultural and cultivation practices should be done, good manufacturing practices, and you have also mentioned good clinical practices, good laboratory practices we can also add. So these things are already in place.
Yes, sir. Actually,
So how they are solutions now?
All right. So basically, what I would like to can I just share the screen, sir, for a second?
Yes.
So what I had mentioned is cultivation and manufacturing of drug sources to follow the good agricultural and cultivation practices and good manufacturing practices. So most of the people, most of the practitioners or most of the drug companies that produce drugs on a smaller scale, like Ayurveda companies that produce drugs on a large scale, are very less in number. Like to name a few, that of Himalaya or
what I wanted to say is the possible solutions which you have offered are already in place.
Yeah, but following
these have led to the challenges which you are mentioning. The present day challenges are resulting out of these solutions. So what new out of the box things you would suggest?
What I meant through the possible solutions in this point is to strictly abide to these rules.
So how you will make them strictly abide? Because these things are already there. So what anything new you can offer? Something new mechanism, some new things that I wanted to ask. Out of the box, some solution you have. Because sales of herbal products must be standardized. It is already standardized.
It is standardized, but the drug manufacturers following those principles are not. So there can be a monthly, yearly or by 2 yearly revisions or in vigilance that can happen.
So you want to make them accountable. As
they should be accountable for whatever they produce in the market.
Drugs and Cosmetic Act has those provisions in place to hold these people accountable. Anyway, it was good interacting with you. Nice presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Doctor.
My pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And we have the next presentation.
That was chess number PG 22041. We are moving on to the next one. Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22056.
Hello.
Here is the first call for
Hello.
PG 22056.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I had a technical issue with sharing the PPT. Can you please share for me?
Oh, yes, sure. We will share the PPT for you.
Okay, sir.
Is it visible for you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible.
You just tell next or previous. That's all.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Just move 1 or 2 slides.
Yes, sir. It's moving. Fine.
All right. Right. So your time starts now.
Okay. Good morning to one and all. Let's come to my presentation. Challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decade. Code number PG 22056. Next slide. Introduction. Modern medicine has been remarkably developed with the merging of technology in the field of diagnostic, prognostic, and curative procedures. But when it comes to Ayurveda, we need to consider the fundamental principle to form the Samprapti and then formulate the treatment protocols. Therefore, it is of great importance to standardize the fundamental diagnostic principles. Next slide. Here comes my materials and methods. This is a pragmatic assessment to know the future challenges of an Ayurveda practitioner. Next slide. Result: modernizing Ayurveda by integrating with modern technologies without changing the basic principles is a challenging task that needs great vision in the field of Ayurveda. Next slide. Let's come to the challenges and solutions. Next slide. Future challenges. Point number 1, how to provide affordable healthcare to all. Point number 2, as the number of Ayurveda colleges and graduates are increasing, but the opportunities for them are limited. Now, the present scenario, even the PG students are not getting much opportunities. Point number 3, unable to meet up the current trends and lack of communication among doctors due to generation gap. Point 4, lack of scientific validation of our principle. Maybe because of this, we are called as pseudoscience. Next slide. Point number 5, unemployment of Ayurvedic women doctors. since women's considered as the major part of our fraternity. Point number 6, lockdown has a serious impact on Ayurveda doctors due to introduction of online classes rather than clinicals. Point number 7, introduction of Ayurveda basics in curriculum of MBBS will also enable them to practice, and it will be a great challenge in the future. Now, recently I had seen that some of the MBBS doctors are even practicing Ayurveda research studies in ICU units for COVID patients and getting much results. Then when in a condition in which all the MBBS graduates are getting the exposure to the Ayurveda, what will be the future of Ayurveda? Come to the next slide. Betrayal of doctors based on age. According to current working age of Ayurvedic doctors, the most productive age comes from 30 to 65 years of age. What will be the age group of the doctors beyond this age groups? Whether they are financially stable? Let's think about that. Point number 9, lack of quality of education in colleges. Each day colleges are booming each by day in entire India. Whether they are providing a quality of education to entire students, or for the sake of degree, they are providing degree and conducting exams. Point number 10, lack of confidence among youngsters to enter into practice. Next slide. Point number 11, job insecurity and low wages. Point number 12, unwillingness of doctors having collective leadership quality to come forward and to support the system. Point number 13, lack of companionship and unity among doctors and supporting organizations. Next slide. Point number 14, lack of technical knowledge. Point 15, lack of publications and documentations. Point 16, adulteration and extinction of plant species affecting the quality of medicine. Next slide. Point number 17, advent of natural medicines. Nowadays, some of the pharmacies are using modern principles with the mixing with Ayurveda treatment principles like phytochemicals and propagating new formulations and getting much results and getting more public support for that. Whether because of this, we can consider this as some mixopathy to our science. Point number 18, how to cope up with the effect of COVID-19 in tourism sector. Because most of our Ayurveda doctors are working in tourism sectors and they are under financial crisis due to a pandemic like COVID-19. Point 19, updation of UG curriculum to make up with more digestible to them. Point 20, effective measures for the management of biodegradable waste. Next slide. Some solutions which has been put forward by me. Tool development studies should be a part of curriculum to provide scientific validation, should promote interdisciplinary studies to meet the current trends, support telemedicine so more female Ayurveda doctors can come forward. Strategies should be done to provide equal care and support to all age groups of Ayurveda doctors. Next slide. Colleges must be encouraged with standard learning and teaching. Proper guidance should be given at right time to youngsters to build them confidence before entering into practice. Should plan policies for pay and job security. Lockdown batches should be provided special attention to enhance their clinical exposure. Next slide. Let's come to conclusion. However, Ayurveda is an ancient science and many Ayurveda graduates are proud to be a part of it. There is only minute change in the form of Ayurveda as it is being practiced. Although the principle of Ayurveda are called immortal, it is need to be contemporary with the current scientific trends for the benefit of the society and for nurturing Ayurveda. Next slide. Let's come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So,
yes, sir.
Upakumar, sir.
Okay. That was a good presentation, dear doctor. And in your slide number 7, you have told about the unemployment issues of women doctors.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in Kerala, you may be knowing Ayurveda Medical Association of India.
Yes, sir. I'm that knowing.
The organizers are conducting various projects to promote the clinical practice of women under the heading of Vanida Clinic. AMA is doing wonderful things in that area.
Yes,
my question is, please suggest some projects by which the unemployment issue of Ayurvedic women doctors can be solved on a pan-India basis.
For pan-India basis for getting
for increasing more job opportunity for women Ayurvedic doctors. Some new projects, new visions, as per your idea.
So one of the issue I had been noticed in women's sector is for getting established in our field, women get more struggle than men's. But when a woman or a girl try to establish in this field up to a certain period, then she got married and get transferred to migrate to some other place, and then later she get difficulty for her to practice and establish in that area. For that reason, I suggested telemedicine. And then comes to your point, some of the projects can be done for supporting women should be some basic knowledge regarding and their speciality should be given to women, so they can lead much better life, and women can access to the more women community more friendly than men's. So children and even the female doctors and young girls are more approachable to women community, so they can get much research in all India levels. And some of the remote states of India are unaware and they are illiterate to know the details of getting proper education and proper knowledge regarding women health. If we are promoting more supporters in the Ayurveda doctors, they can get into public levels and support the Women Federation in the local and remote states of India.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anand sir.
Okay, sir. I have a one or two questions. One is that Dr. Gopakumar sir has rightly pointed out a major area. And what is your comment about the adolescent care? What contribution can you do with the adolescent care so that you could have a job as well as to serve the society?
So in case of Kerala, adolescent care and the youngsters are much educated and aware of that. Some of them lacking is because of their interest towards the fast food and all. If they given proper guidance in Kerala or some other educated states, this cannot be a problem. Some of the remote states, and because of illiteracy and poor health hygiene, they need to be proper guidance should be given to them regarding even menstrual hygiene, adolescent care, puberty, etc., etc.
And one more question. In the solution, you have told about the tool development.
Yes, sir.
Can you say 2 or 3 areas which deserves tool development?
So I had seen one tool development study in which it has been formulated to patient specific in the for developing tool development for submixed collection of patients in the Panchakarma department under Dr. Andarama Sharma sir. Later I had been, when I go through journals, I can found areas that when we had so many diseases, because we have so many Lakshanas and all, whether we focus on the Lakshana or Samprapti or some Ivama, Nirakma Lakshanas, etc., etc., so many tools can be come forward, and we can, it has a scientific approach to say guidelines for publishing much articles and give more scientific authorization and validation to our science. And more people will get acceptance to it, and they try to get interested to know more about our Ayurveda, and Ayurveda can be globalized from that.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Doctor,
yes,
you have
sir?
extensively put together a list of 20 problems.
Yes, sir.
20, you can say, challenges.
Yes, sir.
And in the solution, you have not attempted to tackle them or address all of them.
Yes, sir.
Not even. So, can you classify those 20 into 2 or 3 major areas of concern?
As a major of them are focused on the some are based on research area, some are focused on clinical aspects, some are focused on drug research, some are based on public health level like medical waste management. So I think I had covered some of the areas.
Yes. But most At least
And
two of your major concerns.
One more issue is there. We are dealing such of the competition with allopathic doctors. So it is a serious issue. And recently I had seen in the WhatsApp status that introduction of MBBS curriculum in the Delhi AIMS for first year students. So in such a condition, they are getting the exposure to this. And if they are interested to know more about it, what will be the condition of our Ayurveda doctors and fraternity and genuinity of our science? Recently I had seen that.
There is another take to that. It is a welcome change. If they understand the quality of Ayurveda, what Ayurveda entails, then they may have respect. And what resistance we find these days from IMA and allopathic practitioners, that Ayurveda is pseudoscience, will go away if they understand the scientificity and the greatness of Ayurveda.
Sir,
don't you think it is a welcome change?
Yes, sir. I understand that once it is a welcome for all, but later it comes to all. One of the webinars I had seen that one of the surgeon from MBBS students, he had an Ayurveda family background. I think his father is a doctor, and because of that Ayurveda knowledge, he is practicing entire systems, even skin, liver, etc., all systems of the body, and treating Ayurveda Rasaushadhis in ICU unit and getting better results. But
that is a good thing, no, doctor?
Yes, sir, obviously.
So how can it be a challenge or a threat? It is actually a solution.
Sir, when I done
for acceptance. Anyway, there can be debate, but I wanted to ask you about the gender fixation, at least in 2 points out of 20.
Okay, sir.
That is a 10% focus on women-oriented problems. Any specific reasons for that? And as Gopakumar said, sir asked specifically, what are the solutions?
Solutions for women empowerment?
Yes, women-specific problems.
So more clinical, some in Kerala, much clinical trainings are given, supporting atmosphere is there for female doctors. But according to other states, I don't know, my limited knowledge for that. So I need to explore and need a thorough study regarding it.
Thanks a lot, doctor.
Okay, sir.
It was good interacting with you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Thank you. And we have 6 more presentations in the row. So I request all of you to stick on to the time and also make the answers very brief in the discussion session. Okay. And kindly make the discussion session complete in 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. So we move on to the next presentation. Judges, please note the next test number is PG 22075.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. I am sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is it moving, sir?
Yes. You can continue. Your time starts now.
Good morning to all. Today I am here to present my views regarding challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decade. So Ayurveda is an experiential science more than an experimental science, and the medical practice is an art and a skill more than a science. This 21st century is the century of new emerging diseases, and we all witnessed 3 waves of COVID-19 with various variants. So which led to resurgence of faith in Ayurvedic concepts and traditional medicine. Even though there is an increased demand for Ayurveda at global platform, still Ayurvedic practitioners are getting many challenges. So I classified the challenges into 5 major categories. First one is related to education and skill. Second one is related to raw materials. Third one is related to misconceptions in the public. Fourth one is related to crisis and pain management through Ayurveda. Fifth one is miscellaneous challenges. So we'll see one by one. The first major challenge is lack of quality education and clinical skill. At present, there are more than 350 Ayurveda colleges that run UG programs, more than 200 colleges that run PG programs, which is leading to dilution in the quality of education and clinical training due to lack of good infrastructure in terms of equipped lecture theatres, laboratories and libraries, operation theatres, Panchakarma facility, and adequate number of qualified teaching and non-teaching staff is also not available. Continuation with that, BMS graduates are not trained to handle clinical emergencies through Ayurvedic methods. Clinical exposure to basic procedures like IND, suturing, and catheterization is poor. Poor exposure to conduct normal delivery, and students are not exposed to a different variety of cases in Ayurvedic colleges and hospitals. Ayurveda graduates are not exposed to the basic knowledge of modern methods of investigations like ECG, X-ray, and USG. Students are not having satisfactory training in unique Ayurvedic skills like Panchakarma, Kshara Sutra, Rakta Mokshana, and Jalavka Charana, which is leading to the lack of confidence in Ayurvedic fraternity and young students to practice Ayurveda. The second major challenge is related to raw materials. There is shortage of quality raw materials and a rise in raw material price, lowering of standards in the products, adulteration in the raw materials, which led to a big question for quality, efficacy, and safety. And there is insensible drug wastage by physician, pharmacist, patient, healthcare providers, and public by a different level. And there is lack of proper Ayurvedic medicine supplied to the rural areas. And third major challenge is related to misconceptions in the public. The public don't know what is Ayurveda clearly. Somebody thinks herbal medicine is Ayurveda, and somebody thinks anything which is green is Ayurveda, and somebody thinks lifestyle and dietetics is Ayurveda. Is Ayurveda means only Panchakarma and massage therapy. So, and they having wrong notion that Ayurveda is not a science and Ayurveda is slow acting. And along with that, Ayurvedic medicines increases body heat. Ayurvedic medicines have toxic chemicals and heavy metals, and Ayurvedic doctors and hospitals charge heavily. Like that, they are having misconceptions, and they think that Ayurveda has long treatment duration, and traditional healers are the Ayurvedic doctors. So here there is need for creating awareness and define clear-cut strengths and limitations to the public. And these are some of the consumers' perceptions regarding Ayurveda. There is a resurgence of faith, even though there is most of the 50% of the community is not having trust. So even most of Ayurvedic doctors rely allopathic treatment, and they are not choosing Ayurveda as the first line of treatment due to Ayurvedic medicines are bitter and have horrible palatability, and due to the dosage forms like churnas, kashaya, ghrita, tailas. And they think that the Ayurveda doesn't have acute pain management through Ayurveda, and it is a challenge also. And Ayurvedic physicians cannot explain the rationale behind the cure. Explanations by the Ayurvedic physician, which often uses Sanskrit words not understood by the common people. And the fourth major challenge is related to crisis management through Ayurveda. At present, patients are approaching Ayurvedic practitioners at the terminal stage of the disease. But in the upcoming decade, the whole world will be looking into us for the emergency management. So there is a need for developing skills in managing emergency conditions through Ayurveda. Along with that, pain management through Ayurveda is also a big challenge due to unreliable and untested Ayurvedic painkillers. Coming to the fifth one, miscellaneous challenges. Lack of knowledge regarding Dinacharya, Rutucharya, Sadruta Palana, Achara Rasayana, Dharani and Adharaniya Vegas in the public, and lack of proven Ayurvedic anti-inflammatory drugs, injudicious use of antimicrobial drugs and steroids leading to many side effects. It is by the contemporary science, and the lack of marketing skills and packaging ideas in the Ayurvedic fraternity, financial crisis to start own clinical practice, fear of survival, fake advertisement of different products in the name of Ayurveda in newspapers and TV channels, lack of sharing knowledge among practitioners, and the Vaidyas are hiding their experiences, lack of referral system of patient, lack of treatment protocols for occupational hazards through Ayurvedic methods. There is an increased demand for Ayurvedic products at global level. It is also becoming a challenge now. These are some of corrective measures. Strict implementation of the regulatory norms while granting approval to the institutions for running the course, and good infrastructure should be adopted. Well-trained manpower. We can restart Gurukula system of Ayurveda education again. Promote cultivation of medicinal plants. Training of farmers for cultivation of herbal drugs. Practically, they have to. We will go to the field and we can start the Aushadhi Yatra, Ratha Yatra, like Ratha Yatra. Shodha Yatra can be started. Implement good agriculture practice, good pre and post harvesting practices, and good storage practices. And we can promote single point of sourcing of raw material. It is the need of the hour. Need to safeguard insensible wastage of Ayurvedic medicines. Need of proper medicine supply chain to every part of the country. There is need to develop standard protocol for post-COVID ailments and ailments and infectious diseases. Prevention of adverse effects of modern medicines like overdose antibiotics and overuse of steroids, hormonal therapy. prevention of occupational hazards through Ayurvedic methods of lifestyle and food management is very important, because nowadays everybody IT center people are doing night duties and all. So we need to tackle this, and we need to develop the attractive packaging ideas, and need to learn marketing skills like communication, public speaking, creativity. We should adopt all the technologies. Coming to the conclusion, there is a need to standardize the fundamental diagnostic principles, integrating with the modern investigative tools and utilizing it for attaining the diagnostic as well as treatment perspective. So government should provide financial support for Ayurvedic startups, and All India Institute of Ayurveda already started called for the competition for Ayurvedic food innovations, Ayurvedic bioinstrumentations, Ayurvedic IT solutions. So we should give the opportunity for all, and the young students will come forward for these competitions. And you should educate public by teaching whole Swasthya Chatuska of Charaka Samhita. We can promote this knowledge from the beginning at the school level, and collect evidences, share with fellow doctors, and publish researches in the standard journal. Modern medicine offense strategy is better served in the fast relief from the disease. In order to cater to these needs of these people, we should work on both modern systems offense strategy with Ayurvedic defense strategy, which is our core competency. So updating Ayurveda by integrating with modern technologies without changing the basic principles is a challenging task that needs great insight in the field of Ayurveda and intellect nourished with modern tonic, which is said by respected Professor H.M. Chandola sir. So unity and healthy collaboration among the Ayurvedic practitioner is the need of the hour. So we can overcome all the challenges by coming together, working together. Together, everyone achieves more. Ayurveda is just like a treasure box. If you unlock one, and the Ayurvedic practice is like a treasure hunt. If you unlock one key, you will get many more to open. So enjoy the practicing Ayurveda and overcome the challenges by working hard. Thank you for the opportunity. I thank everyone.
Thank you, Doctor. Gopakumar sir,
yes, sir.
You have one question.
Okay, the question is, in your slide number 8, you told that Ayurvedic medicines are increasing body heat.
Misconception, sir. The patients are having these, if anything which is Ayurvedic medicine means they will increase body heat, like that the patients are having, sir. Here in North India, it is more, sir.
Okay, do you believe that Ayurvedic medicines will be increasing?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. I am not believing, but it is there, sir, in the patients.
Okay. Thank you.
Anand sir, you have one question.
Okay, very different one presentation, and one question is that you have addressed about the lack of acute pain management.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you suggest one solution for that?
Yes, sir. We need to work on this, sir. I am also having many, even my father is having joint pain and all, even chronic pain also, there is not immediate effect we are not getting for the pain management. Sir, we need to work on this, sir. But we have Vijaya, sir. This is cannabis. We can give this for the Trilokya Vijaya Vati, like that. Many Bohako companies there, they are working on the pain management. Still, we need, sir, in this aspect. Yes, sir.
Fine.
Okay, doctor, you have mentioned a very interesting terminology, that offense of allopathic medicine and defense of Ayurvedic medicine. Very new and interesting take. Can you explain that? What do you mean by this?
Yes, sir. Defense strategy means Ayurveda mainly focus on prevention of the disease, sir, and it will mainly focus on krimignatva power body, not directly fighting against the krimis, sir. So, but the modern medicine is mainly focusing on fighting with the microbials. They are directly going for antibiotics, like that, sir. Sir, this is the difference, sir. Offense and defense strategy, sir.
Both together. Okay. Thank you, doctor. It was interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. And that was PG 22075. Next, we move on to the next presentation, PG 22087.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Here is the first call for PG 22087.
PG 22087. Yeah.
Sir, can I share screen, sir?
Yes, yes, of course. Yes, the screen is visible. You just move one or two slides. Okay, it's moving. So are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, your time starts
Sir,
now. Wait.
Sir,
What happened?
1 second, sir.
Okay. Please.
Okay. No, it's okay, sir.
Okay. So are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your time starts now.
Namaste all. Today I'm here before you for the presentation of challenges of Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decades. These are the contents of presentation, including introduction, materials and methods, result and discussion, and finally conclusions. Ayurveda is not just a medical science. It's a divine knowledge that echoing our Indian culture. This valuable gift from our ancestors is trailing due to the non-existence of scientific validation in several concepts. And these challenges are recognized in educational system, industrial sectors, drug standards, Ayurveda herbal marketing scenario, hospitality, international collaborations, Ayurveda research and development, resource development, and other services. So aim of this presentation is to collect and analyze the challenges of Ayurveda going to face in the future. By realizing these challenges, one can able to build their career in a better way and contribute this knowledge to the wellness of Ayurveda. Then the opportunities will come and knock on the doors of each physician. And this presentation is overviewing the collective thoughts of various experts with interpretations and opinions, and articles available in PubMed related to this were searched and analyzed thoroughly. And coming to the discussion part, the topic is categorized into mainly 4 points. First one is education, then drugs, government policies, and research. Educational system syllabus is failure to produce competent Ayurveda medical practitioners, and this excessive system has not been completely successful in producing confidence among Ayurveda graduates for practicing pure Ayurveda. Students' inability to understand principles of Ayurveda practice, improper infrastructure in Ayurveda institutions, or unskilled teachers may be the reasons. Unable to bind the essence of Ayurveda with students is the lack of Sanskrit knowledge. Lack of adequate practical exposure in clinical practice, and also from the modern hospital posting is third. Concept of reality in learning process is the crucial one. Translation in Ayurveda, feasibility are added here. We can't improve their status overnight by passing a bill providing legal status to practice modern medicine like Madhya Pradesh government done. It only lowers the standard of care. It will not give confidence or competence that they needed to compete in real life. Disastrous combination of newly occurring diseases and the re-emergence of long-established viral diseases demands urgent planning and action for the epidemic prevention and its control are essential. Understanding different deshas for better practice also added here. Learning about mechanism of disease is restricted to ancient text alone and unable to prescribe or read modern investigations also there. And without changing the basic principles of Ayurveda, in order to update it by integrating with modern technologies is a challenging task that needs great insight into the field of Ayurveda. And without modern scientific terminology of disease, it may become difficult not only communicate effectively, but also to negotiate with regulatory authorities, insurance, and mainstream science. And lack of standardization and quality control is the main challenge in the field of drug. In coming days, lack of availability of drugs may get increased. It will leading to so many adulterants. Then the drug safety is questioning there. Then the availability of quality product is fragmented and not transparent. Increasing cost of drugs and also Ayurvedic treatment added here. Nowadays, healthcare system, instead of being an accountable system, grows into a hodgepodge of cooperative fiefdoms whose central aim is to maximize the profitability. There includes spa, beauty parlor in the names of Ayurveda, get the license very easily. And without any prescription, medicines are available. Even herbal drug dealers are prescribing medicines for Sudhiga and all. And the common people trusting the non-certified Vaidya blindly. In the name of Ayush product, money chain is developing in our society day by day. And in the field of advertisement, there are so many beauty products are arising. It will change the face of Ayurveda itself. And Ayurveda get the blame in the name of quackery. Other system of medicine degrading Ayurveda. Even between the Ayurvedic practitioners itself, they are degrading it. And coming to the government partialities, when the government releasing fund, they not equally to all the sector of medicine. Even though there are Supreme Court orders are there, Equality is not ensured in salary, stipend, or in maternity leave. And in NRHM sectors, there is no proper quality control or means entrance test, or it is only by interview and all the recruitment is taking place. Lack of digitalization and recording case studies is the main challenge in the research field. As we know that for the global level acceptance, all healthcare to be competitive and evidence-based. But we know that Ayurveda is focusing towards a personalized therapeutic approaches. And also when we're taking a single drug studies or a chemical constituents is taking for a study, it will may leading to a negative results. So there comes the importance of black box design, but its hierarchy and efficacy is questionable. Ayurveda research parameters development that is accepted by the scientific community is also a challenging one. Lack of interest in research also added here. MSc in anatomy or physiology or MPH can be entering into the teaching profession is highly challengeable for the Rajana Sharira, Kriya Sharira and Sostavrita graduate. Decreased voice in scientific publication that will also decrease the trust in scientific community. And the doctors are writing their results in social medias, it's not a scientific publication. It's really unethical. And we have to develop our system towards a primary healthcare is a really challengeable one. IT supported cloud-enabled affordable healthcare system is the future one. And coming to the conclusion part, as we know that Ayurveda is a non-linear, holistic and complex individualized science. It's the quality of Ayurveda, but at the same time, it is challenges for the Ayurvedic physician. Along with the lack of confidence, lack of questioning attitude is the more crucial one. Mushrooming of new colleges, corruption, laxity in regulations, lack of atmosphere for ethical and quality research make the problem more complex. Several factors such as individualized therapy, complex interventions, etc. make designing Ayurveda clinical trials challenging. Pure understanding of voice access by Ayurveda to the general public also there. So the first and the foremost task for us is to find a way and means to provide these Vaidyas opportunities to improve their training, clinical skills, research capabilities, and more than anything, to develop confidence in their respective professional field. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Gopakumarji.
Okay. So, good doctor, in your presentation, you had told that appointment of MSc anatomy or MSc physiology, etc., will be affecting. So I think you may be knowing about the latest guidelines of the NCISM.
Yes, sir.
So that's the latest issue in the Ayurvedic discussion. So what is your opinion regarding the major suggestions of NCISM with related to our topic of discussion, that is the opportunities and challenges of the Ayurvedic practitioners?
Sir, actually in MSc courses in anatomy or physiology, the duration of course is only 2 years, sir. So whenever it comes to our PG cases, it is 3 years of
that I understood. I am asking you about the general recommendations of NCISM and our topic, today's topic.
Sir, we have to, if they are giving an opportunity to teach, if MPH is already done, we have to implement all Ayurvedic part also into that curriculum, sir. If they are studying MPH, Ayurveda syllabus like Ridu, Ucharya, basics of Panchakarma therapies also, etc. are included in their curriculum also. Then it will be useful for Ayurvedic fraternity whenever they teaching the students regarding Sostavrita or Rajana Sharira and also.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anandji.
Okay, sir. My question is that you have pointed out in the conclusion slide itself the lack of competent clinical practitioners. So what is your suggestion of improving the competence in clinical knowledge and clinical skills? Your suggestions are invited.
Sir, first one is to develop the confidence among Ayurveda graduates, sir. Whenever we studying Ashtanga Hridaya in the first year itself, we did not say any course task. There is only textual knowledge we are acquiring, sir. Whenever clinical trainings is given to those students, like if they are seeing that Mridu Koshta or Krura Koshta in a patient, then it will be helpful for them to identify in the primary classes or in the first year itself, sir. like vada, that is causes ruksha. If they are seeing a skin that is dry, or we can that is translation of Ayurveda along with the evidence-based medicine. If there are clinical exposure also, that will improve the confidence. After completing BMS course, if someone is able to do a treatment, they are confident enough to treat a patient, that will increase the knowledge, and also that confidence itself is make the competence, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are focusing on only the first year. The whole
the
whole professional.
Just an example, sir.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. If not in first year, the confidence should have been built by the end of the course, or not. So what is your suggestion, practical suggestion for building confidence?
Sir, the building confidence that I think, sir, that is acquired from our curriculum itself, sir. If it's first one is that I told, sir, in the first year itself, that we have to expose to the clinical practice, sir. And the second one is whenever we are seen, if in this COVID era, we are seeing so many successful practitioners around the world, sir. So it is highly enthusiastic to know there are so much of Ayurveda graduates are there. They are successfully practicing, and from the Japan and also from the Sri Lanka, there are people are coming to study Ayurveda, and they are doing post graduation. But and also, sir, one the point I noted that in the Japan and all, there is not approved the Ayurveda itself, but they are trying to study it. So that shows the importance of Ayurveda. So we have to like Ayurveda, and we have to live in Ayurveda. That will make the better physicians, sir. So I think that that attitude should be developed in our BMS curriculum itself, sir. With our teachers and with our atmosphere and all, that will be achievable. I think so, sir.
Okay, thank you, doctor. It was good interacting with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, judges. Yes. And that was PG 22087.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22088. Here is the first call for PG 22088.
PG 22088. Your slide is visible.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Just move on 1 or 2 slides. Yes, okay. The presentation is moving. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, ready.
Your time starts now.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the presentation. The popularity of Ayurveda spread to the global level, and which is evident from the steady growth of Ayurveda in global market, the exponential growth of industrialization and globalization. The sectors of traditional healthcare system like Ayurveda is least used, despite they have potential to contribute a major share in addressing public health. Here comes our challenges. Here I am going to present the topic, challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decade. Moving to the introduction. The world is moving in a rapid pace. We live in an age where the concept of global village is prevalent. Everything can be possible within minutes at a remote location by the use of information technology, such that everybody in Earth is connected to each other and is part of a big community. We need to realize that health is an investment in the future, and it is high time to Ayurveda to embrace this fact and make leaps in the medical world accordingly. Here comes our challenges. The challenges are categorized under 5 domains related with information, related with research, communication, practice, and technology. The first one, challenges related with information, again classified into related with education, media, and advertisements. Challenges related with education are lack of quality of education and training, including contemporary medical science, is a major challenge facing by Ayurveda practitioners. And also online classes in the COVID pandemic adversely affect the clinical exposure and skills of the practitioner, and it surely reflects the confidence and career in the coming epoch. Media is a double-edged sword, and false information spreading through media, defaming Ayurveda as a pseudoscience, it will question the existence of Ayurveda. In the case of advertisements, some commercials sell their products in the brand name of Ayurveda, claiming that it is less or no side effects, leads to self-medication, and such claims adversely affect the people's vision about Ayurveda. And if such claims become a failure, questions the existence of Ayurveda. And many Ayurveda drugs are sold as food supplements and cosmetics without prescription of doctor, and this is a great challenge in the scenario. Another great challenge is related with research. There is a strong need to explain the fundamental principles of Ayurveda in modern context. The number of researchers are very less in Ayurveda, and there is no strong clinical evidence in Ayurveda. Here comes the importance of lack of standard research methodology. In the case of Ayurvedic research, we should incorporate whole system thinking and individually optimized therapy for development. So we should develop and optimize suitable methodologies. And also there is no best reporting standards which are suitable to Ayurveda. It is needed for honest and accurate reporting with minimum bias. The third one, challenges related with communication. Lack of documentation is another major challenge. Publishing papers in international peer-reviewed journals are essential for the acceptability of Ayurveda. But nowadays it is very less. And in the case of communicating our principles and rationale behind the success of treatment, the unpopular Sanskrit terms and principles are very difficult to communicate both to a common man and to a research community. It is mostly seen in the case of action of drugs, diagnostic terms, etc. The fourth one, challenges related with practice. It can be again classified into challenges related with opportunities, drugs, consultation, and treatment. Challenges related with opportunities are, even though Ayurveda is a highly efficient medical system, lack of good job opportunities is a major challenge. Thousands of students are passing out each year. Getting a job which is satisfactory is rare. Getting a job might not be a tough thing, but the salary scale is very minimal. This financial insecurity leads the practitioner into switching their profession to some other fields. And also, lack of skilled doctors and practitioners not stick on to the specialized areas are also another challenge. If it is possible, we can make abrupt results in Ayurveda, and thereby we can increase our acceptance and opportunities worldwide. Challenges related with drugs can be classified into challenges related with availability of drugs and medicine manufacturing. Scarcity of herbal drugs adversely affect the quality of end products, and the practitioner may not get the desired effect. Also, increased herbal demands may lead to unethical practice of adulteration, substitution, deletion, and incorporation of drugs. This will obviously lead to an alleged pharmaceutical negligence, will question the existence of Ayurveda. Lack of standardization of medicines is another major challenge. The medicines prepared by regional and national manufacturing units are vary in its efficacy, so it is really challenging for the practitioner to decide which brand should be selected. And lack of organized researchers and marketing is also, we should find solution. In the case of consultation, no doubt the next decade will be the decade of telemedicine. It has a lot of advantages, but some serious challenges too. Supply of medicine to the abroad patient is a major challenge, and Ayurveda is not an accepted system of medicine in some countries. Such regulatory restrictions should be considered as a challenge. We are not aware about foreign flora, and if we are aware about it, we can incorporate them into our practice, and it will help the acceptance of Ayurveda in another countries, and it will help teleconsultation up to an extent. Challenges related with treatments are also most of the drugs are hard to take due to palatability issues. This may make people search an alternate option. The time-consuming Ayurveda therapeutic efficacy, today's fast lifestyle, and high cost of Ayurveda treatment are really barricades which we should overcome. Also, in the case of medical emergencies, Ayurveda seems to be helpless, and also management of newly emerging diseases are really challenging to be accepted as main system of medicine. Integration of different healthcare systems are evolving problem in Ayurveda. Until now, we discussed the challenges related with information research. Until now, we discussed the challenges related with information research, communication, practice, and technology. In practice, next we will discuss the challenges related with technology. Technology is the heart of next decade life. Lack of advancement of technology in Ayurveda and unawareness about modern technologies are great challenge to deal with the era of telemedicine and concept of global village. Moving to the conclusion, it is important to find out to be contemporary with the current scientific needs for the benefit of society and for nurturing Ayurveda for global acceptance. All challenges questions the persistence and social acceptance of Ayurveda. So it is important to get a rapid solution for all these challenges for the existence of age-old science Ayurveda and its social recognition. Concluding that future of Ayurveda depends on technology, quality of education, media, advertisements, researchers, and so on. So it is need of the hour to find a solution for all these, for the acceptance and global recognition of Ayurveda by adopting and adapting this digital world in the field of Ayurveda. Thus, we can create a revolutionary change. Thank you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Interesting take.
Okay, dear doctor, I want to ask something about your very first slide. We are only in the third month of 2022 and you have given a graph. Can you show the first slide? And what is the source of that slide? If it is difficult to show the slide, leave it. The next slide, the next one, yes. That graph. See, global Ayurveda market, whether it is the expectation or whether it is the reality. We are only in the third month of March in 2022. What is the source of this data?
This data is taken from an article, sir.
Article means what? Which article? Because only the third month, how we can project this much of, whether it is expected value or it is already we have got the value.
It mentions that the global Ayurveda market is highly developing and the production and sale of the Ayurvedic products increases each year.
The figure indicates what? The given value indicates what?
And as rightly pointed out by Dr. Gopakumarji, you should mention the source from where you got this data.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, Anand, sir.
Okay, sir. I have one doubt, one question about you have mentioned in the medicine manufacturing section the lack of organized research and marketing. What do you mean by organized research?
In many countries are banned Ayurveda medicine, sir, due to the heavy metal toxicity. We are not aware about the different standards which are related with different standards of different countries of heavy metal content. So we are aware about all that standards, and thus we can organize our that content and we can organize that type of researches.
Doctor, on one hand, you have said that online teaching and training has resulted into less clinical expertise. Yes, and on the other hand, you offer digital medium as a solution for all the challenges of Ayurveda. How do you bring out this juxtaposition? How do you make this clear, please?
Online education surely affect the clinical exposure and skills of the doctor, but digital medium is not a solution for this, sir.
You said that it is the solution in the last slide.
No, sir, it is not a solution for this. The future of Ayurveda depends on all these digital medium, advertisements, research, quality of education, like that, sir. Digital medium cannot compromise.
Anyway, okay, good enough. Thank you very much, Doctor.
You
have the next presentation, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir. And that was a PG 22088. Next, we move on to the 12th presentation, PG 22089.
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22089. Here is the first call for PG 22089.
PG 22089. Your video is not visible. You turn on your video.
Sir,
Your
am
face
I
is not
audible,
visible.
sir?
Yeah. Your face is right now. It is visible. You are audible. You just move on 1 or 2 slides. Just go to the next slide and come back. Okay, it's moving. So, judges, please note, chest number PG 22089. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your time starts now.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the presentation. As we all know, Indian traditional knowledge has a major role in multidisciplinary healthcare system. And in this situation, where the world is becoming a single community, it is a challenge for the system to keep pace with the rapidly changing global healthcare needs. Here lies our topic of presentation, challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decade. Moving on to the introduction, Ayurveda emphasizes health maintenance and early intervention to maintain health and quality of life over the lifespan. And also, modern medicine failed in comprehensive preventive medicine. With all these things, we are looking to Ayurveda to bring about a change. Although Ayurveda has reached the mainstream of health sector, the challenges to be faced by the Ayurveda practitioner are many. In this presentation, I would like to discuss the challenges of Ayurveda practitioner under 6 domains. They are education, information, research, drug management, the concept of mixopathy, and finally the need. First one is education. Unlike allopathic education, Ayurveda needs to be studied with a holistic approach because the basic approach of Ayurveda and modern medicine are entirely different. The existing system of education is not enough to produce competent Ayurveda practitioners. Let's discuss the challenges under 2 headings. They are basic knowledge and collaboration. Lack of basic knowledge in clinical emergencies, basic procedures, and treatment failure and loss of confidence. And also, ancient diagnostic techniques and obscure knowledge on these techniques remain insufficient to lead the outcome of the whole diagnostic process. Lack of adequate practical exposure in some institutions is another important challenge. Successful practitioners can share their treatment experiences with the help of and in the form of disease diagnosing criteria and also treatment protocols. Lack of such collaborations among Ayurveda community and training programs in research, genetic counseling, preventive and social health care, immunology, biochemistry, and all other social issues currently evident in society are a major challenge for the future generation doctors. Next one is information. In this era, the world is very nearer, and with the help of information technology, everything can be done very easily in an instant. All these challenges and all these differences can be also seen in the field of medicines as well. To reaching out this fast-paced world will be the major challenge for the Ayurveda practitioner in the coming decade. Scientific findings must be shared and discussed with others, and it should be discussed and shared with other people. Otherwise, it confined only as pseudoscience. If the findings, Ayurveda findings, do not have the backup of modern technology, it will become merely assumptions, otherwise scientific. With the advent of systems like telemedicine, we can approach all the countries, but we cannot access all the countries due to some regulatory issues. And in viable countries also, we cannot implement Yogi Pariksha Vidhi. And there is some communication problems with the technical language of Ayurveda and lack of integration and linkage with technology also. Holistic concept is a major strength of Ayurveda. However, it is often used as a tool to run away from scientific investigations and from questioning of incomprehensible variability observed in practice. We need both the approaches, the holistic and reductionistic approach, with detailed understanding of whole and the parts. System biology approach seems to facilitate integration of data-rich and concept-rich science of Ayurveda. But how such facilities will be put into practice still remains as a question. We all know how much impact information technology has on a person's daily life. but a situation beyond this could be seen in the coming decades. Hence, how the available facilities can be effectively utilized for contemporary global needs is a big challenge for Ayurveda community in the coming decades. Next one is research. Evidence-based collaborative medical research is highly needed for Ayurveda. The current researchers of Ayurveda and with small sample sizes. Quality research on fundamental principles can only explore the unsolved queries, and there is no standardization of research protocols of Ayurveda, making comparability across studies challenging. There is still confusion in Ayurveda how to expose research outputs and how useful it should be. Only few organizations have well-established research infrastructure, and also lack of cooperation of biomedical scientists is also there. And RCT cannot be accepted as gold standard research methodology for Ayurveda. As being a personalized medicine, such parameters also should be incorporated in treatment research methodology. Next is drug management. Lack of effective raw materials due to deforestation and variation in fauna and flora is a challenge to the effectiveness of medicine. The usage of Ayurveda medicine itself is a difficult task for many. How and when to take Ayurveda medicine and which drugs will cause interaction and fixation of dosage and time of administration are still a matter while prescribing. Preservatives overload will also cause health hazards in the future. The brand name Ayurveda is advancing as well as challenging to the science. It should also under concern that increase in herbal demands will lead to unethical practices of adulteration and incorporation of some other drugs while formulating. It will adversely affect the integrity of science. It is also a challenge that Ayurveda is only running under a brand name rather than a science. Next is the concept of mixopathy. The emerging situation will lead to the modern people think an alternative method. Most likely, this will go with the concept of mixopathy, where only herbal products have importance. There will not be any importance to Ayurveda practitioners and concept of Ayurveda. This will be a major challenge to Ayurveda community in the future. Finally, the need. Ayurveda should be a necessity for the common people and the government. Pandemics and natural disasters will be the major challenge in the future for the world. So Ayurveda has to prove what can be done in such situations. So then only there is increased need and recognition of Ayurveda among people and government. It also needs to make sure that the science is handled by qualified people only, because proliferation of media and advertisements and influx of pseudo physicians pose challenge to the credibility of the science. To conclude, it is therefore to be with the contemporary scientific trends for the benefit of the society and to nurture Ayurveda. To create credibility and visibility of the science, Ayurveda community should come to the light from the cage. And also, the discussions and discoveries of Ayurveda should not confine to Ayurveda community only. It should be understandable to the world. Then only this Shastra will survive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Interesting set of ideas. So, Gopakumarji, your take.
Okay. So that was a good presentation. And my question is, every time we discuss about the education, mainly the graduation as well as the PG, but we very well know the paramedical education. So the paramedical education is also very important because we always feel the scarcity of qualified therapists and nursing staff and pharmacists in Ayurveda. So what are your suggestions regarding a national level policy and implementation on paramedical education in Ayurveda?
As a complete medicine, we need all the levels of collaboration, I think.
Now, my question is on paramedical courses in Ayurveda.
There should be also paramedical courses, which should be also there because we need such collaborations. It will increase the recognition of Ayurveda among common people. We want that recognition and trust. So this kind of courses also increase our chances in the society and the social problems.
Okay.
Anand sir.
Okay, sir. My question is that you have said that the clinical emergencies, exposure to clinical emergencies is very less in our field. So what are your suggestions to increase the clinical exposure in emergencies?
So we need to increase our skills in every aspect. Because as a medical person, we need to manage all the situation anytime we have a chance to manage all the situations. So we
I
need all
have
time.
asked by which measures you can suggest or which mechanism we can bring the exposure to our field in emergencies.
Emergency medicine is very important, so we can implement how to handle such situation. We can make some classes on the emergency medicine system, so that we can implement that kinds of ideas into our syllabus also. So we can manage all the situations as a physician. If we go to the society, if we have a chance to meet such situations, we are not able to handle such situations because of lack of confidence and lack of clinical exposure also in such situations. So the authority should make some more chances to handle and some more chances to face all these kinds of emergencies in the graduate level also.
Okay.
Doctor,
Sir?
you mentioned mixopathy.
Yes, sir.
As a challenge, as a threat.
Yes, sir.
And whereas internationally, everywhere, the integrative medicine is being highly promoted.
Yes, sir.
It is recommended.
Yes.
So what do you think is the essential difference between mixopathy and integrative medicine?
Sir, I think integration is good, but both the systems, allopathy and Ayurveda, let the systems work separately. The mixing is not good. The basic approach of entire system is different. We are in the phase of holistic system, and they are more on the reductionistic approach. So the mixing is not good, and the basic principles also varies. So we can have such collaborations. It's good for the society and social. It's good for the society, but mixing will spoil the basic and the essence of the science, I think. It's not good. Even though our Tridosha, we have the power, the Tridosha theory, we have the power with us. So even we don't need nomenclature of diseases also to treat any condition. And in any disease, if we have any emerging condition, we can apply our theory to such conditions without the need of nomenclature and all. So this mixopathy, I don't think this mixopathy is good, but we can have collaborations or integration if the situation highly needs it.
Anyway, it's okay. Thank you. I would have liked to have some examples of what is mixopathy and what is integrative. But anyway, thanks a lot, Doctor. Thanks for the good interaction. It was good.
Thank you.
Please end your presentation. That was PG 22089. Now we move on to the next presentation. The 13th presentation, PG 22093.
Am I audible? Hello?
Judges, please note, here is the first call for PG 22093.
Yes, doctor, you are audible. You start your presentation. Yes. Doctor, have you shared your screen? Is there any technical issue? Shall we share from our side? 22093. Hello, PG 22093, doctor.
Yes, sir.
Your slide is not visible. We will share the presentation if you have any problem. We are running short of time. So is there any technical issue?
Sir, the cursor is actually not moving. That's why.
Okay. You just end up the presentation. We will start screen sharing. Okay. Don't worry. We just simply say next or previous like that.
Sir, I think it's hang up. Sir,
you just stop share. Cursor, yeah.
Cursor moving illada.
നമുക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലേ അടുത്ത പാർട്ടിസിപ്പന്റിനെ വിളിക്കാം. We can call the next participant by the time.
Yeah, I have stop shared. Okay, sir. 1 second. Excuse me, sir. Yeah. I hope your presentation is visible.
Yes, it is there.
PG 22093, doctor. Are you there? She's also stuck, I think. So I think let's move on to the next contestant. Judges, please note. Judges, please note PG 22100. PG 22100. PG 22093 will present it in the last. Okay.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah. You are audible and it is also visible.
1 minute. No, it's changing.
Yeah, it's changing. Are you ready?
1 more minute.
Okay. Then your time starts.
Yes.
It's moving. Yes, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. Code number 22100, presenting on the topic challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioner in the coming decades. Starting with sloga from Bhagavad Gita, Sukha dukke same kritva labha labho jaya ajayo tado yuthaya yujjasam naiva papam avapnyasi. Sharing some of the challenges faced by Ayurvedic practitioner, especially after COVID, like less number of patients, risk of job and thereby affecting the financial stability, increasing the cost of living and risk of contagion. Seeing the challenges, we will start to set up an action plan to overcome this. And for that, the first step is to create an action plan. An action plan should be with clarity, and that clarity will be the single quality of success. And for that, we can use the tool SWOT analysis. Here are a set of questionnaires which I am afraid for assessing the strength. We should know about our strength of our system and what we are known for and what are the key areas of expertise. For assessing the weakness, we should know what we are poorly doing and what are struggling with and what we need to fix and what are the internal weakness or deficiency in the research we have. Assessing the opportunity, go through the opportunity which enhance the quality of our practice and what are the changes in demand and what are the marketing factors or environment factors which have positive impact the healthcare system. And we have some untapped potential also. And assessing the challenges, there are key challenges or threats which are there in the ecosystem and we should know about that. And what are the external or future challenges or threat does the system face? And after having an action plan, we should implement the action plan using the theory, Court-Lewin theory of unfreeze, change, refreeze. It's a famous theory, 3 stages of implementation. In the first stage, unfreeze, create dissatisfaction with the status quo by explaining what is wrong with the present situation. And in the stage 2, a solution is offered by defining new status quo. And in the third stage, refreeze, the change made must be cemented to prevent the regression. And the meta-analysis report done by me show that the population spend higher than 12% of GDP on healthcare, and the expenditure related to our health, home health agencies, prescription drug, nursing facilities, and the personal healthcare. And the global trend show that the industry will continue to grow. And taking some global potential, which is having exponential growth in the recent years, and like that home healthcare. And why this exponential growth? The reason behind is the shift in the demographic. It is shown that in 2026, people older than 65 years will outnumber those younger than 5. And those long living population will be living with multiple chronic ailments. And this shift of demography, also known as Great Tsunami, where the graph showed that the population will be more above the age group of 60 after 2021. And looking on the strategy of innovation by comparing the 3 stages of care, means acute care, residential care, and home care. And home care can provide independent, healthy living and chronic disease management with low cost of care and with more quality of life. And another global potential, which is rapidly growing in the pandemic situation, is telemedicine, which is a very epitome of technology-driven healthcare service. And why these people are more interested in telemedicine is because of the convenience that telemedicine provides. And the most important thing is the recognition we people got among the international community by seeing that an analysis report provided by an international agency that the global Ayurveda herbal market in 2020 is $9.5 billion, is anticipated to grow to $21.6 billion in 2028. And the role played by the government of India, who is led by the Prime Minister, who is a staunch supporter of Ayurveda. And the other thing is the healthcare tourism, which is there in the ecosystem since many years. And the next role is conferred to each of one of us. And by looking into this vast opportunity and investing on our own ventures to promote the system which we belongs to. And this is the sutra which I want to tell, the mantra which I want to keep in mind, that investigate this marketplace carefully and look for opportunity that disrupt the status quo and provide excellent care. And here I want to share the venture I found, and it's under consideration of Ayush department. I'm waiting for the launch of the prototype. It's called, it's termed as Ayurvahan, and which I think changed the future of Panchakarma. It's the concept of motor Panchakarma unit working on integration with the telemedicine. And it's equipped with almost necessary equipment for the delivering basic care to the patient at their doorstep, thereby reducing hospital visits. Other things like unique selling proposition of this proposal is it can deliver home health care, it promote tourism in the form of caravan health tourism, and it work on full integration with telemedicine unit, and it is having a fully equipped pharmacy. And the process of working is simple. On the booking for appointment will go through the website and mobile application. And in the second, the initial visit, the motor Panchakarma unit will come to your doorstep and will, as per the allotted time slot, which is given during the time of booking. And in the consultation and medical advice will be done through the telemedical consultation facility made in each motor Panchakarma unit. And the proposed treatment plan will be advised and will be executed. And in the conclusion of my presentation, in the era of communicable disease and fewer healthcare facility, project like Ayurvahan plays an important role. And decentralization, it also acts as a decentralization of healthcare facility, and development of a country can be accelerated by incorporating the tourism and healthcare industry, which is possible through the concept of Ayurveda. Thank you one and all for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Doctor, for an interesting presentation. Gopakumarji.
Okay, sir. So your idea about Ayurveda is okay, but I think a very rural villages in India is growing as urban area, and delivery at the doorsteps is definitely important, but that is happening even without an Ayurveda also. But there are so many other issues in the field of Ayurveda which are to be addressed. So my humble question is why you didn't address such major issues of Ayurvedic practice. Definitely I encourage the concept of Ayurveda. There are so many other areas, but I think you didn't touch any one of this area. What can be the reason?
as an entrepreneur mind, I thought that something innovative should be created in the field of Ayurveda, which will not only cure the job opportunities or other challenges we are facing, it should be having some role in the propagation of our system of medicine.
And the Ayurvahan will provide a door delivery, but how it will increase the job opportunity? And I definitely support your innovation, but I am thinking about that innovation.
Sir, in one motor unit, there is we are allotting one consultant to address whatever consultation coming to that unit and see the to get the consultation of patient and related issues like preparation of medicine, what are the medicine, proposal of the medicine, and planning of the treatment care. And so that many youngsters will be coming into the coming from the after undergraduation also will be getting such opportunity to work and getting some minimum salary.
Okay, thank you.
Anand sir.
Okay, sir. The concept is a new one, very good. But as the Governor sir already mentioned that many of the other areas are untouched. And the other thing is that whether you have done the cost benefit analysis by introducing the Ayurvahan, whether the treatment cost effectiveness could be achieved for the poor people.
Yes, sir. Now I am working on the planning of treatment, like what are for the basic care, like in geriatric patient, how can they manage an independent living of life by relieving their pain and thereby effectively coming to their homes and deliver the healthcare so that they can avoid the cost of coming to hospital and staying for such days, so that it will be somewhat affordable, so that the hospital care and hospital admission rate can be cut down and only the treatment rate they want to give.
Okay.
Doctor, in your very first slide, you have mentioned that there is a loss of patient number, loss of footfall, and all the subsequent slides have said that there is increasing business and all those things. You might have also done some feasibility studies for Ayurveda. So how come? In fact, the ground reality is that after pandemic, there is a lot of interest in Ayurveda and a lot of patients are coming to it, especially in this Omicron wave.
Yes, sir. The reason why I told the loss of patient is after pandemic there is some type of inhibition that to avoid the social contact and all. Thereby they are limiting.
This third wave, the Omicron wave, has seen humongous growth in Ayurvedic practice. If I am not wrong.
Yes, sir.
The population is very different.
Yes, sir. The population with the minor chronic illness like pain and disabling conditions, they are limiting their limited on their own home only, because they are not that is not a serious condition, but they are living with that limitation. So if any opportunities or any provision is there, then they will surely approach such type of treatment.
There are other concepts like Dhanvantari Rath. Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
There are similar things like Ayurvahan. The name is different, but it is called Dhanvantari Rath. Care at your doorstep.
Okay, sir.
So, but your idea is good. Best wishes for that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, please.
Thank you, sir. It was PG 22100. Next, PG 22103. Please on your video. Thank you. Start sharing. Judges, please note PG 22103. Start from the first slide.
Are my slides visible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, can I start?
Your time starts now.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. This is PG 22103 presenting before you all challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decade. As when I talk about the introduction, we are living in the 21st century, which is the era of superfine medical technology, where each hard questions such as who, what, and why are being answered with research being the very fundamental input. And the result is that it is shaping the global scenario very, very, very finely. But when we talk about in terms of Ayurveda, it is quite different from it. So let's see how Ayurveda is different from it. I have objectified into two main objectives of mine. Firstly, to throw light on the challenges faced by Ayurvedic practitioners on a daily basis. And secondly, to focus on certain root possibilities that can bring a positive change in the coming decade. For that, I have divided it into 6 basic levels. Firstly, the general awareness, second, academic level, then practitioner level, patient level, marketing level, and the global level. So the topic is basically for the practitioner level. Practitioner level and the patient can be combined together, but I have taken a step backward and a step forward as well, because when the foundation is strong, it ultimately is going to affect the next level. General awareness is not so general. BMS as a degree is not a known concept to many. See, honestly speaking, people choose BMS as a secondary option to MBBS, even dental as well. Ayurveda has recognized it has received its recognition only in the last 20 years. Even the career counselors or the schools, they don't consider it Ayurveda as a futuristic goal. They don't allow students, or say they don't give them an option to take it as a career. So there's less of the awareness, misconceptions that lead to fake rumors about Ayurveda. Then we have challenges at the academic level. We have saturated knowledge capital. There's no theoretical upgradation of the ancient text. The UG teaching is saturated and boring, and sometimes the subject seems non-convincing to the students. There's smaller number of colleges at the PG level, and even after the post-graduation, teaching comes as a default choice to the students, for it provides an easy materialistic living, and thus it isolates them from the clinical hand. The lack of practical reasoning and scientific validation, even at the PG level. When we see the data at the 2010 year, nearly 1 million articles were indexed in PubMed, but only 240 were recognized and identified in Ayurveda. See, if we as students and we as practitioners don't get to see the evidences, so forget about the public who is going to believe on us. So this is a complete masked belief system where people are believing us 50%, not whole of it. Then we have this annual budget, although this is a positive side of it, that we have seen a slight increase of 2.69% from the last year, but where has it been used? We don't know it proportionately. We have challenges at the practitioner level. We have a long history taking procedure in Ayurveda that seems very time consuming. Also, when we talk about the Ayurvedic drugs, they are very expensive and they're not affordable to everyone. You take a strip of PCM and then you compare it with Mahasudarshan Ghanvati, and then we can see that how affordable it is to people at the rural areas. We have duration of action and positive outcomes of the drugs that take a very lot of time. And then eventually when people don't get immediately relief, they start losing faith in Ayurveda. Also, the very basic concept of Guru Shishya Parampara that was earlier at times, it is now losing its base. And now it is not a complete strong base at present, I can say right now. The clashes within the fraternity, the lack of cooperation and willingness among the practitioners. You see, when a practitioner has a Anubhut Yoga of a practitioner has a great knowledge, and we say that so and so Anubhut Yoga is known to a practitioner for a certain disease, but the knowledge is not being shared. Why? Because things get personal at times. You don't acknowledge somebody's experiences, you don't acknowledge somebody's knowledge, so there are no credits or benefits to the person who is sharing the knowledge to us. So if there is no credits, there's no gain, and ultimately there's no sharing of knowledge. Then we have Ayurvedic degree that is working under the allopathic terms in this long race of competition. So when we say it in a different level, so we if Ayurvedic practitioners are working under the allopathic terms, they are paid very low. And then throughout 5.5 years of our course, we study Ayurvedic terms. And that too, then we are, if we opt to then allopathic term, then we are mentally harassed for not knowing the medical modern applications. So then we start questioning our own self, because the frustration gets high on us. Coming to the changes at the patient level, you see this cartoon, they are saying that the patient is glad to hear that his health is improved, but he has not taken advice. He has not followed anything that the doctor has advised. See, not every patient is going to follow the advice that we are providing to him. And also the things are different for Ayurveda, because not only we are prescribing the Aushad, we also have to focus on the Ahar and Vihar and see that the patient takes it into serious consideration. When I talk about the non-compliance of the patient, this Aushad Ahar Vihar goes into one hand. Secondly, that we all know that the Ayurvedic drugs don't provide immediate effect. So the patient gets irritated after long-term use, and then they start having some opinion about, they have the thought changes comparison between allopathy and Ayurveda. If that a particular drug is not going to benefit me so immediately, so why should I be using it? So that's the same thing as mass belief system that I've explained earlier. We have challenges at the marketing level. We have bottleneck sector development, and like many of my fellow friends have already told about drug standardization and quality control. So when we see in Ayurveda, we have batch to batch variation even in our one product. So the drug pharmacology that is very well known in allopathy, it is not fully explored in Ayurveda. I won't say that we don't know what Viryan Prabha, I won't say that we don't have drugs that we can say that Viryan Prabhava are working, but it is not explored completely, the whole of it. We have, then there are a number of trials that we go for the research work, they are very low. Then the side effects are not completely known to everyone. You see, we have this Ayurvedic market segmentation analysis, where we have different levels for not only for the drugs, we have got for oral health, hair care products as well. We have distribution channels at pharmacies and supermarkets level. We have got key players such as Emami, Vico, and Patanjali. And then we have this geographical distribution at different Ayurvedic for the segmentation analysis. You see, if the drug protocol or the standardization are not followed properly, ultimately this market is going to fall off. Finding its challenges at the global level, you see, this is a map that is showing the orange shaded area is showing the countries that are celebrating Ayurveda Day, and we can say the black one that has yet to mark the Ayurveda Day. So you see, it's a good thing that at the global level Ayurveda is being recognized, but there are certain benefits that we are providing to others to ensure. That is, we don't have more publications on our side. We have lack of evidences. Plus, you see, things are getting good for the other countries, because they see a drug and then they apply modern diagnostic tools for it. They come to know that a particular drug is being used for a particular disease, and then the research get published at the global level, and it is being recognized from in the name of other country. So this is the benefit that we are providing to other country instead of not getting credit to our own country of origin. So what can be done? We need to provide awareness lectures about pursuing BMS as an independent career option, providing more weightage on the practical side, sharing knowledge, and also acknowledging somebody's experiences. We need more and more research work, establishing standards and patent protection rights. We also need to take a follow-up that the patient is serious about and see that the patient is having a positive attitude towards the Ayurvedic the drugs. And then the funds that we are getting acknowledged, we need to acknowledge them and use it thoughtfully. And then we need to have publication recognition at the journals and articles at the global level. Only then these challenges can be minimized and then can be benefited to Ayurveda. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Okay. So regarding the question, you have shown the world map where the world means the Ayurveda Day is celebrated and not celebrated. My question is, what are your suggestions to promote Indian graduates to have their global practice? What are your suggestions to promote the practice of Ayurveda in the foreign countries, by which our Indian population, our Indian graduates will be getting more job opportunity? Your practical suggestions.
So, you're asking me if the graduates getting job at the at the international level or within India, and then getting
global,
the India being marketed India at the global level.
Outside India.
Okay. So there are many students who have this mass communication skills that are very good at the graduate level and also at the undergraduate, post-graduation levels. So they have thorough knowledge, like we have traditional knowledge, like traditional library for the medicines as well. So, putting these things like the other skills that we have, like the communication skills, along with the knowledge that is shaping every student at this particular point of time. So also we have this social technology. I'm not talking about the Instagram influencers. I'm talking about the real YouTube mechanism that spreading knowledge everywhere. Also, then we can see that students going outward, because Other countries are taking up Ayurveda students. I mean, other countries are not taking Ayurveda students very seriously. But with further evaluation that we have shown in the map, that we are actually celebrating the Ayurveda Day. So people are knowing what Ayurveda is all about. What we need to think is we need to step out of the box and get out of the comfort zone. If we are getting a job opportunity there, we should actually apply for it instead of thinking that Ayurveda is only being retention in India only.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
you, sir.
Hello. There's one question regarding the Padhya Badhya. You have mentioned that medicine is not only the thing which we focus. The Padhyas are important. So I am inviting your ideas regarding updating the Padhya Badhya according to our time.
Okay. So see, we have if we go on right now, if we take the youth as the youth of present, they are mostly concerned about the skin care. So we provide medicines for the skin care protection, but at the same time we have to concern the patient as well for the pathya and apathya, like I mean, generally what happens is that we take shakes together. Like in normal languages, layman languages, people take, they say the milk and the fruit, they get mixed together. But when we say it in terms of skin diseases, we say the fish and we say the egg and the milk not to be consumed together. And then there are many other things. So this basic knowledge need to be given to the patient at every level. You see, the youth are caring about their skin thing. That is important. They think the medicines is going to work. But at the same time, the pathya and apathya, they are not following it actually well at the very basic level. So even if they go to gym, then we can prescribe them that this particular, this particular shake is beneficial for you or not. I mean, I'm talking just about the youth because you asked me the current scenario. So I've taken the youth as a whole group of it.
Okay, good enough. So Doc, you have mentioned the data of 2010 regarding the publications. Why so old data? In fact, in 2021, the Ayurvedic research in CTRI were leading. They were more than what even our allopathic counterparts were doing, especially in COVID. How do you match this data? Why so outdated data?
Sir, honestly speaking, this had to be in my point. This had to be in my mind. But obviously the current data is leading. That is a good thing about Ayurveda. But right now, I can only say honestly, very honestly speaking, that I have no idea why I will take this thing into it. Sorry.
Well, so you are basing all of your conclusions, all your discussions, everything on a data which is old data. No.
That was only about, see, right now we are having researchers. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. We are having evidences, but we are not up to the mark. We are not up to that state where each our question is being answered. Like I told you, if we say it from the modern aspect of it, not how, when, all are not questions are not being answered. So the 2010 data is different. Right now, the situation is different, but we need to have more upgradation for the future as well.
Good. Thank you. Good enough.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Okay. So can we have the next one, the earlier?
(22.103), it was PG 22103. Now one pending was there, PG 22093.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Can you please share your screen? Please on your video.
Yes.
Yes, video is on. Start share your screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Visible. Please move 2-3 slides to try. It's moving, right? You are okay? You are ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Your time starts now.
Welcome all to the presentation. The topic of presentation is challenges for the Ayurvedic practitioners in the coming decade. Coming to the topic, there are over 450,000 registered Ayurvedic practitioners all over India. There are over 9,000 licensed Ayurvedic pharmacies, and according to report by Confederation of Indian Industry, 77% of the Indian households used Ayurvedic products in 2017, which is up from 69% in 2015. The size of the global Ayurveda market is expected to almost triple from $3.4 billion in 2015 to $9.7 billion by 2022. In spite of this huge infrastructure, the whole sector continues to remain unorganized and is still out of the mainstream of healthcare delivery system. I'm bringing your attention to a research paper published in December 2004 by Journal of American Medical Association, which concluded that one of the 5 Ayurvedic herbal medicine products produced in South Asia contain potentially harmful levels of lead, mercury, and arsenic. And the study also concluded that the testing of Ayurvedic HMPs for toxic heavy metals should be made mandatory. A similar paper appeared in 2008 in JAMA. Though these studies were based on limited data, the results posed an overgeneralized alarm against the use of Ayurvedic products worldwide. Ayurveda is globally being perceived in several such contradictory ways. It has been the need of the hour to have an immediate retrospection regarding the current scenario. So, what are the primary points to be scrutinized in this respect? These include challenges caused by the flaws in the educational system, challenges in the mainstreaming, the diagnosis, drugs and marketing sector, research field, etc. Coming to the educational system, there are about 338 UG colleges in India, but very less amount of these provide facilities of higher education like MD, MS, etc. Many of these institutions provide sub-minimal standards of education. Even though NCISM has imposed various educational norms and regulations, the standards of education has been a cause of concern in the recent years. Poorly structured and poorly regulated educational system, liberal permission by the government for substandard colleges with minimum facility, etc. are the major threats. Faculty deficit is another major crisis in the sector. The causative factors for the human resource crisis in the educational sector is the uncertain career options, poor recruitment policies, imbalanced growth of new institutions, disparity in salary structure, etc. In many of the colleges, good infrastructure in terms of equipped lecture theatres, laboratories, libraries, OT, Panchakarma facilities, teaching and non-teaching staff, etc. are not available. This has led to dilution in the quality of clinical training, and the practical application of theoretical constructs is not taking place adequately. The extent of clinical exposure to certain basic procedures like paramedical interventions, primary emergency care practice in PHCs, basic life support skills, etc. are limited. The BMS graduates usually lack confidence in these areas when they enter into clinical practice. The practical training in the fields of sexual medicine, palliative care, geriatrics, etc. is also unsatisfactory and should be immediately rectified, as the patients often seek advice from practitioners of complementary and alternative system of medicine. Also, the syllabus of UG level does not cover relevant topics like intellectual property rights, basic procedures of standardization of medicinal products, the basics of cultivation and marketing of medicinal plants, basic management skills, etc. that are very essential to launch a new Ayurvedic hospital or clinic or pharmacy. Appropriate training and certification in biomedical subjects like anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacognosy, etc. under qualified faculty specialized in these areas, etc. will help in the globalization of Ayurveda. While Ayurveda is not coming in the front of my mainstreaming, its propagation at government level, it lacks strategic vision, political will, and adequate funding. The quality infrastructure of modern system of medicine is aided by proper funding policies from the government, which contributes to its major share in the mainstreaming. The budget cost for complementary system of medicine is very low as compared to other systems. There are just 45 manufacturing units in the government sector as compared to 9,000 by the private sector. This, along with the limited number of hospitals in the government sector, makes it difficult for the common man to utilize the system. The medical officers working in the government dispensaries faces many challenges like inadequate supply of medicine, inadequacy of sufficient medical and paramedical staff, etc. Most often, the patients have to buy medicines from the private pharmacies outside the institutions that are usually not affordable to them. The Ayurveda scholars are often anxious about what to do next after graduation. lack of confidence, limited career options at the government and private sector, and disparity in the salary structure often results in many Ayurveda graduates struggling for existence. The academic backups required for starting up own ventures poses trouble for graduates in low socioeconomic situation. The startups with minimal investment also struggles to survive because of unaffordable rents, high price, limited quality of medicine, unavailability of staff, high wages of staff when compared to profit, credit policies of the distributors, etc. Diagnosis also seems a hurdle in the clinical practice. The modern system diagnoses the disease on the basis of international classification of disease by using validated diagnostic methods, questionnaires, and inventories. Ayurveda is in short of a standard method and also lack validated diagnostic questionnaires and inventories. In Ayurveda, the diagnosis often varies according to the viewpoint of the practitioner, and this can often lead to ineffective planning of individualized treatment approaches. So, what are the issues in the drugs and marketing sector? Approximately 90% of the medicinal plants used by the industries are collected from forest, and about 70% of the plant collections involve destructive harvesting. This causes serious threat to genetic stocks and diversity of medicinal plants. The manufacturers are forced to buy substandard qualities of raw materials and at fairly high prices, and have been facing issues of substitution, adulteration, and deletion. This hinders the quality and safety of marketed products. This can also lead to extinction of many classical preparations. The hike in the price of the medicines, the substandard quality of medicines, and palatability issues will also adversely affect the private clinical practitioners with own clinics or hospitals. The unethical and misleading promotion of advertisements will tarnish the image of the Ayurvedic physicians as well as medical system. The sale of Ayurvedic medicines over the counter and the sale of nutraceuticals are subject to minimal regulations when compared to the vigorous check in the case of modern medicine, which also questions the dignity of Ayurveda. In this era of globalization, to make Ayurveda globally accepted science, there is a need to update and upgrade the existing knowledge in some Samhidas and with current research trends. There is a growing need for evidence-based medicine. Ayurveda lags far behind in the scientific evidence in quantity and qualities of RCTs and systematic reviews. Absence of appropriate research designs, standard protocols, quality control and standardization of fraud drug, variation in the treatment, etc. are major issues in the research field. The increasing concerns on the safety of Ayurvedic drugs should be addressed with advanced and more active pharmacovigilance and proper documentation. Also, Ayurveda lags far behind in the number of peer-reviewed journals and also in number of articles published, which is considered to be the key construct in evidence-based medicine. So the final word, a well-trained manpower, building up a good infrastructure aided by adequate funding policies of government, promotion of standard research based and evidence, upgrading contemporary knowledge, effective mainstreaming, and finally, last but not the least, a teamwork approach contributes to a better Ayurveda and a bright Ayurveda. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Thanks a lot for interesting take. So,
okay,
Gopakumarji.
Okay, the last candidate, very good. We are fortunate to have a very good number of presentations with the wide range of clarity. So my simple question, see, there are so many supporting activities are there in the society to promote the practice of medical system. One of the such social supporting financial support is health insurance. Yes, my question is, health insurance is very much important for practice inside and outside India. How you equate the relevance of health insurance in internal and external practice of Ayurveda in the coming decades? What should be the implementations of health insurance and Ayurvedic practice?
Health insurances are very important in the modern sector as well as Ayurveda sector. In fact, in case of Ayurveda sector, adequate health when coming to the treatment protocol, we have many risky procedures like Vasti and all, and also so in that case and all, if we have an adequate health insurance policy, it will be better, and so that we can attract more patients also to this Ayurvedic system of medicine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
In the beginning of your slide, you have mentioned about heavy metal poisoning. And what is your suggestion to address this?
Coming to the heavy metal toxicity, many in the foreign countries and all, it is a very there is a raised alarm against this heavy metal toxicity. And in case of the heavy metal toxicity, it is not we have to take care not only about the contents but also about the processing methods and also the cultivation methods in which place it is grown. All this contributes to the heavy metal toxicity, and so we have to take care of when in the cultivation also, processing also. In all sectors, we have to take care that the heavy metal toxicity is not and also we have to do correct pharmacovigilance, also toxicological studies. We have factories that in the modern medicine and all, when we take a medicine medicine, we will see its indication, contraindication, side effects and all in that. Usually in our medicines, even though if it is rasa preparations or drug preparations, such side effects are not prescribed in that. So in that also in that level also we have to take care, I think, so that global acceptance will be.
Doctor, most of your solutions, what you suggested in education sector, are already there in the MSE of NCISM. And there are some other things also in place, like Gurukul system in RAV. So what RAV for the gurus, directly for practitioners? It is a very revolutionary idea. So already these things of changes are taking place. So what new you bring to the table as a suggestion for the challenges in the next decade? Just one line, take home message.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
It is all these measures are in the NCISM guidelines, but it is the what the problem is the
not audible,
Doctor, you are not audible. Yes, you resume.
What is the problem is that stringent measures are not taken. When we compare to the modern system, they, in case of educational institutions around, the stringent measures are taken. But here, many of the private colleges and all, these measures are not, in case of faculty crisis and all, these measures are not taken care properly. That is why there is fault in the educational system. So I think if we take care of that, being strict, it can be more helpful.
Okay, doctor. Thanks a lot for your interesting take.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. And that's the end of the show.
It was the last presentation of That was the last presentation of the finals of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery PG presentation competition. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. The result will be declared within half an hour. Meanwhile, we are moving on to the mega finals of the UG presentation. All PG participants are requested to stay back for the result declaration.
We will declare the results. We will declare the result in half an hour. All the PG participants who have participated in this event, please stay back. Okay.
For UG presentation competition, we have 15 mega finalists from more than 100 participants who took part in the screening round from all parts of India. For the information of mega finalists, you will be given 8 minutes for your presentation, followed by 2 minutes discussion. The rules of competition are: the presentation will be of 8 minutes, followed by 2 minutes discussion with the judges. The bell will ring after the participant has started screen sharing. There will be a warning bell at 7 minutes, and participant has to conclude the presentation within 1 minute. We request all the participants to strictly stick on to the time. The organizers will not be responsible for any technical glitches occurred from the side of the participants. No additional time will be allotted for the same. The participants has to share the PPT by themselves. In case of any technical problem, the organizers shall present the PPT. The participant shall wear professionally appropriate attire for the program. They shall put their camera in on position throughout the presentation. Decision of the judges shall be final. The winner shall be declared at the end of the program. Thank you. There's one more. If the participant doesn't respond after 3 calls due to some technical issues, they will be given a chance at the last. The first test number will be UG2278 and the ascending order follows: UG2278, UG2290, UG2220, UG2260, UG2225, UG2250, UG2267, UG2263, UG2212, UG2214, UG2282, UG2221, UG2271, UG2202, UG2270. Now, let us introduce you 3 members of jury to the viewers. Professor Dr. Kamini Dhiman is the Associate Professor in Department of Prasuti Tantra and Sri Roga at All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. An acclaimed teacher and clinician, she has 29 years of teaching experience. Her expertise is in treatment of infertility, menstrual problems, postnatal and antenatal care. She has presented papers in many national and international seminars. She is also the winner of numerous awards, including the Charak Award and Vishisht Chikitsak Samman. It is an honor to have you with us, ma'am. Dr. Anupama Krishnan, Associate Professor in Department of Swasthavritta, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. She has 14 years of teaching experience and has been the resource person of a number of state level and national level seminars. She is the member of Etymological Foundation of India, is the author of highly popular book MCQ on Swasthavritta. She is also the principal and co-investigator in a number of ongoing research projects. We are honored with your presence, ma'am. Dr. Jishnu R, Associate Professor, Department of Samhita and Siddhartha Pankaja Kasturi Ayurveda College, Trivandrum. An ace academician and teacher, he has presented papers in several national and international seminars. A university rank holder in UG and PG. His literary skills add glory to his personality. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. Now we move on to the proceedings.
Respected judges, Dr. Kamni ma'am, can we start the session?
Yeah, I have joined, already joined.
Okay, then Dr. Jishnu, sir. Sir?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Anupama ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let us start the session. UG 2278. Judges, please note. UG 2278.
Yes, ma'am.
On your video, ma'am. Doctor.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, just a second. I'm setting on the laptop, ma'am.
Judges, please note, this is the first call for UG 2278.
Ma'am, am I visible?
Your screen is shown. Please on your video.
Ma'am, my video is on, ma'am. Ma'am, like I have joined with mobile and the laptop, ma'am. So it's like
share screen. Start to share screen.
Ma'am. Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
Move 2-3 slides, front and back, and make it to PowerPoint mode, that's presentation mode. First slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Start from the first slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Scene small.
1 second, ma'am.
Should we present it from here? Okay. Okay. Now it's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
your time starts now.
Just a second, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, today's topics, that is Ayurvedic dietetics in the adolescent age. Talking about the just a second, my slide is in diabetes mellitus. Ma'am, 1 second, ma'am, it's taking quite time. Ma'am, can I start?
Your time starts now.
Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Today's topic, Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence age. With respect to diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus is an raising issue in today's era, where the more of the younger age people are targeted. Talking about, there is a drastic increase in the number of diabetes patients, stating from 108 million, that was in 1980, to 442 million in 2014. Before talking about the cause of diabetes mellitus, let us see what is the statistics of the diabetes mellitus patient in age-wise. That is, below the age of 18 years of age, there is a raise from 4.7% in 1980 to 8.5% in 2014. Also, when we talk about age-wise patients, that is 18 years to 29 years, there is a raise of 5.7%. Before 30 years, it is 3.5%. I'm taking the count of the new cases. It is from the age of 18 to 40 years, there is a raise of 355,000 new cases. Diabetes mellitus is a chronic, prolonged, non-communicable disease resulting from the prolonged cause. But
So affecting the younger age, what is the cause for the younger age? At this age, why is it like causing in the present era? For that, stating why is it at very younger age and what is the time age period of Nidana Sevana? For the diabetes mellitus to present, there should be 10 to 15 years of prolonged cause to be present. When it comes to the age span for this causative agent to be present, we have to go back to 10 to 15 years before. That is the age wherein 10 to 20 years has to be covered, which we can consider it as the adolescent age. What do we talk about adolescent age and what do we understand in adolescent age? Adolescence is a transitional phase between childhood and the adulthood, where there is a rapid growth and development of the body of a person. According to Acharya Charaka, Balyavastha is considered to be from up till 30 years, and he states of two stages, that is Aparipakva Dhatu Avastha and Paripakva Dhatu Avastha. Aparipakva Dhatu Avastha is from 10 to 16 years, where there is predominance of kapha and also there is a transition to pitta, where the kapha dosha helps in growth and development and pitta dosha helps in metabolism, heat and transformation. For the proper building of the doshas and the dhatus, the main factors helping here is ahara. Ahara, when there is a fault in ahara, there will be vulnerability to the diseases. So in the Aparipakva Dhatu Avastha, there will be more vulnerability to disease. That can be overnourishment, also the malnourishment. Overnourishment and both malnourishment leading to one disease, that is diabetes mellitus. Before going into the abnormality, let us see what is the normal nutrient requirement for a person per day. That is, calorie requirement per day is 2,500 to 2,800 calories, carbohydrates of 55 to 60% of total calories, fibers of 20 to 30 grams per day, protein of 15% to total calories, fat is 30 to 35 of total calories. And what is the causative agents considering at the adolescent age? For type 1 diabetes, that is which we can consider caused due to the overnourishment, the pancreatic disorders effects in the form of insulin, skipping breakfast, sitting for a longer than 30 minutes at a stretch, drinking 9 glasses of wine, smoking, etc. are the causes. And whereas for the type 2 diabetes, which we consider as malnourishment caused diabetes, can be considered as malnourishment, obesity, high saturated fat intake, emotional and physical stress can be considered. These two at the very younger age, that is the adolescent age, leading to the diabetes mellitus, which we consider as the most common is the ahara. So in discussing about in Ayurveda, it can be considered as Santarpanajanya Prameha and Apatarpanajanya Prameha. Santarpanajanya Prameha is due to the intake of excessive nutrients, that is carbohydrates, lifestyle effect. But today at this day, what is the main cause is Navana, Navamadhya, Paishtika Adhika Matra, Guru Snigdha Madhura Pichila Ahara, which is most liked by the adolescent age group, leading to the vriddhi of kapha dosha. For a disease to manifest, there are three factors which are playing a main role, that is Hetu, Dosha and Dusha. Here it is Ahara, Kapha Dosha, Meda Raktadi Dhatus. And for the Apatarpanajanya Prameha, there is lack of nutrition, Prakrita Kapha Dosha Kshaya, leading to the Deha Bala Kshaya, where there will be more vulnerable to diseases, also leading to the Dhatu Kshaya. Mainly here for the Prameha, it is beta cell dysfunction, insufficiency of insulin. So what is the solution? How can we tackle this in Ayurveda? Ahara. This is caused due to ahara itself. So doing the gunataha and karmataha chikitsa, we can consider ahara as the solution for this. In adolescent age, what ahara can be considered? Ahara's importance is na cha ahara samam kinchit bhaishajyam upalabhyate shakye apya annamatrena naraha kartu niramayaha, where there is no match between any medicine and ahara. When there is ahara, there is no need of any medicines. And also considering ahara as the main trayopastamba, it is the most important sustain and vital factors of the body. Annam vrittikaranam shreshtaha. And the body we considered as the product of the food. The diseases caused by the food are cured by the ahara itself, which we considered as gunataha and karmataha chikitsa. So what is the main aim of Ayurveda? That is swastasya swasthya rakshanam aturasya vikara prashamanam. To avoid the diseases in the swastha purusha and to reduce the diseases in the vikara prashamana, we have to firstly go for the ahara, that we can consider as prevention and the curative aspects. So for the prevention, how we gonna prevent the diabetes mellitus in the swastha purusha is maintaining the equilibrium of agni and dosha in the younger age people. Health depends on the food, and the food looks for the proper methods. That is, Ashtahara Vidhi Vishesha Ayatana, Swastya Vrittata Ahara Upaya. Here, when we talk about Ashtahara Vidhi Vishesha Ayatanas, we mainly consider here as among the 8 factors, we consider 3 factors. That is Prakriti, Rashi, Upayukta. How is it affecting? Prakriti, Ahara itself causing the diabetes mellitus. Here we can consider it as for the overnourishment, it is Guru Snigdha, and for the malnourishment, it can be Lagu Ruksha. For this, we have to consider it as like proper intake of the food, depending upon the Prakriti of the food, is more important for the nourishment of the body. And next, moving on to the Rashi, Sarvagraha and Parigraha. Sarvagraha, here we can consider it for the reason for the both the types of diabetes. When the excessive intake of Sarvagraha is taken, leading to the overnourishment, and less of intake leading to the malnourishment. But when it comes to Parigraha, it mainly talks about the malnourishment, where only few nutrients intake leads to the malnourishment. The malnourishment is not just in the poor class people, but also in the higher class people who take the nutrients which are only few in number, but not the wholesome. So Upayukta, here when we talk about adolescence, Upayukta is the main factor we have to concentrate upon. Talking about Upayukta, let's speak about the Prakriti, that is Sharirika and Manasika Prakriti or the Upayukta. Ma'am? Sharirika and
you continue.
Sharirika and Manasika Prakriti of the adolescent people. Today, most of the adolescent people are more attracted to the partying, junk food, which we consider it as Viruddhahara. Instead of taking Viruddhahara, we have to inculcate in their mind about the Ahara has to be taken in Ayurveda. Moving on to the Swastya Vrityartha Ahara Upaya, here instead of going on for the other food habits, let us consider for the Shadrasa Bhojana Nitya Sevaniya Aharas, Rituharita, Hita Dravya, and Ahita Dravyas has to be Varja. The next one is curative aspect. Curative aspect, that is Dvadasha Ashana Pravicharana in Sarpana Janya Prameha. We can consider it as Shushka and Ruksha Ahara checks the Prakupita Meda and Prabhuta Mutra. Ushna property improves the Datva Agni. Matrahina Ahara maintains the glycemic level in the body. Dvikala Bhojana maintains the Swasthata. And Aushada Yukta and Dosha Prashamana acts on the Prakupita Dosha. In the other way, for the malnourishment, we can go for the other, that is Drava and Sila Ahara.
Time over.
And Chikitsa part. Chikitsa has to be given. Last is recommendation for the feasibility of the poor people. For their government has to give the subsidies for the Patya Ahara as given for the rice and dal every day. Concluding this, I thank you everyone.
Time for discussion.
Thank you.
Judges.
What was her name? Can we ask with number 2278?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 2278. Can you please open your video?
Ma'am, it's on, ma'am.
Yeah, I cannot able to see you.
Yes.
I have to ask 1 or 2 things to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop share your screen, then your video.
Yes. Now, what do you think about there is your presentation was very good, but I wanted to know that what you understand with the Navanna Panam. There it is mentioned that Nava Anna and Nava. You mentioned that Nava Anna. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Nava Pana? Navanna Panam.
Yes, ma'am.
Nava Anna, Nava Panam. What do you mean by Nava? That Nava Panam.
Ma'am, considering Nava, in Ayurveda, we have taken Purana. For everything is Purana. When we take Anna Sevana, we go for Purana Shashtikashali. But in present day, without going for the process.
No. I'm not asking about comparison. Just about that reference, that Navanna Panam Gudavikrutam, it is mentioned. Okay.
Yes,
Navanna Pana you already mentioned, but what do you understand by Navapana?
Navapana, ma'am, we can consider for the Madhya, ma'am. In Ayurveda, when we go for the Madhya Sevana, we go for Purana. But here, when we come for the Nava, in present day, there is always like, when we go for Purana, it's like 15 to 20 years of processing. But when we come here, it is processed for 2 days, only for the few days.
Okay, good. And what about that is another word is Gudavekrutam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Gudavekrutam, when we prepare Guda, okay?
Yes,
from
ma'am.
Ikshu.
Yes,
From
ma'am.
Ikshu, lot many good Vakrut, or you can say that Sharkara, Mishri, everything. So can we give Mishri to the patient who are vulnerable to this disease? Mishri is also good Vakrutam. Then can we advise or not? That is my question only. Short question.
Yes, ma'am. We can advise, ma'am. Like in today, we have the different levels of the sugar levels. That is glucose, fructose, and every consideration. For that, for in that case, we can like prescribe for the Mishris.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over to you, Anupama madam. You can ask.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The scholar has done very well. Nice.
Yes,
nice.
Thank
Nice
you.
topic. I just need to know two things. You were suggesting about the food items which is very popularly or maybe notoriously used, right? The ahara, and especially in terms of ahara. Can you give us two examples of what is being taken and what is the reference of that? And what would you suggest? For example, you are given a chance to conduct a class, as you have said in the last session of health education. What would you suggest? We just need to know maybe 2 or 3 items. That should be enough.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in today's case, I have mentioned Pitsila Paishtika Ahara is being taken, ma'am. But when we go for this pizza, burgers, everything, there is like more of the maidas which is being used. Instead, we have to go for Yava Sevana, Yushapana can be given. In present, and there is also a misconception of myth. There is like chapati has to be taken in the diabetes mellitus patients. But instead, even many doctors suggest for the Anna Sevana. When we consider the amount of quantity quantity of the Ahara Sevana, like the people will take 3 to 4 chapatis when we suggest for the take. So when we compare the calories between the Anna and the chapati, there won't be any most difference. Instead, we have to control in the levels of normal ahara sevana. That is, we can go for Yushapana, Trifala Sadhita Yushapana, and also many other others. We can go Yushapana can be seven, Yava Sevana can be done. Instead of going only for the misconsumption of chapati sevana and considering the calorie levels between the ahara and chapati, what is being suggested today.
Try to streamline your focus and try not to overcrowd the slides.
Yes,
not too many pictures are not needed in the slides. It was a good presentation. All the best.
Thank you.
First of all, I congratulate you for taking this topic.
Thank you.
And many of your slides were very good.
Thank you.
I just want you to elaborate on the concept of Trayopastampa. You have written Trayopastampa. Actually, we all know that it is a tool that is being given to us to analyze the very basic aspects regarding sustenance of life. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes, sir. Sir, in Ayurveda, there is a proper importance given for the Trayopastama, that is Ahara, Nidra, and Brahmacharya. In today's era, there are many people who are overcrossing
Can you sorry to interfere, can you just put this concept in the perspective of diabetes, that is your topic?
Yes,
because there is a massive shift of a kid is actually when the kapha kala is as you have mentioned, the kapha kala is being changed into the pitta kala. Along with that, dhatu paripurnata is coming, so his mind is also being changed. His sattusara is going to be developed from that age onwards. So there is a major change from the sthira guna to somehow the chala and the saraguna of body. So there is one important aspect regarding diabetes, that is the sthiratva is changed into shithilatva. So if that aspect, the shithilatva mange that you have studied, na?
Yes, sir.
So how will you interpret it based on this Trayopastamba? Because the concept of Trisrashniya itself is balancing.
Yes, sir.
How these three aspects balance, or a kid is trying to find balance in his adolescence regarding many of these factors. Can you interpret it within a very short
Yes. Sir, in diabetes mellitus, as you said, from there is shitilatva, from the stiratva, there is like a drastic change to shitilatva. For the maintenance of the stiratva in the body, we mainly need the ahara, nidra, and brahmacharya, all the three. That is where the importance of the trayopastamba comes. Ahara helps, sir, it is told that kapha dosha is predominant in the balyavastha, and there is a transition to pitta. There is where
one thing, a kid is going to a hostel. Imagine a scenario where a kid is going to a hostel and his diet is changed, sleep pattern is changed, and even we don't openly discuss, but his a new type of hormonal things are coming, and even the sexual budding is happening. Are we properly discussing all these things? Do you think that it is being addressed properly? No.
Yes.
So do you think that it is a cause for juvenile diabetes or these imbalances?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for putting up this idea.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, can I speak?
I got it. I got your idea. Got your idea. You have mentioned. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was chess number UG2278. Participants, please note, all the participants are requested to stop sharing their screen during discussion part. Participants, please note, all the participants are requested to stop sharing their screen during discussion time. We are moving on to the next presentation. Judges, please note, chess number UG2202. Here is a first call for chess number UG2202.
UG2202 on your video.
I want to read. Am I audible?
Yes, switch on you are visible.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share?
Do share.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please make it PowerPoint slideshow.
Yes, ma'am.
Try moving up and down. Okay. So it is UG2202.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. It's not moving.
Your time starts now.
Ma'am, wait a second. It's not moving, ma'am. Can you stop, ma'am? It's not moving. Ma'am, can I exit now?
It's moving.
Wait a second.
It's good for us.
Okay, ma'am. Now
start from the first slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't get panic.
Okay, ma'am.
Just relax and please wait. It's
Can I
okay.
start now?
Please wait. We have to announce the PG result.
Okay.
1 second.
Hello. At last, the most awaited result have come. I request the participant to stop sharing the screen.
Yes, sir.
We will resume the session within 10 minutes. So, honorable judges of the PG presentation, we had a very competitive very enthusiastic competition of PG presentation. And we all were blessed with the 3 eminent jury panel. And I request all of them to comment on the presentation. Sir. Hope I am audible. Pavan sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Yes, yes. Sir, speak a few words, 1 or 2 words about the presentation, total overall presentation competition.
This competition in the memory of our very dear Prakash sir. It was such a emotional pull when Jayadevan sir called me. I couldn't resist and I joined just in the memory of Prakash as a homage to dear Prakash ji. And on top of that, this learning experience was such a wonderful bonus to that. And getting to meet online Uday Kumar ji, all the learned people, especially my very dear lost friend Gopa Kumar ji. So it was, I thank all the organizers personally also. It was an enriching experience. And all the youngsters, all the 16 youngsters, they brought something very new to the table. The confidence, the amount of preparation they made for the slides, the study, they are bringing forth. So I think that a new era of Ayurveda is in safe hands. Whatever the topic is, the challenges in the next decade, these new kids will definitely meet the challenges and they will overcome that. So I'm very happy for that. I congratulate the organizers once again and thank them for the opportunity given to me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. And Gopamar, sir.
Hey, dear friends, thank you very much. There are 2 things mainly which I was so happy. The first thing, Ayurveda Medical Association of India, the mother organization of all Ayurvedic doctors in Kerala, they initiated such a wonderful event. And the topic selected, it is the most relevant thing because we very well know in the post-COVID era, the practice of Ayurveda is facing so many challenges. And even the fresh graduating candidate from the college and even the existing practitioners and even the old practitioners, they do have so many issues. And only an organization can identify all the issues and then only they can go for a solution. So I believe that between the policy makers, between the stakeholders, and between the practitioners and the community who utilize Ayurveda, our association, AMAI, has done a very good job. So the suggestions which we got from the presentations from the young generation should be collected, compiled, and we should look into each issues by which we can provide a better practicing day in the future. Especially Ayurveda has so many things to do in the public health. There are individual issues, there are issues in the marketing, there are issues in the industry, there are issues in the academy. So all these issues can be collected, compiled, analyzed, and we can make new policies. And definitely an organization can only do all these things. Individual efforts are very much minimized. So I congratulate Ayurveda Medical Association, especially the Research Foundation, for conducting such an event and selecting the most appropriate topic. And there should be one word for the participants. I know there are a good number of participants and there were screening initially, and finally we got 16 candidates. Everyone was excellent. They have their own vision, they have their own planning, they know how to take the science to the next generation, next society. And I congratulate each participant. Prizes will be given to the first, second, third, but you will be always considered as praised in front of the entire Ayurvedic community because you diagnosed the issue of Ayurveda, you have made solutions for the problems of Ayurveda. So once again, congratulations. Learn Ayurveda, love Ayurveda, live Ayurveda. Thank you all.
Great. For the inspiring words, Gopamar sir and Anand sir. I request Anand sir to comment on the competition.
Thank you, Arjun. A very nice experience with all of you, with Dr. Gopakumar sir and Dr. Pavan sir. And a very good topic was given by the Ayurveda Medical Association all over the India, and the young aspirants, they have overwhelmed the response. And all the contestants have presented their views and many of them are very new ones, and they have presented about 50 to 60% presentations are having good quality. And among them, we have selected 3 after interaction. We have also done a lot of interaction with them, and it was a very nice exercise. And I must congratulate the organizers for a sharp conduct of this program, starting from Dr. Uday Kumar sir, Dr. Arjun, Dr. Jigish, Dr. Vijaynath, all doctors who are behind this. And I must leave this since the UG presentations are going on. Thank you, everybody, and congratulations for the winners and all the participants. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. That was Dr. Anand, sir. And I humbly request Dr. Pawan Kumar Godatwat, sir, to declare the winners.
It is indeed an honor. Actually, all 16 were the winners, but because there is a paucity, we have to adhere to the norms of first, second, third. So that is the unpleasant duty for me to announce that those winners. So the third prize we have divided into 2. So prizes like Nobel Prize, the prize money will be divided. So it is PG 22100, sharp 100. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar from KLE Belgavi. The scores are tied at 96 between Dr. Vijay Bhaskar and Dr. Chaitra HN from SDM Hassan. 96 marks each. PG 22024.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the second prize is PG 22075, Dr. Shivganga Tamagonda. 97.5, NIA Jaipur. And the first prize goes to PG 22041, Dr. Madhubala Gopinath, Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum, with a resounding 104.5. So heartiest congratulations, Dr. Madhubala, Dr. Shivganga, Dr. Chaitra, and Dr. Vijay Bhaskar. I hope this was also enriching and learning experience for you as much as it was for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, the organizers.
Thank you for a wonderful show, wonderful words. And I request the winners, Dr. Madhubala, Dr. Shivaganga, Dr. Chaitra, and Dr. Vijay Bhaskar. Congratulations, first of all. And if you can turn on your microphones and just have a few words. We are already running short of time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a very good experience and learning experience. I remember Dr. Prakash Mangalassery sir for his great vision and the work he has done for the science. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shivaganga. And Dr. Madhubala. Dr. Chaitra.
Hello.
The presentation can come up.
Yes, sir. It was a new chance for us to learn the new things, the new advances, and whatever the challenges we have. Even while doing this presentation, we actually got to know what is the difficulties and what to be done and what to be faced. So I thank all the organizers for conducting such a wonderful competition. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, are you here? Dr. Madhubala, I think there is some network issues. Anyway, I request all the PG scholars to stay back and support our young doctors, blooming doctors who are coming all the way in your path. Okay. So we are resuming the UG presentation, UG presentations. Thank you all once again, and congratulations once again to all of you. So we shall resume the UG presentation competition. Welcome back, judges.
Judges, please note, chess number UG 2202. Here is the first call for chess number UG 2202.
Is it audible?
Yes, it is audible.
I'll share the screen?
Yes.
Is it moving?
Yeah, it's moving. It's moving. Yeah.
Okay. Can I start?
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Can I start?
Okay. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. Today, I'm going to speak about the role of Ayurvedic diet in adolescence with special emphasis on GERD. So, evidence from various sources indicate that eating disorders and other lifestyle diseases are pervasive among the adolescent age, especially the consumption of trans fats and the food with zero nutritive values leads to the production of AMA, which is the cause for every disease. Reasons for GERD in adolescence. Reasons can be mainly divided into two reasons: unhealthy food habits and unhealthy lifestyle. Unhealthy food habits include fast food, spicy food, skipping the meals, alcohol, and carbonated drinks. Unhealthy lifestyles include lying down after sleep, altered sleep-wake cycle, mental factors, and obesity. Prevalence. How much prevalent is this GERD in adolescent population? According to an estimated survey, around 6,000 participants was there, and in that 8.2 had GERD, and this 34% had medicines for daily relief. The main symptoms suffered from them were anorexia, pyrosis, abdominal discomforts, regurgitations, and belching. Need. What is the need for Ayurvedic diet among the adolescents in this present era? Especially the need for diet modification among adolescents is because the symptoms impact their quality of life. At a very young age, it's impacted, and consuming medicines and feeling awkward feeling from their friend circle and a patient-like feeling at a very young age have a psychological effect on them. Without medicine, this can be treated with Ayurvedic medication. Ahara, concept in Ayurveda. Curd is compared with Amla Pitta in Ahara. In Ayurveda, Ayurveda mentions about the Patya and Apatya, which have the capacity to reduce disease to a great only Ahara is possible. It simply implies that am I audible? Sir, am I audible? It simply means the intake of Tikta Ahara is possible here. It implies incorporating Tikta Dravyas along with different formulation. The food should be tasty to eat, easily digestible, easily available, does not vitiate any doshas, and suitable for all prakritis. Dietetic formulation. We cannot just say them to eat these aharas because they are kids and they are adolescent. What they really need is palatability, and we cannot just say palatable is important without compromising the needs of that. Diet in drinks, Laja preparation. Laja, which is pitahara, and water and honey. This can be stored in a bottle and consumed multiple times a day. Guruchi water, Guruchi powder with water, 1 tablespoon of powder and 3 liters of water. This can be consumed on daily basis, replaced with normal drinking water. Pomegranate juice, amlaki guda juice, dhatu main course. Dosha, Goduma plus Karavelaka. Karavelaka is Tikta Rasa Pradhana. Here dosha is made. This can be taken twice a week. Vastuga chapati, Vastuga plus Goduma. Till the symptoms subsides, this can be taken once a week. And grains should not be bought from shop. Maximum it should be powdered at the home itself. Goduma plus ada plus coconut plus water and banana leaf. A dough is made with Goduma, water, stuffed with Guda and covered with banana leaves. Upma, broken wheat, Vastuga, very little quantity of Karavela seasoned with ghee. Wheat is Vada Pitta Hara, and therefore it can have an effect on Amla Pitta. Mutka meal, Mutka, Padola, coconut, Guda. Then Shali Goduma Putta, Italy with Purana Shali Danya. Then curry. Toran with Karavelagam, Palandu, coconut with Vastuga. These are Tiktarasa Pradhana and can reduce Pitta. Amlaki chutney, coconut plus amlaki. Pipli is grinded, made into a thick paste. Salad, Hatyakar bale. Snacks, Gudadi Modakam, honey amlaki, dried amlaki. These are Tridosha Hara. Desserts really play a very important role because continuously taking the food with incorporated with drugs alone can make them really feel awkward. But in infusing these desserts in the diet can make wonder. Viharas. Here, aharas alone doesn't work. In Ayurveda, ahara alone is not said. It always says with viharas. Following the viharas and practicing aharas, really nidana and taking meals feel to keep always in the left. This is a case report of a 13-year-old girl. Here, she is a post-pancreatic patient, and after that, she was diagnosed with GERD. This is a USG report before and after the treatment was done. She was complained with it after acute pancreatitis were treated. She came to our OPD with abdominal pain and regurgitation association. Here, initially, she was treated with internal Shirapaga Yashrimadu. After a week, it was stopped. Then she was asked to follow the specific diet, which not only paused the relapse, but also imparted great relief to the patient. And let me conclude. The age of adolescence is always known as the age of non-receptiveness, especially in the era of fast foods, when the friends are taking and they really feel awkward when they're not able to take those foods. But we can make wonder with Ayurvedic diet. Returning them to a healthy diet itself is an Herculean task, but this can be made possible with proper awareness. Ayurvedic diet really play a great role here. Intake of these diet at least once a day when the symptoms are aggressive, and thrice a week when the symptoms subside can really produce astonishing results. Individual really can become healthy and lead to a healthy community. Thank you. Reference by Shujaratnavali, Kaishata Samanta. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, 2202. Your slides were good. I have to ask one thing that you have mentioned in your title about GERD. What do you mean by this GERD? This is
gastroesophageal reflux disease.
Have you explained it?
Yeah.
And
yes.
What do you understand with this Amla Pitta and Vidagdha Jirna? Is there any difference in between these two things?
Yes, ma'am. Amla Pitta is like due to the indigestion and due to the nidanas, here Amla Udgara takes place. Vidagdha Ajirna is like here Ahara is not digested properly, and because of the indigestion, here Amla Udgara takes place due to the acidic formation. Shukti Bhava of the Amasya, Amla Pitta happens.
And one more word you used, Ayurvedic diet. What is the reference of this word? What Ayurvedic diet?
Ayurvedic diet is, ma'am, here.
Is there like that word, Ayurvedic diet? Ahara means ahara.
Yes, ma'am. It was that I just incorporated like Ayurveda and diet alone. So I can, we here in this present era, we say it's diet in the form of vegetables, fruits. But when I infuse this Ayurveda diet, here I can say about Vastuga, Karavelaga, especially it's
But Karavelaga is Karavelaga. It is
Yes,
not,
ma'am.
mentioned
These are
it like that Ayurvedic Karvelak or modern Karvelak.
no. I was saying that because it was mentioned in texts by Shiji Ratnavali. So I thought maybe that could work in Ayurvedic diet.
Yes, and when we treat the patient or when we advise anything, we do some customized treatment or customized as per the individual, as per the Prakriti, as per the coast or as per the Agni. What can you suggest in your patient of GERD?
I can suggest, because when the GRD is too much, very much severe, I definitely will have to ask them to take some medicines to subside, which can be Pitta Shamana, and symptomatically I can.
Yeah, but any difference in
take
the
medicines
patients
like
of
Yashtamad.
people of Vata Prakriti, Pitta Prakriti, Kapha Prakriti? What do you think about that?
In people with Vata Prakriti, Pitta Prakriti is more hard to treat, as it is Prakriti and Vikriti both are Pitta. In Vata Prakriti, without vitiating the Vata, I should go for the Pitta treatment. Maybe Goduma, which is Vata Pitta Hara, that can mainly treat that without increasing the Pitta as well as subsiding the Vata. Goduma can be.
Okay, no issue. No issue. You didn't focus upon that. Okay. Now, Dr. Anupama, you can have your questions.
In between, I am interfering. Sorry. Participant 2202, please end up the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, sir. Okay.
So we will have a better interaction. Okay.
Yeah.
Madam, continue.
Yeah, thank you. It was well articulated, well presented. But I start with a suggestion, scholar. Please don't try to include so many sentences in a slide.
Yes,
it's too much for the slide, and the beauty is lost. You have done a wonderful work, so you need to maintain the beauty of the same. Okay. I just wanted to know, since you have put in slide number 7, you have given $1 million solution for GRD, that this food should be tasty, it is
Yes,
ideal for all the 3 doshas. So now that is really going to be, you can even patent the stuff in future. So from your experience of this case study, what am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
From the case study that you have done, can you just enlist the food items that you had given? Just give a minor description of what you talked about a case study here. So which food item among those that you have enlisted you had given, and because it is a food, you need to tell the portion size also, right? Can you just tell what you guys have given there? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
At the start, she was given when the symptoms were so much severe, internal medications were itself given, because she was a post-pancreatic patient. And here, Ayurvedic medicines too much, like rasayanas and as pancreas, was not possible. So after a week of this internal medicine, she was continued with the diet. First, I gave like Vastu Karavelaga dosha. Here, around small amount, 150 gram of Karavelaga and around 500 gram of Goduma was taken. And this was made into a dosha and was given once in a week. It was taken. Then Vastuga chapati. Here, Vastuga, it was chopped, and then in dough of chapati was 500 gram. The dough of chapati was taken, and it was made into a dough. And chapati this was also once or twice in a week. And when I came to the drinks, I asked her to drink Guruchi water itself as replacing her normal drinks, because this may like Guruchi is Pitta. So I thought I'll do that. And in between, I also asked her to take in this larger water, larger small amount of around 20-30 gram of laja was taken, and it was put along with honey, was put in the water and asked her to drink. Then in curries, I asked her to take thoran mainly, which Karavelaga thoran and padola.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think you have enlisted the entire. So what you have given in the patient, you have done in the slide.
No,
also.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This was like she didn't. I didn't want to make her palatable loose. So once in a week, I asked her to change the food. If she was eating dosha today, next day chapati, like that I made, ma'am.
So probably next time you could start with before and after with the proper object parameters and verbatim of the patient also regarding compliance. That could be the second goal. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And you have worked hard regarding the slides and the case. My single question is, like, you have included the viharas, isn't it?
Yes, yes, sir.
So have you given importance to mind? Because why I'm speaking is because most of the kids who are going for these entrance examinations, naturally mind has some role, and not directly. Have you considered in your particular case? Have you considered any type of management principles regarding mind? Like,
yes, sir. Yeah, I asked her to do this yoga itself starting, so like, and breathing exercises. So maybe she'll have some relief the morning. Then I asked her to be in some cool places and stress relief places. Like, don't get as she is affected with disease. Don't get too much into the stressing things. Like, she can be a part of things she wanted, but stay away from the things that really makes her sad, and because it's the main factor. And I asked her to be in a company where she likes the most, friends, and stress relieving. I asked her to do your breathing exercises, and then
okay. Thank
then
you.
read books.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, UG 2202. Judges, please note that was just number UG 2202. And my humble request to all of you, kindly brief your answers. And also I request the honorable jury to restrict the question and answer session because we are already running short of time. So kindly restrict your question and session to one question. Thank you. You can resume the presentations. Next, UG 2212.
Judges, please note chest number UG 2212.
Hello, ma'am.
Judges, please note. Chest number UG 2212.
Is it audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
My video is visible.
Start your presentation.
Okay,
Your
one
screen.
sec. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Please.
Now it is visible.
Yes, you put it in slideshow.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Down.
Second.
Yeah, in the right side.
Yeah.
You just move 1 or 2 slides.
Yeah,
it's moving. Right. Are you ready?
yes, I'm ready.
Okay, then your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Today, my topic is prevalence of anorectal disease and Ayurvedic diets in adolescents with special emphasis on anal fissure. Adolescence is the transition between childhood and adulthood. Nutrition and adolescence are intertwined because harmful eating habits are picked up during teens. The transition from traditional home-cooked meals to ready-to-eat processed food, especially fast food, has increased the rate of anal fissure among adolescents. Prevalence. Just like our graph shows, there is a steep increase in the rate of anal fissure among young children. So this issue has a great relevance in our society.
The root cause of anal fissure in adolescent age is constipation caused by low fiber, high fat, high sugar food, especially fast food. This slows down the right digestion, leading to passage of hard stool. Continuous passage of hard stool will end up in anal fissure at very young age. Apatya ahara and vihara leads to Agni Sroto Dushti and ama formation, which leads to Vibandha and ends up in anal fissure. So we have to make our pillar strong, that is, unhealthy ahara for a healthy living in adolescence. In order to prevent anal fissure, we have to prevent constipation, which can be achieved through a proper healthy diet. Here comes the role of Ayurveda. We have classical references such as Shugadanya, Shemidanya, cooked foods like Mudgayusha, Tilataila, Sarshapataila, vegetables like Padola, Karavela, green leaves like Shigru, fruits like Dadima, which helps in increasing the bulk of stool and prevent anal fissure. We also have direct reference for probiotics such as Takra, which is good in Grahani Shofarsha, and Yava, which is Purisha Janana, which helps to increase the bulk of stool. Happiness is nothing more than good health, and this good health can be definitely achieved through a healthy diet, which gives importance to vegetables, grains, beans, fiber, and hydration. The basic principle of Ayurvedic diet in preventing anal fissure is that it should be Dhatu Vrittikara, Agni Vardhaka, Roga Shamana, and remove Sroto Rota and Urjaskara. So, raising a healthy, happy eater is an easy task with an Ayurveda. We can start our day with a small teaspoon of Go Grida in empty stomach, which promotes digestion, as Grida is Agni Vardhaka. Breakfast is a brain meal, especially for school-going age. So, it can be made healthy by including upama or fermented foods made of millets like ragi dosha. And it can give them a delicious lunch made of side recipes like papaya, drumstick, padola, karavela. According to Ayurveda, disease as well as arogya develops from ahara. So it is important to choose right food at right time. We can also substitute the carbonated drinks like Pepsi with our own Draksha Panaga or Amlaki Pana, which is rich in antioxidants and other nutrients. We have a direct reference from Yoga Ratnagara about Suranadi Modaka, which is very good in anorectal conditions. It has Mahaguna, Agni Vrittikara, Bala, and Vrittahita. As Surana is rich in fiber content, it increases the bulk of stool and make easy bowel movements. Following in a diet doesn't mean what food you eat. It also gives importance to how we eat the food. Here comes the role of Ayurveda, that is, we have reference in Charaka Rasavimana about the dietetic rules, such as Matravat Ashniya, Jirnam Ashniya, Nadi Drudam, Nadi Vilampitam, and Atmanam Abhisamiksha Bhujida. The choosing right food at right time in a relaxed manner is very important for proper digestion, as in proper digestion we end up in constipation and anal fissure. This is a case proof of an OP patient with a history of constipation and anal fissure due to low fiber and spicy diet. She was managed with Ayurvedic medicines and dietary patterns. The result was awesome, as that she was fully recovered and showed no relapse after adopting Ayurvedic diet. Significance. Hidahar upyoga eka eva purusha vridhiyaro bhavati. So, a healthy eating habits will help to reduce anxiety, stress, reduce the risk of ill health, especially anorectal disease, improve self-esteem, and thereby increase the overall productivity in the adolescent age. This is my opinion, where we can give a scoring pattern to our children who come at OPD with history of constipation. That is, it's a score. We can develop a gadget application with a scoring pattern. That is, if they include any of these healthy food items in their daily menu, they will be awarded with each point. And at the end of the day, they will get an idea or awareness about their dietary intake of nutrients. In this busy era, we should depend new techniques to develop a generation who is awareness about their dietary intake. Investing in the age of opportunities for a better tomorrow. Adolescence is a transition between childhood and adulthood. If in this stage, if they are taught about Ayurvedic concept of holistic health, balanced dietary pattern, this will surely help them in achieving holistic health and wellness. Better short and long-term outcomes are achieved through lifestyle changes, including a proper diet. Thus, we can achieve our goal, that is developing a healthy society through a healthy diet. Physician's duty is not only to prescribe medicines, but also to take into patient's dietetics. Dietary consideration is an important component of every prescription in Ayurvedic therapy. Every man wants to be cautious for ahara and vihara as disease arise out from this. With that, I'm concluding. Thank you, AMI, and all my gurus for giving this prestigious opportunity. I'm blessed to be a part of this great venture. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a time for discussion. Judges, Kamini madam.
Yeah, congratulations. Slides were very good, prepared very nicely. I have one question. That scoring pattern you mentioned was prepared by you or taken from somewhere else?
No, ma'am. Usually it was done in our OPD. We give there is not a, I propose to develop a gadget, but we can make them curious. We know that adolescent age is curious and have burst of energy. So let's make them engaged. That is, give them an activity.
No. Answer only in 2 lines. I have asked only that this is prepared by you or taken from somewhere else. That was only question.
No, ma'am, this is not at all taken because there is no such thing present like this. No, we cannot get any idea or app like this for
prepared by you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you have to validate. If it is prepared by you, you have to validate. That is only suggestion. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
I think it was a very, very spontaneous, good presentation. Good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, all the best. So now I just want to know, you mentioned about a relapse. There was no relapse for the patient. What do you mean by the time duration? How long have you reviewed this patient before you come to a confirmative statement as this?
Ma'am, this was a condition of acute fissure, and she was managed with very little medicines, and more importance was given to diet. So, like we monitored that she was on IPD, and she was monitored for their daily dietary intake, and we gave a diet chart which I showed, which gave importance to these items, and even after that, she came for regular checkups.
Yeah, I just want to know how long you know this patient. That's all. Because
for the past 1 year.
Okay, fine, good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it was good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
One suggestion you will give to your young adolescent student patient, if you are only allowed to give one suggestion apart from diet, what will you give?
Apart from
what
diet,
what do you think the most prominent cause for an adolescent young student regarding this disease? What might be the cause?
Apart from diet, sir?
Now you can that you have already mentioned diet, but still, what do you think might be the real cause of such a disease? The contributing factor.
The prime importance is for diet, and next we can lack of activities, lack of physical activities, and diet. I will give importance to diet as well as activities, physical activities, lack of exercise, and also for stress, to reduce stress.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, the presenter. That was UG 2212. Next, we move on to the next presentation. The next presenter is UG 2214.
Judges, please note, this is the first call for UG 2214.
Good afternoon. Am I visible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Can I share the screen?
Yes, of course.
I hope it's visible.
Yeah, it's visible. You just move on 1 or 2 slides. Okay, your presentation is moving. Right. You can start your presentation. Your time start. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my topic is Ayurveda dietetics in adolescents in a broad spectrum. Contents, introduction, objectives, methodology, results and analysis, innovative solutions. Moving on to the first part, that is introduction. I think my slide is not moving.
Is there any network issue? Do you need us to present the slides?
1 second.
Is it moving right now?
Okay,
Yeah,
it's moving.
okay. All right, continue.
Introduction. Adolescents. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Adolescence is a group of apparently healthy individuals. Adolescence is a transitional stage of physical, physiological, and psychological development from puberty to legal adulthood. So adolescence is mainly characterized by 3 things, that is growth spurt, hormonal changes, and sexual maturation. So a customized dietary plan that satisfies all the above 3 characteristics must be adopted. The objective of my presentation, to showcase the possible solutions of the diet issues faced by the adolescents, to find a customized, innovative dietary plan by using the artificial intelligence and information technology, by adopting from Ayurveda, to modify the current unhealthy dietary habits among adolescents. Methodology. I have conducted a survey by sharing the questionnaire via Google form, and the aim of the survey was to analyze the eating habits like right food at right time, intake of incompatible food, viruddhahara, method of cooking, paga, processing of food, samskara, etc. To understand their preferences like the likes and dislikes of the adolescent age group, and the level of awareness regarding the healthy eating habits. Moving on to the results or the analysis or data interpretations. So here I have mentioned some of the results. So these are some of the questions. Moving on to the first question. What time do you have your dinner and what time do you sleep? So here we can see about 40% have a gap of 3 hours but are late to bed, and the rest 60% has neither a gap nor gets to bed early. Now, here we can see that in the second question, the patterns of having junk foods or restaurant foods, about 5% of the respondents have their junk foods on a daily basis, which is an astonishing data. And the data regarding the regularity of performing exercise, we can see that more than half, we can see that about half of the percentage have not satisfied. And these are some other data. And here we can see that the unhealthy diet, the
UG2214, you are not audible.
Hello, am I audible?
Continue.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. You are audible right now. Continue.
Okay. Here we can see that half of the respondents are unaware of the ill effects of unhealthy diet and the incompatible foods, and also about 80% of the respondents are not aware of the adolescents' health programs provided by the government. So from the above data, it is very evident that there is a lack of awareness among the youth, and there is a need for customized dietary plans and also for the assurance of its implementation. So now, what can we do? What can Ayurveda do? What can Ayurveda contribute for the betterment of adolescents' health or diet? So the first and foremost thing is giving awareness. There are many Ayurveda principles mentioned in our text, such as Ashtahara Vidvisheshayadana, Ahara Kala, Viruddhahara, and Nitya Sevaniya Ahara are some of the examples. So the major challenge that we are facing is to get a reach for these Ayurveda principles among the youth, which are not aware of the basic principles of Ayurveda. So I think picturization is one of the techniques to satisfy the reach. So here we can see that Ashtahara Vidvisheshayadana, when taken into consideration, we can give examples. So according to Charaka Samhita Vimanasthana reference, we can give
You are not audible. You are muted.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Your video is off.
Sir, is that okay? Okay. I'm continuing. So taken into consideration Ashtahara Vidvisheshayadana, Prakriti, that is the nature and quality of food, we can say that some aharas are mentioned heavy and some are light, and that is Guru and Lagu Bhojana. And we can give some of the examples by showing some pictorial representations. And coming to Karana, that is processing of food. There are two types, that is positives and negatives. So when we see in this pictorial representation, as the processing goes on, there is a lowering of fiber, vitamins and minerals, and often high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. And now coming to the positive aspects of Karana, we can say that Dadi and taking into Takra is much better when processed. And Samyoga combination of food, and also we can take the consideration of Viruddhahara. So here is a classic representation where which shows an example of Samyoga Viruddha. And Rashi can be correlated to the balanced diet, or the quantity of food or the balanced diet, which is a very common thing. Sir, my slide is not moving. Sir, my slide is not moving, I guess. Hello?
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry, my slide is not moving.
Continue your presentation.
So this is the rest. So here we can see in Ubayokta, this is the popular challenge, that is Chinese food eating challenge, which are not suitable for our climatic condition. Now this is the Ahara Kala representation according to Ashtanga Hridaya Sutrasthana and Viruddha Ahara and Nitya Sevaniya Ahara representation, pictorial representation. Now coming on to the second part, that is innovative customized Ayurveda dietary plans. With the application of IT and AI, new customized Ayurveda dietary plans can be taken.
It's time. You can conclude.
Okay, sir. So here we can take the database, that is from the classical Ayurveda texts, and input is the data entered by the patient, and processing is by EBAP technique, and the output based on the questionnaire. So this is a model that I have designed of a portal. So here the basic details of the patient can be entered, and here we can see that there's a column for enter into the questionnaire, and the questionnaire would be there, and analysis and suggestions can be given and customized with each disease can be taken. Here we can see a portion for Vikriti assessment, and there is also a consolidation for further processing for consulting an Ayurveda physician. Now the suggestions, these can be implemented in school health checkups, government Ayurveda hospitals, and private consulting firms. And the other suggestions are regarding the health programs in India, which are a little fragile at present, and with with schemes, we can advertise, lifestyle awareness classes can be conducted, and conduct awareness campaigns, classes, posters, etc.
Hello, it's time.
So with this,
And
I
the presentation,
conclude.
please. It's time for discussion.
Yeah, congratulations. Slides were good, but you could not complete your take-home message what you wanted to give. So no question from my side. Thank you.
Yes, I think your scheme was very innovative, scholar. I think you should keep up. But you were talking about the number of respondents in the survey. I just want to know whether you planned the other two objectives on the basis of this survey.
I always had a mission to take a customized innovative plan. So I have planned that apart from the survey.
Because if from the survey, I don't think it would be sufficient. 20 is too less a number.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Good work. Fine.
Thank you. Sorry for the technical issues.
It was a very innovative attempt, but we couldn't complete the presentation. But still, you have attempted it very well. What is your final conclusion after your survey? What did you understand regarding the?
So the three things that I understood from the survey is the lack of awareness. There is a great lack of awareness among the youth. And secondly, everybody needs a customized solution. And also from my side, Ayurveda always prefers for a customized dietary plan. So I think some kind of innovative ideas going with the technical side is my solution. And also the third thing is to address with the schemes that are being provided by the government, such as the schemes I've mentioned in the slide.
Whenever you try to present, try to what do you call conclude the presentation within your time limit. Okay.
Sorry,
That's the only thing they want to suggest.
I
But
think
it's very good.
the technical issues are.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Judges, thank you, judges. And that was just number 2214. And we quickly move on to the next presentation. The next presenter will be UG 2220.
Yes, sir.
For UG 2220.
Can I say it, sir?
Yes, you are visible and you are audible.
Yes, sir.
You can share your presentation.
So it's visible? Sir, it's visible?
Visible? Put it in slideshow. First of all, you do that enable editing.
Yes, sir.
Enable editing on the top of the slide, that you press that. You can see the screen now.
Sir, it's visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Then only you can move the slides, that's why.
Yes.
Put it in slideshow then.
Move, sir. Can I start, sir?
You just move your slides, 1 or 2 slides.
Moving.
It's not moving.
It's my
You
side.
just click that enable editing option.
Yes, sir.
You just click it. Enable editing on the top of your slide. Your cursor is on that.
Okay, sir.
Bar. Yeah, that you just click that thing. Enable editing. Yeah. Yeah. Do we need us to present the slide?
So it's visible now?
Yeah, it's visible. Just put it in slideshow. Yeah. Right.
Now it is visible, sir?
No, it's not slideshow right now.
So it's...
Okay. You just start from the first slide.
Okay, sir.
Slide 5.
You press F5 from your keyboard. F5.
F5. Yeah.
F5, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
There is some technical problem, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Do we need us to present the slide? You just say
Yes.
next or previous, like that. Okay. Then please wait a minute. You stop sharing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, we will share the screen. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Just very sorry for the delay.
So,
2220. Or may I call upon the next contestant? Then we will give okay. The next one. Okay. All right. So judges, very sorry. I'm inviting UG 2221. Please note chest number UG 2221. UG 2221. Are you ready?
This is the first call for UG 2221. This is the second call for UG 2221. This is the third call for UG 2221. We are moving on to the next participant. Next participant is UG 2225.
Hello. Hello, sir. I can't hear you. Hello.
The participant is UG 2225.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you start screen sharing. Your screen is visible. Okay. You start from the first slide. Okay. Okay. Right. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your time start. Hello.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your time starts now.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am here to present the topic Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence, role in building a healthy society. My code number UG 2225. Ahara is one among Trayopastambha, the supporting girdle of the main pillar, that is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Ahara is the Mahabheshija and is described as Pranina Prana. Kritana Varga, Ahara Vidhividhana, Ashtahara Vidhivisheshayadhanani, Ahara Matra, Kala, Pathya, Nitya Sevaniya Dravya, Viruddhahara, etc. are the key points of Ayurvedic dietetics. Both Ahara and Sharira are made of the 5 elements, Prithvi, Ava, Agni, Vayu and Akasha. Ahara is itself becoming the Sharira, Chiyade Annadivi Idikaya. A Google Form survey study was conducted among adolescents to know the present diet habits and health status. Alpa, Ruksha, Pramida Bhojana, Atyashana and Atyashana were taken as unhealthy diet, and Leghu, Snigdha Ahara and Sarvarasa Ahara were taken as healthy diet. For assessing the health status, health parameters according to World Health Organization were taken. There were 8 points, and those who fulfilled more than or equal to 4 were taken as healthy, and less than 4 are taken as unhealthy. From the study, it was shown that about 60% of young adults are not following a healthy diet habit. Nearly the same percentage of adolescents are not fulfilling more than 4 health parameters, and about 45% of young people are frequently ill. Most cases reported are related to gastrointestinal system. Adolescence is a phase of changes. It's a transition from Bala to Madhyama age of life. Ahara is necessary for the development of dhadus. From the research, it is inferred that implementation of Ayurvedic dietetics for adolescents is particularly necessary. An increase in the lifespan of healthy life of people, reduction in health problems with advancing age, and access to preventive healthcare service by improving immunity and prevention of lifestyle disorder are the main areas of focus. I suggest a simple plan based on samhitas which can be implemented. It includes a daily diet, the food items that can include weekly, habit that should follow, things to be avoided, rasayanas, and some refreshment drinks. Coming to daily diet, the main dish for breakfast like dosha, upama, putte, etc. can be made of yava, godhuma, and raktashali. Kshira, grida, dadi, etc. Which are medhya and dhaduvardhaka can be used instead of cheese and curd, which are kabodkleshvara. For lunch, raktashali and shashtikashali and mugga, which is supyotama, can be used. Kukuda mamsa, which is balya, and vegetables like tandaliyaka, kushmanda, etc. can be used for side dishes. For dinner, legu ahara should be used. Heavy meals and use of curd at night is strictly contraindicated. Fruits like mridhiga, amalagi, dadima, and saindhava, madhu are nitya sevaniya dravyas. On a weekly basis, we can add ajamamsa, kharjura, tila, masha, and lashana to our diet. The habit that should done daily include any sports activities, leisure activities, fixed food timings, and fixed sleeping pattern. Junk foods and daytime sleep and excess screen time are to be avoided. Coming to rasayanas, vriddhi, chavi, and medha are to be provided by the use of rasayanas. For vriddhi, bala and ashwagandha can be provided. For chavi, amalagi and loha. Brahmi and shangupushpi are medhya drugs. Refreshment drinks, which are easily preparable, which are delicious and nutritious, can be included into the diet of adolescents. Examples are rasala, panaka, and kharjuradi manga. This is only a simple diet chart. We know that Ayurveda is individualized, and the ahara for people differ based on prakriti, ritu, rogavastha, desha, etc. So individualized dietetics is necessary, and the service of Ayurvedic dietitian is also necessary. For implementing these dietetics into adolescents, we can take 4 main steps. In schools, Ayurvedic dispensaries and hospitals, local body, and national level. At schools, Ayurvedic dietetics should be included in high school and higher secondary syllabuses. Ayurvedic dietetic club, dietetic chart, awareness classes, and distribution of diet ingredients like dadima, amalagi, etc. by schools has to be done. From Ayurvedic dispensaries and hospitals, service of Ayurvedic dietitians and distribution of diet ingredients are to be provided. In local body level, that is Panchayat, municipality and corporation, awareness classes should be conducted, and the involvement of ASHA worker and Anganwadi teachers are to be encouraged. In state and national level, mass campaigns, advertisement, national schemes and programs are to be conducted. The health of adolescents are to be improved. Only by improving the health of adolescents, we can build up a healthy society tomorrow. I conclude my simple presentation by 2 lines by Acharya Vaghbhada, which are very, very necessary to live a healthy life. Nityam hidahara vihara sevi samikshakari visheshasakta. Dada samasatya parakshamavan aptoba sevicha bhavatyarava. We cannot build a future for the youth. We could rather build youth for the future. Thank you.
Over to judges.
Yeah, congratulations. Nice presentation. But I want you to know that you are from which year of UG, undergraduation?
I'm house surgeon.
You are house surgeon?
Yes.
Not UG student?
I'm a house surgeon.
You are house surgeon. Completed a BMS?
No.
Then?
Just entered 3 months of house surgery.
Graduation, you have completed graduation?
No, ma'am.
No.
Graduation ceremony not completed.
And actually, UG presentation includes house surgeons also.
Huh?
House surgeons are also included.
No, I wanted to know that she has completed her BMS or not. That I wanted to know.
I completed 4.5 years of study and now doing my internship.
Yeah, you are doing internships. And I was asking this because you have presented a survey study, right? In your previous slides. That study was done by any other person or you have done that study?
I have done that.
In undergraduation?
No, from the last month. I have done it on Google Form survey.
Last month you have done that study. Okay. That's why I was asking that have you completed your BMS or not? That was my question. Okay. And another question that in last slide you mentioned about national schemes.
Yes.
Do you know any national scheme run by government for adolescent?
For not only for adolescents, but
I want to ask only for adolescent. Read your answer. Yeah.
Ma'am, lunch program has organized from government.
For adolescent?
Not only for adolescents.
You don't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I will take start from where ma'am ended. You talked about the survey. How many respondents were there?
There were 100 respondents.
Okay, so that is quite a good data. Fine. And you were talking about just from the answer about the midday meal program. That is what you were talking about, right? So since you are talking about actually a population strategy for adolescents, can you give me just what we should include from Ayurveda in the lunch program for the adolescent?
We could, in the present era, we are only providing the lunch. We are not providing.
No, you just give me the ingredients. That's all. That's all. Just give me.
Dadima.
You want to give
Dadima, amalaki.
On a regular basis in the midday meal program, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will start from the question of the previous judge. That why did you add those two? Why did you add? What is the?
Because the Adima is some expensive. All children can afford it in house, and if we provide it by government, it will be good. And Amalagi is very good for health. It should be included in home.
Regarding the health of young adolescent girls, do you have any idea regarding? I thought that you suggested it because you have some ideas regarding. But none of the girls have actually who presented till has not mentioned regarding the health of young adult girls problems. Did you consider that in your questionnaire, like your survey?
not that much particular, sir, but in my survey, I asked.
Did you find something like the problems during the
yes, sir.
menstrual period?
Yes, sir. In my last question, I asked, do you consult a doctor frequently and what is the reason? And about, I think 25% of people girl children are facing menstrual issues like PCOD, etc.
That should be considered, isn't it? That should be also included. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, judges. That was UG 2225.
Thank you, sir.
And next we move on to UG 2220. Judges, UG 2220.
Yes, sir. Where is it?
No, you are UG 2221.
Yes, sir. UG 2220.
Okay, right. You will please turn on your video. All right. So we will share the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judges, please note that is UG 2220. Are you able to view the slides? UG 2220?
Yes, sir.
You just say next or previous. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your time starts now.
Ahara Sambhava Vastu, Rogashtra Ahara Sambhava. Body and disease are the resultant of Ahara. Respected faculty of Ayurveda, my humble pronouns to you all. I am UG 2220 is going to present on the topic of Grita, a must adjunct in adolescence diet. Next slide. Introductions. Adolescence is the beautiful period in the human life. In other words, it is the period of transitions from childhood to adulthood. Growth in terms of physical, mental, social, and other aspects happen in this period. Sharangdhara Acharya has rightly said that Harasha of Vriddhi happens by the end of second decades of life, and it is the time of life when a person needs support and nourishment. Ahara, one of the three Stambha of life, has an Avinabhava Sambandh with growth and the nourishment. The Anna is the prana of all prani. Prana pranam bhittam annam loko abhidhavati, varna prasadam sasaryam, jivitam pratibhasukam. Tusti pusti balam medha, sarvanyam pratishthitam. Food provides complexions, health, nourishment, strength, and the ability to do good deeds. These are necessary for a person to become a good citizen and be a part of healthy society. Study shows that adolescents of India eat high energy and low nutrition food. So especially girls, at least 49% of the youth adolescents population takes fast food at least once a week. The replacement of traditional home-cooked milk with ready-to-eat processed food has contributed to increased risk of chronic disease like diabetic mellitus, cardiovascular disease, obesity, etc. in the later adulthood. This may be called as the Mahagadas in the present state. Now it is need of me and all of us to design effective nutrition promotion strategies to encourage healthy eating in adolescence. Completely changing the food items and the food pattern is not possible in this age group. So our aim should be such a food which increase Agni, normalize the dosha, and nourishes the dhatu and easily available. In this regard, I would like to bring your attention to the additions of Grita in their diet, material and method. Next slide, sir. I have collected, sir, next slide. I have collected the relevant data by the literacy search in our classical texts like Charka Samhita, Shushut Samhita, Ashtang Hridaya, Sharangdhara Samhita, and the supporting data was collected from PubMed. Next slide, sir. Now let us discuss our topic, that is how well Grita can fit in the adolescent diet. We know that growth of the body is the effect of dosha on dhatu, but this is further influenced by the state of Agni, as quotes by Acharya Charka that the Agni flame is depend on its flues. Valam arogyam ayusha pranasya Agni pratishtita annapane idanasya cha Agni jwalit vyati cha anyatha. So it is the food that controls the bala, arogyam, ayu, and prana. Hence, food is so important in everybody's life. With the motto, eat right, let us look. Yes, sir. With the motto, eat right, let us look at the benefit of Ghrita. Ghritam pit anilhanam ras shukrujus hitam nirvapadam mridukaram sarvarnam prashadatam. Ghee is a vata pitta hara and hita for ojas, and it is satya for every Indian, as it is commonly used in Indian diet. While explaining the Shrestha in Yajapurishya Adhyay, Ghrita is told as the best vata pitta hara, sarpish vata pitta prashmanamam. This is transitional phase of life. It is a state of increased metabolism, hormonal activity, and enzymatic reaction. We know that these are the functional of Vata and Pitta. Even though Acharya Rasayana includes different behavior and lifestyle which contributes to the excellence of Dhatu, ghee is a commonly added food along with milk here. This is to explain the Rasayana actions of Ghrita. Daily intake of ghee may be Vatatmik and Rasayan and Brahman Snehan. The above says thoughts of Acharya are substantiated by many of the recent research work. They reveal the antioxidant activity. So previous slide. Antioxidant and anti-angiogenic and inflammatory and carcinogenic effect. So ghee may be considered, next slide, sir. So ghee may be considered to be an apt food adjoint in adolescence. Tattadhi smriti medha agni kankshikam shashyate ghritam. A person's desire of food, memory, and intellect should consume ghrita, says Acharya Vangbhatta. The proper functioning of Indriya and Buddhi is also influenced by ghrita. This view supports the fact that ghee is an ideal food to influence a person's psychological development. Aushadhi for Unmad and Apasmar are merely administered in the form of ghrita preparation, which itself explains the affinity of ghrita towards the mental faculties. Ghee can also pass through the blood-brain barriers, so can easily deliver drugs to brain and related structures. It proves to have reduced oxidative stressing brain cells. Buddhi, in that factor of manasa, which decides sat and asat, this directs a man to lead a decent life in the society. That it can influence a person's behavior and attitudes. Along with Indriya Prasadan, one can lead social life positively. The special attributes to Ghrita are Vayasthapana, Vishhagna, Triya Dosh Apkarshna. Next slide, sir. Now, Vayasthapana is maintaining youthfulness without disease, and that what required to have a healthy adulthood. The Vishhagna effect can remove the so-called ill effect on other food items. Shushul explained the Ghrita as a Anavishandi and Stotoshodhika, which makes it Kafahara. Also, we can tell the Ghrita is a Tidosha Shamaka. Conclusion, let me conclude the presentations by saying that adolescence is a period of complete physical, mental, and social growth of a person. Ghrita must be added adjunct in the adolescence diet, as it is the Dhatu Vardhak, Medha Vardhak, and Tidosha Shamaka. Agni is the prime factor behind metabolism, and Ghrita influences the Agni positively. The Stotoshodhika and Vishhagna property are Ghrita will remove the evil effect of present state food style. Let me remind you that famous quotes that Yavat Jivet, Sukham Jivet, Dradam Titva, Ghitam Pibet, Bhashmi Bhutasya Dehasya, Pundragamana Kuta. Acharya Charvak explaining the shloka, highlighting the Stotoshodhika action of ghee. Adding ghee in the adolescence diet will surely lead to a healthy adolescence and thereby a healthy society. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was UG 2220.
Yes, sir.
Judges.
Yeah, congratulations. One question, what do you think about Grita Sevan during Rajaswala period?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in Rajaswala,
not?
Ma'am, actually no, because in Rajaswala period, it is in loose motions like already did when we. Hello, I'm audible, sir.
Yeah, audible.
Audible.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. In Rajaswala periods, already loose motions types and when we do grita, and also some loose motions in like fresh, like yes ma'am. Ma'am, it is not taking in the last period.
It should be given for your information.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I am a mother of an adolescent boy. I am very skeptical of giving krita. Okay, consider me as an ordinary mother who is coming to OP. You are asking me to take my child to take krita on a daily basis. Can you convince me that that my child will not grow fat? This is a very common question. How will you convince me? Just in one line, you have to convince me. That's all.
Can you repeat your questions?
Yeah, how will you convince an ordinary person coming to your OP to take krita for their child, or an adolescent boy or a girl, if they have an anticipation of their child growing fat by taking ghee? How will you convince them? And you are going to take asking them to take it on a daily basis, because what you are talking is a preventive strategy, and that too, it is a primordial as well as a primary prevention style. So it is on a daily basis, and they are scared that the child will become fat or obese. How will you convince me? Just in one line, dear. Thank you.
Ma'am, grita, ma'am, it is, I tell them ki grita, it is a Tridosh Shamka. It is Anabhishandi and Stota Shodaka action. It's
You cannot tell any patient all these things.
Okay, ma'am.
You cannot tell
Okay,
ma'am.
In adolescence age, it's most it's very common things is constipations problem. When we take the constipations is also caused obesity cause, and also is toilet. But when we take the grita, it is constipations problems as well. Personally, I take, and it is relief. I mean, firstly, I take then.
Okay, done. But you are not an adolescent, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your presentation was more on the krita aspect. The convincing part was a little bit lacking, but it's good. You just and you are attempting. One question, like krita kshira mamsarasa nityatva. Somewhere in the text it is told somebody is taking regularly krita kshira and mamsarasa. What is his benefit? It is told in the text.
So I can understand your questions.
Yeah, like krita kshira or mamsarasa, somebody is taking it regularly. What benefit does he get? It's all in the text.
Sir, voice is doubling. Like I can understand.
Is there any problem?
Yes, sir. Your voice is not clear.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is clear. Okay. If somebody is taking krita kshira or mamsarasa regularly, what is the benefit that is being told in the text?
Actually, sir, Mansarasha, what's the benefit for it?
Okay, you are not getting the question. Are you getting it?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Actually, sir, voice is not clear. Actually, my network is not clear.
I think you are audible, sir. We can hear you.
Okay,
yes,
okay. She's not hearing. Okay. Then
yes,
I will repeat the question once more. What is the benefit that is told in the text if somebody is taking regularly krita or mamsarasa or kshira?
Yes, sir. Sir, grita.
No. Okay, it's okay. Your presentation is good. You try to connect those two aspects of the topic. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. And the next, that was UG 2220. And next, we are moving on to the next presentation, that is UG 2221.
Judges, please note.
Am I audible and visible?
This is the first call for UG 2221.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Can you share my screen?
Oh, of course. Your screen is visible? Yes. You just move one or two slides. Okay, it's moving. Right. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
All right.
Just
When
a
you're
minute, sir. Just a minute.
okay, be comfortable.
Sir, is it okay? Can I start?
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Your time starts.
Greetings, respected judges. It's my pleasure to present before you the topic Ayurveda dietetics in adolescence and role in building a healthy society. This is a very relevant topic in today's era. So adolescence is a period of beautiful yet complex transition from childhood to adulthood. A person goes through a tremendous amount of physical, mental, emotional, and social changes during this phase. In boys, adolescence starts from 9 to 13 years and is associated with physical changes such as enlargement of testicles and penis, changes in voice, growth of beard and mustache, and wet dreams by 14 years. In girls, puberty sets in a little early. So breast changes and growth of pubic and armpit hair is followed by menarche. Both boys and girls undergo a herald of mental and emotional changes during this phase because of the hormonal variation, and it leads to development of a new social life. So health and well-being during this period is crucial in determining the health in the future. As per Ayurveda principles, a person's well-being is determined by the Traya Upastamba and not merely by food alone. So a balanced Ahara Nidra Brahmacharya is important for Dhatu Poshana and Swasthya. So appropriate exercise, quality sleep, great sexual well-being, and sound social life are fundamental significance to guarantee the overall well-being of an adolescent. So concentrating only on the food might not be a good idea for an Ayurveda person. Instead, a balance of these three is to be sought. But for today's presentation, let's focus on the dietetics part more. So in the current scenario, what do young people crave to have and what do they prefer to have at home? By interrogating with many of the adolescents, it was found that a lot prefer to have burger, pizza, the latest Arabian trends in food, and heavy desserts with artificial sweeteners while they go out with their friends. And what do young people choose to have while they're at home or in hostel, because a lot of them stay in hostel for their educational purposes. So instant food like noodles, pasta, and ready-to-eat snacks like chips are very popular among them. Bread and ready-to-eat spreads like jam, peanut butter are also very popular. Low cost, ease of preparation, ease of availability, and tempting taste make them a teenager's favorite. And nowadays, it has become a fashion among teenagers to have green tea very frequently to lose weight. And it has become a trend to have ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard sauce with everything and anything, ranging from chapati, dosa, etc. So if we take some time and observe, we could find that a lot of food like we consume today comes under the Viruddha Ahara spectrum. 18 types of Viruddha are explained in Ayurveda, but very popular and common ones are only listed here because of the time duration, limitation of time. So first one is Desha Viruddha because of the globalization and food habits. Then Sanskara Viruddha, the examples can be smoothies, mayonnaise, honey cake, marinating meat in curd, and cooking using honey. Then Paga Viruddham, the examples can be mixed fried rice, artificial ripening of fruits, fruits made available in off-season, and French fries. And Vidhi Viruddham, the examples can be, it is very important, like too much of food or too fast, especially when they go to school in the morning. Too many times of food, preserved food, refrigerated food, untimely, late night food, third at night, etc. So Agni is one of the spine concepts in Ayurveda. In Yauvanam, a person ought to have very strong Agni. But observations mark it without question that a lot of adolescents today have got Manda Agni or Visham Agni. And in other cases, it is Bhasmagam, like pathological Agni, that is exhibited. So the quality and quantity of food in conjunction to the time and method of eating is held responsible for this. And thus the concept of Ama becomes significant. Ushmano alpa belatvena, dhadu adim apachidam, dushtam amashyagedam, rasam amam prajakshade. So the Ama that accumulate over time result in Ama Visha, and the cause of Ama Visha is beautifully explained by Charaka in this sloka, Acharya Charaka in this sloka. Abhojanat ajirnat, adiphojanat vishamashanat, asatme guru shida adi ruksha sandushta bhojanat. Virega Vamana Sneha Vipramat, Vyadi Karshanat, Desha Kala Ridu Vaishamyat, Veganamcha Vidharanat, Dushyati Agni, Sadushto, Annam na tat Pajadi Likhu Abhi, Apachamanam Shuktatam Yadi Annam Visha Rupat. So here comes the importance of the concept of Satmya. That is the natural tendency of body to choose certain food and habits over the others. A person's prakriti, his native place, where he grew up, the age and the season are all determinants of Satmya. Both genetic and external factors play a role in this. In today's circumstances, one cannot avoid junk food fully in every circumstance because, because of the changes in the society. So in order to adapt to these changes, a person has to slowly withdraw its old habits and very gradually take on new habits and thus avoid abrupt change, which may lead to metabolic derangement. So this methodology of adapting to change by creating slow compatibility in the body is called Ogasatmya in Ayurveda. This can be further understood by the concept of gut microbiota. As per studies, several environmental factors have been implicated in shaping the microbiota, including geographical locations, surgery, smoking, depression, and living arrangements, like rural or urban. The gut microbiota provides a range of beneficial properties to the host, like help to maintain the integrity of mucosal barrier, provide nourishment such as vitamins, and protect against pathogens. And gut microbiota dysbiosis or destruction is involved in the pathogenesis of diverse diseases such as metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular disease, celiac disease, inflammatory bowel disease, and neurological disorders. So multiple factors modulate the composition of the microbiota and how it physically functions. But one of the major triggering factors is diet. So different dietary patterns, for example, Western diet or vegetarian diet, vegan diet, Mediterranean diet, all these interact with the composition and activity of the gut microbiota as per the latest studies. So coming to the solution part of the identified problem, Ritu Shodhana helps in decreasing disease morbidity. It helps in preventing lifestyle disorders, immune disturbance, and hormone imbalance disorders. It helps in both Swasthya Rikshana and Vigara Prashamana, which is what Ayurveda ultimately seeks. So Ayurvedic Vaidyas should promote and educate their patients to undergo regular Ritu Shodhana. The dosha accumulated due to seasonal changes and the ama accumulated due to wrong food habits. Both has to be eliminated regularly by Shodhana. So how can we solve this problem at an institutional level? Ayurvedic health campaign to improve the awareness about health and well-being on the basis of Ayurveda concept is the best solution we could put forward. The program is focused more on children, especially adolescents. The health changes that are brought about will improve the health status of the upcoming generation, thus cut the cost on health care system in the long run by reducing lifestyle disorders and related complications. So a network of manpower, starting from Anganwadi workers to ASHA workers to PHC, have to come together to make this happen. So the school counselors, district and health authorities may also be made a part of this project. So a systemic hierarchy of dedicated manpower working from grassroots level, the healthcare counselors in the school and the ASHA workers in the public. So in this way, we could spread the right information and modulate the policies as per circumstances that a specific area wants in terms of nourishment. But the plan I suggested stands a chance to be challenged by the fund requirement from government. Also, the manpower has to be trained properly in order to provide education services. And most of the big food corporate would only favor the unhealthy eating culture because their business depends on it. And because the government and corporate work hand in hand, it is not easy to break the barrier, but it is always a bold move to try. So the other aspect apart from food, which is to be considered important in health maintenance, are sleep and exercise in adolescents. So coming to the importance of sleep and the importance of sleep hygiene. Sleep hygiene means a consistent sleep schedule has to be set and the room should be made ready so that the person will feel like sleeping at the time and unplug all the electrical devices an hour before. And there is, the next one is exercise. There is an overwhelming evidence for the lifelong health benefit of a physically active lifestyle and the health risk of inactivity and sedentary behavior. Also today, a wide range of addiction, like video game addiction, social media addiction, alcohol, drug abuse, smoking, it's all very common among the adolescents. So all of these also has to be addressed along with the dietetics in order to provide a holistic care. So I've come to the end of the presentation. I hope the idea was clearly delivered. Thanking the organizing committee for their dedication and also wholeheartedly thanking the judges and the audience for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you. That was UG 2221. It's time to discussion. Kamini ma'am.
Yeah, okay, good. There was a good concept presented over here. But two things I wanted to ask. What do you think about this 1/4 score or 1/4 something you mentioned in your slide?
I mean, Charaka Samhita, there's a mention that when a habit has to be given up, like when a bad habit is given up and a good habit is built up, it is always done in quarters, like 1/4 is given up like that. So I was trying to correlate that to the Satmya concept that slowly only, like when a child moves from home and they go to from a child from a rural area moves from home and go to urban area and stay in a hostel, like the change is very drastic. So there's a tendency like it's a new place and they're young, so they have all the tendency to try out new food. So that will affect their satmya. So they can try out new food, but they'll have to develop an Oka satmya gradually by taking little.
I'm not asking about Oka satmya. 1/4 something that was written in one slide. 1/4.
That the concept of giving
One-fourth
up
concept,
in
yeah.
1/4 portion, that I was trying to correlate with this.
Okay, okay. And what do you think about the role of women in your program? You
Role
didn't
of
mention.
women.
Yeah.
I guess most affected is adolescent girls than boys, because a lot of them face menstrual issues and obesity, especially the obesity around the abdomen, things like that, and hormonal imbalance and all. So for them, diet is very important. I think more than medicine, it is diet that we should make them aware about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good presentation. Since you were encouraging the PSCs and the people in charge to motivate this step, what concrete steps, when we want to implement something, we need to give them comprehensive, evidence-based stuff. What two things, maybe two things, concepts as products will you give to the ASHA workers for propagation? Which is evidence.
Existing formulations or
no, anything that you feel, because you said there are many that you have from many people that you have seen, many people that we have given, that there are certain things which are going to be useful on a public level. So give me two things that you can very safely tell, okay, these two things are going to work for the adolescents.
Okay, the ASHA workers and all, I was thinking like they should give awareness to the people in the society. So, for example, in Ayurveda, the Ritu is also very important, and considering the Ritu of Kerala, we can say mainly there's Grishmam, there is Idavapadi, then there is Tulavarsham, there's
No, I think you did not get there. It's fine, we got it. Thank you.
Ma'am, the food.
No, I just see that's a big transformation from concept to product. You have tried to put many things into the slide, so try to streamline. That is my point. When we want to make up schemes, we have to be very, very focused here. So just come down to small things.
Some food items are mentioned in text like Bhojana Kuduhalam and all, that we can adopt into a modern concept and use it.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
I'll just ask one question, like only one suggestion. Like you have put a slide, you told that it is 3 pillars. It is not 3 pillars, they are sub pillars. 3 pillars are actually doshas itself. That is a mistake. You have to correct it. Okay. The other thing is that I like your way of presentation, because you were just like having a conversation. Actually, the presenter is the star, not the PPT slides. I think in that way, you have presented very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And that was UG 2221. And next we move on to the next presentation, the 8th presentation, UG 2250.
Yes, sir. This is the first call for UG 2250.
Yes, sir. Am I visible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. You are visible. All others, please mute yourself. It's a kind request. Your screen is visible.
Okay, sir. Shall I start, sir?
You just move on 1 or 2 slides. Okay, it's moving. Right. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, let's deal about the topic Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence, role in building a healthy society. Adolescence can be considered as a Vivardhamana Dhatu Avastha. As per universal definition, it is a lifespan between 10 to 19 years of age. And according to Ayurveda, adolescence is a Sandhikala between children and adults. In this phase, dominance of Kapha dosha start decline along with a slow rise in Pitta dosha. So as Pitta dosha increases, Agni will be more potent. So it is a demanding time in terms of proper nutrition, and it's time to start building the foundation in healthy tissues. Nextly, Patya Vyavastha. Acharya Charaka mentioned or defined Patya as Patyam Patya Anapetam Edyachoktam Manasapriyam Echa Priyam Apatyam Cha Niyatam Tanna Lakshayat. Patya can be considered as Anapeta to Pata, means which is harmless to the doshas and tissues of the body which are moving in the channel, and it is Manasa Priyam, means which is Hita to the Mana. So, and if we come to the Ahara, in daily lifestyle of in adolescence, Annamayan hi Saumya Manaha. The mind is a food what we take. So, if a person consumes Satvika Ahara, then his conditions will be like Prataparam, Shuchim, Jitatmam, Ashuchit Beshi, like Rajasika Ahara leads to Atimatra Ahara, Amisha Priya, Mahashanam, Vikrita Ahara Shilam, and all. So, and also Tamasika Ahara leads to Jugupsita Ahara Param, Ahara Luptam, Toya Kamam, etc. And also how it is as important as what we eat. So, Acharya Charaka mentioned in Vimanasthana, that is Ashtabida Ahara Visheshayatanas, like which includes Prakriti, Karana, Samyoga, Rashi, Desha, Kala, Upayoga, Samstha, which these all should be included in adolescence period to maintain a healthy society, and also included Ahara Vidhi Vidhana, which includes Ushnam Ashniyat, Snigdam Ashniyat, Matravat Ashniyat, Jirne Ashniyat, Veera Aviruddham Ashniyat, Ishta Deshe, Ishta Sarva Upakarana Ashniyat, Na Ati Drutam Ashniyat, Na Ati Vilambitam, Ajalpam, Ahasanam, Tanmana Bunjitam. These all should be included by the adolescents. And these are some of the examples in which adolescence effect will be more like firstly physiological illness in adolescence. Mainly I have taken some examples like Staulya, Madhura Rasa Ahara and Mamsa Sevana leads to this Staulya, which can be prevented or controlled by Kulatta, Takra or Madhu, etc. And next is Nishpava Masha Pinyaka. These are the causes for the Pandu, which can be corrected or prevented by consuming of Dadima, Karjura, etc. And next is Kuposhana Janavadi, which is caused due to Alpamatra Ahara Sevana or a person who is insecure towards the food. These can be prevented or controlled by consuming Paustika Ahara or Shadrasaitra Ahara, and also Phala, milk should be consumed. Next is PCOD, which is almost a major problem in the adolescence period, especially for girls. So it is caused mainly due to junk foods and also due to some soft beverages or sugar beverages and all. So it can be controlled or prevented by Tvak and Haritra, which is having anti-insulin resisting property. Next is effect of Rajasika and Tamasika Ahara. Viruddha Ahara Sevana leads to Amodpatti, and Amodpatti leads to Agnimandya. Agnimandya leads to Strotodarodha, and Visheshan of doshas leads to the Sharirika and Manasika Vadi. And if we come to the psychological effect, it is one of the major problem in the adolescence period, which is like depression, anxiety, behavioral disorders like psychosis plays a major problem in the adolescence period, and also cognitive impairment. High fat and sugar diet consumption leads to a ill effect on dendrites and also synapses, which results in memory loss and learning problems. And Acharya Charaka mentioned Nitya Sevaniya Dravyas like Shashtikanchali Mudkamsha Saindavamalakeya and Antariksham Payasar Pi Changalam Madhuchapyase. These all should be consumed by adolescents to maintain a proper health. And Ahara Sambhavam Vasturogaha Cha Ahara Sambhavaha means Ahara is the primary cause for even formation of the body as well as formation of diseases. So Ahara plays a major role. And Patte Sati Gadarthasya Kim Aushadha Nishevanai, Patte Asati Gadarthasya Kim Aushadha Nishevanai. If a patient consumes Patya or if follows Patya, then there is no need of medicine. If patient follows Apatya, then also there is no need of medicine as it is useless. And Nahi Kinchit Adosha Nirgunam. Gruta can be considered as Patya, best Patya. But Gruta can also be played as a apatya in some of the conditions like matra, excessive quantity, and if it is consumed in Basanta Rutu and Anupadesha, in Anupadesha Avastha, and also in Atistula person, if he consumes Kruta, then it may act as apatya. So, and also in terms of Visha, it is considered as apatya, but it can be considered as patya As it is mentioned in Rasayana Adhyaya, Tila Pramana of Visha Prayoga is mentioned. So it can act as Patta in some of the conditions. So main aim of Ayurvedic medical science is to protect human being from following the Swastha Ruta like Dinacharya, Rutucharya, Sadruta and all. And also each yearly more than 1.2 million adolescents deaths are seen. So it should be reduced by or prevented by maintaining a proper diet and promotion of good nutrition by providing counseling and other services that support healthy eating and physical activities play a major role in building a healthy society. And these are some of the references from which I have taken this PPT. So I would like to thank all of you, AMI and everyone, for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Please end the presentation. Judges, that was UG 2250. Over to judges for the discussion. Anupama ma'am.
Yeah. Good work. Good work, dear. I just want to know, this slide can be used for any other population also. That is what I understand, apart from a few slides. Can you give me in one line where the entire Ayurvedic principles that you have mentioned in can be used specifically for the adolescent population? We are just talking about the adolescent population in specific. Okay.
In specific, okay,
yes.
Ma'am. In specific, we can take it is actually for all the human beings, ma'am. But we can, it should be it should be included by the adolescents to maintain a proper health. And also in adolescence period, there will be no education about these things. It should be provided so that we can build a healthy society, as they will be the future
yeah, got it. I think you should, I think we all should learn to, streamline things. So it's you have done a lot of work on this, so try to streamline, try to focus on specific topics and try to amalgamate things so that it can come to a good output. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kamini ma'am. In between, you just end your screen sharing. Kamini ma'am, are you audible? Yeah, ma'am, you are muted. So, yeah. It's okay, right now.
There was some connection issue.
Yeah.
So,
hello. Ma'am, I will come back to you. I think there is a technical problem. Vishnu sir.
No, I would like to highlight 2 points in your presentation. One is that you have added Kuposhana as a cause, and the second one was that you highlighted that Nityabhyasa Dravyas. Why did you include it? What is the importance?
As it should be maintained to maintain a proper diet. All these should be regularly having these all things can lead to a healthy person like that.
Okay.
How many, ma'am? Kamini ma'am, am I audible? You are muted. Please unmute Kamini ma'am.
I'm not able to see.
Can you see me?
Ma'am, you are audible and visible.
Okay, actually there was some Wi-Fi issue in between due to disconnection. So I have one question only that she mentioned about PCOD, and I wanted to ask one thing that can you mention two things, Rajasic or Tamasic ahar, other than junk food, which can you tell the girls who are having PCOD?
And
Other than junk food.
other than we can include sugar beverages, ma'am, like having Coca-Cola and all. These also causes. And
You mentioned about Rajasic, Tamasic ahar that I wanted to ask. Only one thing. No issue, no problem. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And judges, please note that was UG 2250. 2250.
Judges, please note chest number UG 2260. Chest number UG 2260.
Okay.
Hello.
UG 2260. Yes, you are visible. You are audible.
Are the slides moving?
Yes. Are you ready? Be comfortable.
Okay.
All right. So your time starts now.
Namaste, everyone. I am code number UG2260, presenting on the topic given, Ayurveda Dietetics in Adolescence, Role in Building a Healthy Society. To begin with, Acharya Kashyapa described Bala as one among the three Dushkar Karinas. Due to ill-defined status of Prakriti, Aushadha Kalpanam is not feasible. The Vivardhaman Avastha, where child grows into adult and occurs, the Vriddhi of Prabha, Medha, Twak, Shukra, Akshi, Indriyas, and as per Amar Kosha, till 16 years and 10 to 24 years, as per newer standards, defines the adolescence. Nutritional deficiencies and poor dietary habits, which have the long-term consequences, occur primarily during the age of adolescence, leading to growth failure, decreased height, dyslipidemia, obesity-like multiple disorders. Hence, this paper aims at developing an approach to sustain the status of health during adolescence for building a healthy society. Looking upon the review of literature from classical texts, it is very evident about the specific dietary practices during the Vivardhaman Avastha. The inclusions of Kshirapa, Kshirannada, Annada, Phalaprashna at 6th month, Annaprashna at 10th month, use of Go, Dugdha and Aja Dugdha in case of Stanya Bhava, Kshira for Jivaniya purpose, and primarily use of Madhura, Snigdha, Sheet and Avidahi Aharas is basis of dietetics in adolescence. Now, when we look upon the founding principles of Ayurveda dietetics, they include usage of Shadrasaj Ahara, Samagni status, Viruddha Ahar Parityaga, following Matra Shitiyam, Annasrupa Vijyanam, Dravyadi Vijyanam, Ahar Vidi Vidhanam, Ashtahar Vidi Visheshayatanani, and consumption of Nitya Sevani Dravyas and regular consumption of Rasayana Dravyas. So, Ahara being the foundation of dietetics in adolescence, Sharirik and Mansik Rasayanas, Dhatu Poshak Aharas, Dosh, Agni, Dhatu Samekar Aharas, and Lehe Prayogas also have been of much significance in dietetics in adolescence. Now, when we look upon the diet-related issues, the Alp and Aposhna could lead to Vyadhis like Fakaroga, Parigarbhika, Krishta, Dhatukshay, Mansik Dorbalyam, Kuposhan Janni Vyadhis, etc. Atiposhna could be reason for Sthulata, Prameya, Hridroga, Sadnatpara Janni Vyadhis, etc. Dushitahara is also seen to cause Udarshul, Krimi Roga, Tisaram, Jwaram, etc. Also, nutritional deficiencies leading to long-term consequences are also included in this. Moreover, Balyavastha being the Kapha to Pitta transformation age, so Kapha Pitta Vyadhis are also seen during the age of adolescence. Now, when we have to consider the notion of nutrition for a healthy society, we have to consider healthy eating a long-term measure where the motive should be to eat everything in a recommended dietary allowance, that is Matra Vat Ashitiyam, to prioritize health over convenience. The fact of the matter being, consumption of well-balanced diet, that is pathya and hitakar ahara, to account for a healthy society. Now, when we look upon the Ayurvedic dietary aspects in adolescence, they include basically focus on Sharik Dhatu Pushti, Kapha Samyam, Pitta Samyam, Manoindriya Pushti, Agni Samyam, which further leads to Vyadik Shamattomam and Sarva Vikar Vidhat Bhava. Now, there's a classical concept of Ritu Sandhi, adolescent, the change of one season of life into another. Acharya Vagbhata has given a very beautiful definition of Sandhi in Ritucharya Adhyaya Sutrasthan. That is, Ritvorantara Adi Saptaha Ritu Sandhriti Smitaha Tatra Purva Vidistyajya Sevnyu Aparah Kramat Asatmejahi Rogasyu Sehasa Tyaga Shilenath. Here, if we apply Arthapati Tantrayukti, Nirdeshan Tantrayukti, and Uya Tantrayukti, understanding the same sutra defined the dietary principles to be opted during transformation stage. The transformation from child to adult, called adolescent or the Sindhi period, changes should be made in dietary pattern as Paden Apathyam Tyajyam and Paden Pathyam Abhyastam. If the changes are not opted or if they are adopted suddenly, can cause and invite n number of pathological condition and vyadis and disrupt the level of samyam in the body. Hence, dietary practices should be incorporated in the adolescent dietetics. So when we look upon the dietary practices, we can include, for example, addition of Trikatu Madhu, Ardak like Aushadas into the aharas of Dugdha, Yush, Mamsas, etc. and avoidance of excess use of Mash, Dadhi, Parshut aharas and Abhishandi aharas, which help in maintenance of optimal level of kapha and also prevent from the Santarpan Jana Vyadhis. Moreover, inclusion of Amlaki, Dugdha, Ghritam, Takra, Navnit, etc. can deal in both aspects. That is, number one, optimal level of Pitta and also prevent from the Pitta Jana Vyadhis. Moreover, optimal level of Dhatus. Labhopaya Vishastanam, Rasadinam, Rasayanam, Rasayana usage could help in maintenance of optimal level of Dhatus like Chavanaprasham, Kushmandam, etc. etc. For Indriya Pushti, Panchagavyam and Kalyanagrit like Kaushadas could be utilized. For Agni Vardhanam, Swarnaprashanam, Kalyanagrit, etc. could be utilized. For Medha Vardhanam, Mitra Sayanas like Shankha Pushpi, Vacha Brahmi, Kalyanak, Sasotagrit, etc. could be utilized. Now, if we ponder over the worldwide applicable standard adolescent dietetic guidelines, the standard opinion, Biotechnology and Biological Science Research Council approved an appropriate diet contributes to healthy development, healthy aging, and resilience against diseases, to which American Diabetes Association advocated a long-term healthy eating practice considering one's likes and dislikes. Also, WHO, American Heart Association, and American Cancer Association stresses upon the consumption of healthy diet throughout the growing ages of adolescence, depending on the factors like age, gender, etc., and can reduce the risks of illnesses and multiple NCDs, that is non-communicable diseases. So, why we need all this? Number one, Kapha Samyam. Why Kapha Samyam? Prakritastu Balasleshama Virkitam Maluchyate. Hence, to promote the Prakritik Bala or the Prakritik Kapha in the body and also prevent the Pranava and Anavasrotakat Vyadis, which could further prevent the Santarpanajana Vyadis and which could also prevent the further Vyadis in the future like diabetes, dyslipidemia, obesity, etc. Pitta Samyam in the body promotes the metabolic activity and development of the body and also promotes the psychosomatic development and with cognitive refinement. Dhatu Pushtika Dravyas lead to Dhatu Sartha, which leads to copious formation of Ojas and which leads to Vyadik Shamatto Bhava. Indriya Pushtika Dravyas promotes the organoleptic functioning of the body and hence are Indriya and Mana Prasadkara. Agni Moolam hi Balam Pumsad. So Agni Vardak Dravyas could be utilized to promote the Agni and maintain the status of Agni throughout the adolescent life. Midhira Sayanas. Midhira Sayanas, why? Because they promote the psychological and cognitive development, prevent psychosomatic disorders like anxiety, stress, compulsion, which are common in the adolescent age. And also they promote the sattva maintenance in the body and maintains the optimal level of rajas and tamas. So when we have to reach to a conclusion, we must accept the connection between the food and its consequences for individuals and society. There is a need to develop new products, new interventions, new guidelines to promote convenience-based, fundamental of healthy body. Ayurveda dietetic through right dietary practices and controlled diseases. To summarize in one line, Chaturveda, the fundamental principles of Ayurveda dietetics in adolescence, individual who can account for a healthy society. The motto Bidhanam and the goal being Sadaiva Shaktishali, Sadaiva Buddhishali, Sadaiva Paropakari. Thank you for patient listening. Namaste.
It's time. And it's time for discussion. UG 2260. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 2260. Very
Yes,
good concept you have presented over here. It was nice presentation. One thing I wanted to ask, that you were quoting repeatedly about Rasayan, Labopyris, Shashtanam, Rasadinam, Rasayanam,
yes, ma'am.
and age of transformation. What do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
suggest any Rasayan for adolescent age group?
Since ma'am, the appropriate age given in the Shastra is Purva Vaisi Madhyava. So, since there is a transformation age, there is a Dhatu Vridhyamana
Don't
Avastha.
discuss about transformation. You just mentioned two things which you can suggest as Rasayan in adolescent age group.
If I have to suggest two Rasayanas, number one is the Medha Agni Bal Vardhanam, that is Swarnaprashna. And if second, if
Swarnaprashna you have already given in Balavaya. Now
Yes,
this is the age of transformation. In adolescent, what do you suggest?
okay, the appropriate will be Kushman Rasayanam, Ashtanga Hridayasana. Yes, I will prefer that because it is also liking toward the taste also, and it is also good for Medha and also as a Rasayana for Dhatus also.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very well articulated, well presented. Good work.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to know your stand on behavior change in adolescent group. Since you have enlisted quite a number of suggestions,
Yes,
where will you put the utility of behavior change of adolescent towards an Ayurvedic diet? I hope
Yes,
I'm clear. Yeah.
Yes, you are clear. Primarily, Kapha to Pitta transformation stage. Secondly, Sthira to Chalavastha stage. So there are.
No, I'm just
So
asking you. I'm just asking you, how will an adolescent population respond to an adolescent change communication? What you are talking is about change communication at a behavior level for adolescent, right?
Yes,
what is your stand about this particular population towards an Ayurvedic diet transformation?
Matlab, they have to incorporate this Ayurvedic diet into their adolescent age. Yes,
Yes.
Okay. So there is only one concept that I have mentioned in my slides also. There is no good food, there is no bad food. There are only good dietary habits and dietary patterns that should be incorporated. We have to eat everything that I mentioned, like Chaturvid Prakarasya and Shadvid Rasasya. Everything has to be consumed if we need a proper Dhatu Pushti during the adolescent age. But the main problem is we have to incorporate that into a systematic, selected, and tailored diet that has to be incorporated during the adolescent. For example, we are eating 1 chammach of ghee. We cannot go for 5 to 6 teaspoon ghee daily. We have to incorporate a structured parameter of diet which has to be incorporated during the adolescent age. Yes.
Very good presentation. I liked it. The way you present and the way you rooted in our own science, and then you try to interpret the concepts that I liked very much. And what do you think is, if I say that education is all about development of Sattusara and Ahara Shuddhi is leading to Sattu Shuddhi, what is your one sentence comment? I don't want you to elaborate because we have time limit. In one sentence, what will you say?
Sir, I would like to quote an example. Let us give an example of a diya which is being supported with a ghee. Till the time we are giving a good grita, the diya will be lighted like a sun. We have to say. So good diet will lead to behavioral, mental, emotional, all of well-being. Basically.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Arjun, is the connection? Is there any problem in the connection?
Yes, I think so. Sir, is the discussion over?
Yeah, because we are not getting any
communication from UG?
Yeah, now I can hear you, but now
Yes, sir, you are audible.
yes, Arjun, you are audible. Now it is
Can I
okay.
share my screen?
UG 2263.
Yes, sir, yes. I'm here. Can I share?
Okay, judges, please note UG 2263.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, of course. UG 2263.
Yes, sir, yes.
Please turn on your video.
Are you able to see me, sir?
Yeah, of course.
Can I start?
You please just move 1 or 2 slides to ensure it is working.
Okay.
Yeah, it's moving.
So let's start.
All right. Your time starts now.
Okay. Ayurveda dietetics. So basically, what is dietetics? It's a science or it's an art of application of principles of food. So principles of Ayurveda applicable for food includes Prakriti, that is the nature of food, as well as the consumer too. Then Karana, that is processing, that is a Sanskara. As we all know, Sanskaro hi gunantaradhan. Then comes the Samyoga, that is combination, combining of the food in proper quantity. So this combination can be used to enhance the taste as well as nutrition too. Now comes the Rashi, that is quantity, how much to eat. As we all know, Gurunamarda Sauhityam Laguna Nati Truptaha. Then comes the Desh, proper Desh, that is proper place where we eat, also where we are residing. Obviously, the diet of will differ from north to south, east to west. They have different diets. Then Kala, that is proper time. Upayog Stanstha, that is proper rules for eating. And also the consumer, that is his or according to his or her wish. And all these 8 things called as Ashto Ahara Vidhi Visheshayatana by Charaka. And this all depends on Agni, that is digestive power of the consumer. Now, adolescence. What is adolescence? It's a stage where physical as well as intellectual development takes place. Now, this is the dosha leading here is Pitta. And lakshanas of Pitta can be seen as well as experienced. As we all know, the function of Prakruta Pitta by Hriday says Pittam Paktyushma Darshanaihi Kshud, Trut, Ruchi, Medha, Dhishaurya, Tanurma Daivacha by Vagbhat. And this we can observe in this adolescent age. Now, dietetics and adolescence should be Pitta Shamak, obviously, which includes Madhura Tikta Kasharasatmak food, means their quantity should be increased than normal. Then it should be Jivaniya, that is Satma at all stages, should be Balya, that is strengthening, Bruhaniya, that is enhancers, Medhya, brain tonics, Sandhaniya, that is muscles and bone promoters, and Rasayanupa for overall development. So here we are dealing with physiological changes, we are promoting them. Now, here in this chart, you can see the Pitta Shamak includes Chandana, Dvaya, Ushir, Utpal, Shatavari, Jivani includes. You all can read this dravyas. Now, what we can commonly see here in each and every Gana, each and every Gana, Grita and Dugdha are common. And generally, these adolescents or the teenagers don't like this milk and its milk products, and especially ghee. They say that they don't like the taste, they don't like the smell, and all these, they have all such kind of dramas. So we can tell them, and the ones who are more conscious of their health, they will think that Grita will, I'll become obese, I'll become fat. But it's our duty to tell them that Grita and Taila, these 2 products are such
that when it's taken raw in its natural form will benefit you. It will not cause you any harm. But when you heat that time, the process of complete transformation takes place. The cholesterol increases and thus hamper your health. Now, other dravyas like shatavari, ashwagandha. Now, it's a big question how to give them. Using yukti pramana, you can use various formulations described on Bhaishajya Kalpan. Different formulations like ashwagandha, shatavari can be given in powdered form or in khanda form. We can use them with in milk. Along with the milk, these products can be used. Now, must include these all are nitya sevaniya dravyas by charaka and vakpat should be consumed regularly. Shashtik shali mudga sendav amalaki yava payaha grita jangala mangsa and madhu. Now, this is concept of balanced diet. So, concept of balanced diet according to charaka, different forms of food like ashita, pita, lida, khadita ahar, which is panchabhautik in nature. Hence, benefits the body as a body is also made up of panchamahabhutas. And hence, it will help in proper formation of dhatus. It will improve the metabolism. It will digest properly and benefits the body in each and every way. Now, these are the Ahara Vidhi Vidhana, that is the foundations of dietetics described in our classics. It says that the ahar should be ushna, snigdha, matravat, and the rules are given also for the consumer that after proper digestion of the previous meal is done, then you have to take the ahar. Should avoid viruddha ahara, then it should be, the place should be pleasant, should not eat very fast, should not eat very slow without conversing. And all these things, and what the generally adolescent are generally school growing children, right? So they do not follow these things and they do completely opposite of these ahara vidhi vidhana. Now, health according to Ayurveda, as Sushruta says, samadosha, samarnishya, samadhatu malakriya, prasanna indriya, manaha, swasthya ityavidiyate. Sushruta says proper balance of three dosha, saptadhatu, trimal, along with who is healthy by mind. Prasanna manaha is defined as a healthy living. Now, correlation of food and health, healthy food leads to healthy body, leads to healthy mind. Now, according to Chandopya Upanishada, it says Annamayam hi Saumya Manaha. That is, food is essence of mind. 2. Now, healthy mindset for teenagers. What we eat, we become that. Sattvic food leads to Sattvika Vritti. Now, these above points like positive approach, communication, proper decision, etc., etc., these are rightly explained in our Charak Sahita as these are the proper functions of a proper mind. That is, Chintyam, Vicharyam, Uhyam, Cha, Dheyam, Sankalpam, Mivacha. This is normal. But if this happens, become in Ati Yoga, in excess, then it leads to unhealthy mind. Such unhealthy mindset we can observe commonly like overthinking, worrying about the past, sticking in the past, worrying about the future, and knowingly landing into bad habits. So, conclusion, diet should be consumed following proper sequence of dinacharya. As the sequence post itself says, Brahma Murte Uttishtet Swastarakshamartham Ayushya, and which everyone fails to follow this. Then Danta Dhavana, then Snan, and then food. But now in this sequence, it's all messed up. They will eat, they'll then bath, then they'll do whatever things. Fruits and veggies which grow in that particular season should be consumed more. Teenagers should be encouraged to eat only when they are hungry. Generally, they don't follow this. They'll hang out with their friends, they'll eat anytime, anywhere. A proper timetable of their routine must be followed. Should avoid eating junks. Now, junks can be replaced with various natural preparations like buttermilk, soups, salads, or mantha, etc. Now, Arogyam hi dhana sampada. For healthy society, each and every individual should be healthy in each and every aspect. Hence, role of Ayurvedic dietetics is very important. So, Arogyam dhana sampada should be healthy physically, socially, mentally, and economically too. So thanks a lot for providing this platform for me to present my views on this wonderful topic. I tried my best to give you a glance of this vast topic through my presentations. If you have any queries, questions, or recommendations, you can go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And just only one question that can you differentiate your suggestion for girls and boys? You have given common suggestions in your last slide. Any different suggestion?
I like to suggest these teenagers don't speak out their problems. So I should say that please speak, please communicate with a proper guide who will explain you.
But that is common for both. That is common.
Yes, common for both. For girls, I like to say that they should follow the Dinacharya properly.
It is also common for both.
Okay, so diet, according to diet, I will say.
Okay, no issues, no worries. Dr. Anupama, you can.
I think I am impressed by your way of taking a class. It was more of a teaching session. There is a demarcation between taking a session and a scientific presentation. So I would actually, there are no questions basically, because I felt this as a class, this as a session rather than a scientific presentation. It is beautifully done. You have enjoyed your way of presentation. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I also like the way you present. Can you suggest one, if you completely concise the whole presentation into one sentence, what should be the takeaway message from your presentation? What you would like to say to adolescent youth, especially girls? One suggestion regarding the dietetics.
Okay. Girls, I like to say that the diet should be according to our basic principles.
Because the text is actually telling everything concisely. Matrashis, yeah, likewise. Can you just contribute one small, so that very small advice?
I like to say that the problems which adolescent girls are facing, like PCOD or other like obesity,
just concise. Just concise. Just concise.
I like to say that just talk the problems, just share your problems and concern it to a guide.
Open up, isn't it? Open up about your problems. That's
open up about
thank
your
you.
problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. And that was UG 2263. Next, we move on to the next presentation, UG 2267.
Here is the first call for UG 2267.
Sir, am I audible?
Judges, please know. First call for UG 2267.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Your presentation is visible. Yeah.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it's moving. Are you ready? Are you comfortable?
Yes.
All right. Your time starts now.
Good evening, jury members, doctors, and medical audience. Myself, code number UG 2267. The objective of today's presentation is Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence and their role in building up a healthy society. Adolescence is one of the most rapid phases of human development and transitional phase of growth and development between childhood and adulthood. The adolescence refers to the individuals between the ages of 10 to 19 years, which makes them about 1/5 of the total Indian population. It is the beginning of Pitta dosha in your lifespan. The quantity of Agni is at its strongest and due to your body's demand, any nutritional food will digest efficiently in this period. It is also a time to develop knowledge and skills. The negligence to health in adolescence may give rise to many health problems. Awareness about one's own body and its proper appearance should become the top priority. Then only we can build up a healthy society. Our science, which advocates more on prevention rather than cure, emphasize on the ideal food to be consumed to attain good health. So proper knowledge of food and its importance should be known. The nature of food is analyzed or assessed by the properties of food on its individual basis, depending upon the nature of food and digestive capacity of the individual. This obviously changes from person to person and also changes according to age, desha, kala, and so on. Health is defined as samadosha, samaknishta, samadhatu, malakriya, prasannatmi, indriya, manaha, sostha, iti. Proper diet and timely intake of food leads to a healthy lifestyle. The basic factor for determining the quantity of food starts from the knowledge of Trivida Gukshi. We should divide the total capacity of stomach into 3 portions during the consumption of food. The first portion of the stomach should be allocated to solid food particles. The second portion should be allocated to the liquid food substance, and the third portion should be left free for the movement of doshas. One who follows this rule during the dietary intake doesn't get affected by any adverse effects arising due to improper intake of food. Food consumed in the proper quantity enhances bala, varna, and nourishment of saptadhatus. Moving on to quantity of food, Matra of Ahara and Agni are the main factors for proper digestion of food. Matra shi sarvagalam snaya matra hi Agni pravartiga, matram dravyana avakshante gurunyapi lagumyapi. One should always take the right quantity of food during each meal, since it is the quantity which helps in maintaining proper digestive power. The quantity of food to be taken depends on the Gurutva and Lagutva properties of the food. Charga opines that the quantity of food to be taken is dependent on the digestive power of the individual. When this Agni gets indana in the form of Annapana, it kindles Bala, Arokya, Ayusha, and Prana. The body is constituted of Ahara. So for that, certain specific factors, that is the Ashtahara Vidhi, should be considered for proper diet. They are as follows. The first one is Prakriti. Natural attribute of a substance such as Guru and Lagu. Example, black gram is Guru while green gram is Lagu is Prakriti. Next is Karana. Preparation of food and properties of the substance which get added onto it medium of cooking is Karana. Next is Samyoga. It is a combination of pure Modravyas leading to alterations in the properties of food. Next is Rashi. Quantity or amount of food to be taken. The next is Desha. It determines the variation of quality of food according to their geographic region. Next is Kala. It is known as time factor, which is described in two ways, that is daily and seasonal variation, and also considered as an individual's condition of age and disease. Moving on to Ubyoga Samstha, it denotes the rules for digestion. And last one is Ubyogta, one who consumes the food habitat of individuals, etc. The below figure shows the Ashtavida Visheshanaya, that is 8 factors mentioned above. Next, moving on to diet for adolescents. A healthy diet is important for adolescents to lead a healthy life. The meal should involve all the necessary things, mainly fruits, vegetables, proteins, grains, etc. The Ayurvedic diet to eat in right food is fruits. Make half your plate fruits and vegetables. They are packed with fibers and antioxidants. Eat fruits of all colors. Go for fruits instead of juice like apple, grapes, pomegranate, bilwa, amalaki, jambu, etc., which has more fibers and flavors calories. Next is vegetables. Aim to get mostly non-starchy veggies like sprouts, cabbages, and so on. Next is grains, easily eat mostly whole grains, etc. Whole grains such as amaranth, barley, corn, millet, etc., which have more fibers, iron, and vitamin D, help in the proper growth and nourishment of the body. And last one is proteins. As there is a saying, get enough protein, but not so much, as proteins help in the proper health and growth of body. But too much of protein leads to many problems like overweight, obesity, and many lifestyle diseases. So a palm-sized amount of lunch and dinner is all you need. Eat protein-rich foods such as lean meat, fish, poultry, and so on. For body nourishment, include a diet with new cereals, meat soup of domestic, marshy, and aquatic animals of Jangala and Anubamasa, well-cooked meat, curd, ghee, milk, sugar cane, black gram products of jaggery are also used. Fast food consumption are increasing day by day, and adolescents are the ones who are mostly affected due to this. Some researchers show that more than 60% of the adolescents prefer fast food than healthy meals. So they should replace this junk food with homely meals such as manda, peya, bileva, Yusha, Mamsarasa, Italy, etc. The following figure shows some of the healthy diets. Moving on to Satmya Ahara. Ahara is the most important factor for sustenance of life. Satmya means that it suits the self. Based on one's habitual usage of certain dasas, anna, and pana, Satmya can be categorized down to 3 types, Pravara, Madhyama, and Avara. Out of these, Pravara Satmya is the superior one. So one should try to consume food according to the nature of the body. This will reduce the chance of diseases and lead to a healthy lifestyle. Next is selection of food. Selection of food is one of the most important factors in diet. Foods which are rich in dasas, nutrients, vitamins, etc. should be selected for food. Which gives poshana should be selected for diet, and it should be taken in proper quantity in a proper pattern. Intake of 6 rasas at each meal includes foods that are sweet, salty, sour, bitter, pungent, and astringent. Begin your meal with sweet tasty food, then continue with salty foods such as seafoods, etc., and then with the sour ones such as citrus fruits and so on. Finish with pungent foods like onion, pepper, etc., and then with astringent and bitter foods such as celery, green leaves, vegetables, and so on. Anupana are liquids that help in movement of food, stability of body parts, loosening of hard mass of food, etc. So one should include Anupana in their diet for proper digestion. Some Anupanas are cold water, warm water, soda, milk, honey, etc. Next is health problems. There are many health problems which arise due to improper diet. Out of all these problems, malabsorption is the most important one. It is caused due to improper digestion, absorption, and assimilation of food. Absorption and assimilation of food depends upon Prakriti, Agni, Dosha, and effect on Saptadhadus and so on. Improper digestion and absorption leads to Ama Utpatti, which causes Vishujika and Rasaga, etc. Health problems also arises due to poor nutrition, which leads to deficiencies, which may cause metabolic disorders and lifestyle diseases such as malnutrition, depression, anxiety, obesity, behavior problems, and underperformance in studies and so on. The below graph shows the low BMI rate of adolescents aged between 10 to 19 years in different parts of India. Next is the underlying factors of health problems. There are many factors which with health problems arise in adolescents, such as eating habits, sedentary lifestyle, reduced physical activities, and so on. Among them, eating habit is the main factor which causes majority of the health problems. It includes skipping meals, irregular eating habits, taking excessive diet pills, excessive use of nutrition supplements, excessive use of junk foods, soft drinks, and excessive use of alcohol, drugs, etc. Next is nutritional counseling. Nutrition is one of the most important factors required for every individual at all stages of life. Out of all these stages, nutrition need is more during adolescent period. Adolescents need more nutrients than adults, as again 40% of the total adult weight and 50% of the adult height in this stage. Healthy eating during adolescence is important as body changes during this stage. This affects an individual's nutrition and diet changes. Adolescents require nutrition counseling to maintain healthy lifestyle. Along with proper diet, we need proper exercise for our body. So daily exercise ensure good health and a fit body. Lagam karma samartyam deepto nimesa share vakta vyayama tubajayate. Exercise of at least 60 minutes of half of your body strength of moderate intensity is recommended. So we can conclude that adolescent age is a crucial phase in which various mental and physical changes take place in a child. Healthy diet throughout life promotes growth and development, helps to maintain a healthy body weight, and reduces the risk of chronic diseases leading to overall health and well-being. It is a responsibility of parents to counsel the child in this phase about the necessity of diet and maintenance of proper health, and should describe properly about the changes going on in this phase are absolutely normal. Ayurveda can help you to reduce many health problems like anxiety, stress, lack of concentration, and confidence through a healthy lifestyle through Dinacharya, Ritucharya, as well as Pancharma therapies like Nasya, Shirodhara, etc. Thank you.
That was UG 2267. It's time for discussion.
Okay. Yeah, 2267. I have only one question. In your conclusion, you have written adolescent is a crucial stage.
Yes.
What was the logic behind that word?
In the introduction, I have mentioned that adolescence is a transitional phase in which one moves from childhood to adulthood.
It is most energetic phase of anyone's life. How you can say that it is a crucial stage?
Yes, it's a transformation from childhood to adulthood. So body undergoes many physical changes and mental stages and many other factors which leads to many health problems. So it is a very crucial phase. So proper counseling and proper diet should be followed to maintain proper health. In this phase, many diseases can occur.
Okay, Naresh. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the scholars on a whole, I mean, it's not just for you, should understand that all of you need to abide by the guidelines for slide preparation. It is not just one or two slides. The entire slide was a running matter. So this would be an excellent work for essay competition. This is a presentation and a scientific presentation. So I just have one question. Apart from the textual part of Guru and Lakhu, can you give me one example other than what is mentioned in the text and you have told in the slide? Which we can give to
the
yeah, I just want to know, I just want you to give us one diet which you will tell the adolescent that is, this is Guru and this is Lakhu.
Eat fruits like amalaki jambu.
Pardon?
Which eat fruits like amalaki jambu, which help in proper nutrition of body.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Try to prepare slides. We are actually, have you prepared the slides or directly you have cut paste from some sources?
No, sir, I prepared the slides.
Okay, it's okay. Further, when you present, you try to use the slides for a, what do you call it, initiator. It gives you some inspiration for talking. You should be preparing it like that. Okay.
Yes.
Otherwise, it is okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. And that was UG 2267. 4 more in the row. So we are moving quickly to the next presentation.
Judges, please note UG 2270. This is the first call for UG 2270.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. You just move
Is
on.
my screen visible?
Yes. Just move 1 or 2 slides. Okay. So please start from the beginning. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I am presenting the topic named as Ayurvedic Dietetics in Adolescents, Role in Building a Healthy Society. So beginning with the introduction, any element including ahara and three doshas is made up of 5 basic elements known as Pancha Mahabhutas. Ayurveda helps in maintaining health of a healthy person and also has the power to cure the disease from its base with minimum side effects. Health as well as diseases are dependent on various factors. Among these, ahara is the most important one. Human body requires ahara to provide energy for all life processes, growth, repair, and maintenance. So a balanced diet should be contain different types of foods in such quantities and proportion that the need of the body is adequately met. In Ayurveda, diet forms the important component of life as it is included in the three upastambhas. Adolescence age. Individuals between age group of 10 to 19 years are considered as adolescents. It is the most rapid and transitional phase of human development between childhood and adulthood. Majority of the physical, intellectual, emotional, and hormonal changes occur in the body. Pitta dosha, which governs in the adolescent stage of life, is associated with the transformation, heat, and metabolism. Changes occurring in adolescent's life. Changes occurring in males in adolescent age are as follows. Growth of facial hair, pubic hair, voice gets deeper, growth of scrotum, testes, etc. Changes occurring in females in adolescent age are as follows. Beginning of menstrual cycle, voice gets thinner, high pitched, growth of breast, pubic hair, reproductive organs, etc. Concept of ahara. As we know that every element along with the ahara is composed of 5 basic elements known as Pancha Mahabhutas. So these components of Pancha Mahabhut of ingested food nourishes the respective tissue element in the body. Ahara and Vihara, which are congenial to the constitution and strength of an individual, is termed as Patya, and that which is non-congenial is termed as Apatya. So the preventive and curative aspects of Ayurveda revolve around the central theme of Patya, Ahar, and Vihara. Ayurveda emphasizes basic dietary guidelines in terms of appropriate food combinations, method of cooking, storage, eating atmosphere, hygiene, and etiquette. Proper planning and indulging of a diet can maintain our body. Along with the diet, sufficient intake of water is must. Minimum 3 to 4 liters of water is required for proper functioning of the body. Dosha destroy the body when Vikrita and maintains the same when Avikrita. To keep the homeostasis of doshas, Ayurveda has described specific diet. Each food article either has dosha aggravating actions or balancing actions on human body. Because of doshas, Vishma Agni, Tikshna Agni, and Manda Agni are produced respectively. When they are in Sama Avastha, Sama Agni is produced. Concept of Vihara. Vihara is defined as the second most important pillar of Ayurveda. Ayurveda believes that in order to achieve and maintain healthy living, it is essential to practice a healthy Vihara like Dinacharya, Ahara Vidhi, Rutucharya, etc. Prakriti of individual is based on variations of 3 doshas. The Prakriti approach is adopted for assessment of proneness of the disease, diagnosis, and treatment to incorporate the diet plan and regimen. Ayurvedic lifestyle promotes physical, mental, as well as social health and ultimately leads to symptomatic improvement in quality of life and thus help in prevention of management of disease. Role of exercise, yogasanas, etc. Along with the balanced diet, it is important to do exercise for maintaining the physical, mental, etc. fitness. Yoga and Ayurveda aids in healing the body and mind naturally. Yoga elaborates the concept of 3 gunas that are sattva, rajasa, and tamasa. Yoga throws light on the orientation of the mind through various asanas, practices, and mindfulness therapies. At this point, an integrative approach of Ayurveda and yoga helps the health to be back in a good state. Along with the exercise and yoga asanas, practicing meditation is very beneficial for the body as it calms and refreshes the mind, helps with concentration. Time period for intake of food. Ayurveda includes specific recommendations on when we should eat our foods. It is recommended that we get up early and eat the breakfast. The Pitya period is when we should eat our main meal, that is lunch. During afternoon, Vata prevails. So sweet, spiced soups, etc. are the things that can be consumed. In the evening, Kapha prevails. So light dishes should be consumed. In addition to the time of the day, Ayurveda also takes seasons into account. In Kapha months, your appetite diminishes. During this period, that is ideal for fasting. In Pitta months, the general recommendation is to consume cool and moist dishes. In Vata months, our digestive system performs at its peak, so consumption of high fatty dishes is no problem during this period. Importance of proper digestion and absorption. Quantity of food is as important as quality, so one should take the food in right measures at right time for proper digestion and absorption. The quantity of food to be taken depends on Gurutva and Lagutva properties of food. Food when taken in less quantity is not capable of promoting Bala, Upachaya and Ojas. Food when taken in excess vitiates all the doshas, which further leads to disorders. So taking the ahara in right quantity, quality, along with the proper hygiene helps in proper digestion and absorption, which will help in nourishing the body. Incompatible food. Food substances which provoke doshas but doesn't expel them out of the body are known as viruddha. Taking viruddha ahara will have adverse effect on the body. It may not cause harm to those who do regular exercise and whose body is well maintained. So the person who takes viruddha ahara should be subjected to either samana therapy or shodhana therapy with drugs which are qualitatively opposite to such viruddha ahara. Examples of viruddha ahara is milk with banana or meat. Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescents, role in building healthy society. Ayurveda is a very ancient life science of India which has experience of over 5,000 years related to nature of human body and various factors. So taking a diet which is planned on the basis of Ayurveda is very beneficial as the ancient knowledge along with the new updates is being forwarded on and on to the new generations. Ayurveda focuses on various aspects of life like lifestyle of an individual, various diseases, exercises, etc. As we are in the COVID-19 pandemic, large number of people are following Ayurvedic principles to stay away from the virus. So by following the precautions and along with the proper balanced diet based on Ayurvedic principles, one can avoid such diseases. So with the help of Ayurveda, we can determine which diet should be followed in respective season and time. So if people follow the Ayurvedic dietetics, it will help them to maintain their health, which will further lead to build a healthy society. This can be done by creating awareness about Ayurveda and its principles. Conclusion. Public health is gaining momentum all over the world due to various factors, for example, COVID-19. The diet is one thing in ancient text of Ayurveda, which describes public health through basic principles of Ayurveda. Taking a proper balanced diet on the principles of Ayurveda will help in balancing doshas and maintain proper health of an individual. By practicing yogasanas, different exercises, meditation, etc., one can be physically, mentally, emotionally fit and healthy. Through classical texts of Ayurveda, it describes many principles of infectious disease, immunity, nutrition, etc. So we can conclude that Ayurveda is great choice not only in the dietetics but in every aspect of life which an adolescent can follow, and this will surely lead to a healthy society. These are my references which I followed. Thank you.
It's time for discussion. That was UG 2270.
270. Okay. No question from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to know why you devoted 3 slides, I think, for yoga in a presentation which is meant for Ayurvedic diet and adolescents.
Actually, ma'am, yoga plays a very important role in our life because it helps in maintaining.
I know, of course, I know, dear. My point
Yeah.
is, what makes you feel yoga has to be given out of the 20, you gave, a good chunk for yoga. My only suggestion is that try to focus on the subject. And you
Okay,
are
ma'am.
talking about many people. We are not talking about people, dear. We are talking about adolescent people. Okay,
Yeah,
and
ma'am.
try to avoid those etceteras and ... It is very unprofessional.
Okay, ma'am.
And you have compiled a lot. Good work. Try next
Okay.
time. Try to be more professional. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
You tried your level best.
Thank you, sir.
Only one thing, you should have trimmed your presentation into the topic itself. It has been a general topic like problems of adolescence, and also many times you have gone to other areas also. Try to trim your presentation next time. Okay. That is a
Okay. Thank you.
suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judges, that was UG 2270. Now we move on to the next presentation.
This is the first call for UG 2271. Judges, please note UG 2271.
UG 2271, you can share your screen.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yes, your presentation is visible. Just move 1 or 2 slides. All right. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So be comfortable. So your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to present topic Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence, role in building a healthy society. My code number is UG2271. Introduction. In Ayurveda, diet forms the important component of life as it is included in Upastamba. So it is necessary for everyone to have balanced diet, especially the teenagers in their adolescence age going through major physical, intellectual, and emotional growth, and it is viewed as transitional period. So they are advised to have good diet plans and good food habits as they need extra nutrients to support bone growth, hormonal changes, and organ and tissue development. Eating a well-balanced diet on regular basis may help in maintaining emotional and physical well-being. Ayurveda stands no less behind in dietetics. If adolescents follow Ayurvedic dietetics, it will really be beneficial for them. Moving on to the next slide. Ayurvedic view on adolescence. Though the exact term of adolescent period is not found in Ayurveda classics, most of Ayurveda classics consider Balyavastha up to 16 years. According to Sushruta, from 2 to 16 years is called Anada. According to Acharya Charaka, the Balyavastha is divided into 2 parts, in which first was Aparipakva Dhatuna Avastha up to 16 years, whereas others consider 10 to 16 years as Kaishora stage. Hence, the period of adolescence can be taken as last stage of Balyavastha. Changes in adolescence. Adolescence is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late adolescence. The changes in adolescence include both physical and mental changes. After the onset of puberty, the changes in girls include breast budding, development of ovary, menstrual cycle, growth of pubic hair. In boys, it includes growth of scrotum and testes, growth of pubic hair, voice get deeper, and facial hair growth starts. Problems faced by adolescents. Concerns about weight, body shape, self-image, especially girls. Experiment with diet, induced vomiting, anorexia nervosa, depression, sadness, bullying, underperformance and drop in grades, substance abuse, alcohol, smoking, etc. To overcome this, they should practice balanced diet, meditation, exercises, yogasanas, etc. Importance of ahara. Ahara is the most important factor for sustenance of life. It is described as foremost pillar among 3 pillars of life, which are ahara, nidra, and brahmacharya. Ahara is considered as mahabhaishajya. Various lifestyle disorders and numerous diseases occur due to faulty dietary habits, which may be prevented by proper ahara and eating habits. A reference from Taittiriya Upanishad calls ahara as Brahma or the creator. Our health depends on the food we intake. An important quote from Dr. Cook: no disease can be cured unless supplemented by right diet. About 90% of diseases can be prevented by right diet alone. Principles of ahara. According to Charaka, one should eat in proper quantity, that is matrashitya, as the quantity of food to be taken depends upon the power of digestion, including metabolism. The amount of food which is not going to disturb samya avastha of dhatus and doshas of the body and gets digested in proper time is to be regarded as proper quantity. Charaka divides stomach into 3 parts. 1 part for solid food, the second for liquids, and third should be left for doshas. One who takes foods with due regard to the principle does not fall victim to harmful effects. Dosha and dosha vriddhi in adolescence. Doshas destroy the body when vikrata and maintain the body when avikrata. Out of 3 doshas in late phase of Kamara Avastha can be assumed as commencement of Pitta dosha predominance. Pitta governs certain functions of the body. It is associated with transformation, heat, and metabolism. If Pitta is vitiated, it will give rise to various physical, various psychological manifestations like excessive aggression, as well as physical problems like obesity. So they advise to avoid food that aggravates Pitta dosha. Ahara for adolescents. Ahara is of 3 types: Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic. Out of all these diets, children in adolescence should follow Sattvic diet, that is ideal diet containing light, warm, vegetarian, non-oily, non-spicy articles which are congenial to the body. 4 meals a day are recommended. for teenagers with main meal at noon, as Pitta dosha aggravates. During this age, a cooling and nourishing diet is advised, along with plenty of water, which balances Pitta and detoxifies the body. Adolescents should avoid junk food that will transform into toxin and aggravate the Pitta. Ahara according to Rutu. In Manasa Chikitsa Ayurveda, it is mentioned that following diet according to Rutu may lead to healthy societies. Specific dietetic instructions are hence advocated. In rainy season, easily digestible, low in fat food is advised. In winter season, fat-laden food, salt is advised. In summer season, plenty of fluids is advised. Concept of Viruddha Ahara. The food with incompatible or contradictory qualities has poisonous effect on body that aggravates three doshas, in turn leading to various disorders. Acharya Vagbhata has acknowledged the signs of symptoms of Viruddha Ahara same as Garavisha. Few contradictory combinations are fish or its soup along with milk milk product with alcoholic beverages, etc. Impact of Kala. Acharya Shushruta has advised that meat should not be eaten below the appointed time, nor before the appetite has fully come. Eating food at wrong time tends to aggravate pitta, leading to malnourishment of further dhatus and upadhatus. Meal times and frequency of meals have very positive impact on maintaining optimum health. So food timings also matter. Importance of Vihara. Ayurveda gives equal importance to Ahara and Vihara. In Charak Samhita has given Swastha Chatuksha that shows importance of Vihara. Therefore, along with Ahara, Ayurveda also recommends Vihara. Vihara is practicing healthy lifestyle, which includes regular exercise, yogasanas, sadvritta, following dinacharya and rutucharya. Yogasanas for adolescent girls, Adhomukha Shavasana, Balasana, Vrikshasana, and Baddha Konasana. Yoga really helps in general body awareness, alleviates stress, promotes positive body image, and builds self-esteem along with self-confidence. Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescents' role in building a healthy society. Ayurveda is an ancient medical sciences that has flourished from ages till death. Ayurveda does promotion of health of healthy individuals and prevent a disease condition, that is swasthasya swastha rakshanam aturasya vikar pashamanam. Its main motive is to achieve desirable health through holistic and scientific approach. If in this crucial age adolescents consider Ayurvedic principles by incorporating diet, follow regimens, and do yogasanas rightfully, Ayurveda would really beneficial to them. Conclusion: Deho hi ahara sambhava. Good nutrition is fundamental for good health. Poor nutrition in adolescents increases risk of adverse effects on health. Thus, only improving nutrition and establishing healthy dietary habits according to Ayurveda in adolescents can pave the way to very conceptual health. World is witnessing shift in healthcare sector towards traditional system of Ayurveda. Along with diet, if they practice Vihara and do yogasanas, it will help them to overcome stress, period cramps, etc. At adolescent age, where various physical and mental changes take place, so it is the need of art to revitalize ancient sciences of dietetics and advise adolescents to follow it. As it is said in Vaidya Jivanam, that there is no need of medication if the person is in proper diet. So we can conclude that Ayurveda is great choice, not only in dietetics, but in every aspect of life of an adolescent can follow, and this will surely lead to healthy society. So here are the references which are considered. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's time for discussion. That was UG 2.
Are you student of BMS?
Actually, I took admission this year, first year.
Okay. Okay, sure. No question. All the best.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You are in the first year.
Yeah.
First year. Okay, long way to go. How can you, if a non-vegetarian is coming to you, so you're going to tell this adolescent that you should not take any non-vegetarian food because it is a sattvic diet. Are you going to tell that?
No.
But you said that.
Yeah.
Have a thought on that. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
You have to restrict your slides. Actually, you have in each slide, whenever you go for a presentation, just you have to mention the point and then you have to practice on that slide itself. Don't.
Yes, that's why I asked. That's why I asked it in which year she is studying. She is just new student, so she must not be knowing how to prepare slides.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
it's okay. Right. Anyway, you attempted. Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
she has attempted, that's it.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Judges, please note UG 2282. This is the first call for UG 2282.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I visible? Hello.
You are audible.
You are audible. You are visible. You
okay,
start
can
your presentation.
Okay.
Start slide sharing. Okay, screen sharing. Yes, just move on 1 or 2 slides. Yeah, it's working. So you begin from the first slide. So are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My topic for presentation today is Ayurveda dietetics in adolescents and its role in building a healthy society. So first of all, what is dietetics? It is the scientific study of the food we eat and its effect on our body. The human body requires food to provide energy for all the life processes, the growth, repair, and maintenance of tissues. But this doesn't mean that everything that we eat provides us energy. We should be able to choose a healthy diet that suffers our individual needs. And these needs vary with our age, sex, the physical activities we perform, the disease we suffer from, etc. Ahara. Ahara is considered as Brahma, and anything that can be swallowed down the throat can be considered as Ahara. It is considered one among the Traya Upastava that support our body. Ahara Sambhavam Vastu Rogascha Ahara Sambhavaha. When used in the appropriate way, the Ahara serves as Mahabheshaja. Yadannam Bhakshite Nityam Jayate Tadrishi Praja. This line of Riddha Chanakya serves itself in all the realms, let it be the case of Garbhodpadana, Dhatu Poshana, etc. Ahara Saushravam is one among the Sharira Vridhikara Bhava and Ahara Sampat one among the Bala Vridhikara Bhavas. For the attainment of Praneshana, one has to always stick on to a healthy diet. In Ayurveda, when we speak about dietetics, it's not just the eatables. We also include the drinkables in it. Paniyam praninam pranaha vishwameva shatanmayam nahi toyad vina vriddhi swastasya vyadhitasya va. And giving importance to the annapana, different acharyas have specified their vargikarana of different annapana, their pradhanya, matra to be consumed, its swabhava, and the procedures for its raksha. The mind and body are closely related to one another. Only in a healthy body resides a healthy mind. The food we eat have a great influence on our body, and similarly vice versa. Chinta, Shoga, Bhaya, Krodha, Dukkha, Shayya, Prajagarehi. Now, our science, Ayurveda, has two major objectives. The first one being Swastasya Swasti Rakshanam, for which the other acharyas have specified the Ahara with Visheshayatana, Sadvrita, Ritucharya, Dinacharya, so that one always consume Hita, Mita, Kala Bhojan with Jitendriya. And while mentioning the Ahara Vidhi Visheshayatana, Saraka has specified Prakriti, Karana, Samyoga, Rashi, Desha, Kala, Upayoga Samstha, Upayogta. And the second objective is Adurasya Vikara Prashananam. In the case of an Adura, the bishop, understanding the Roga and Rogi Avastha, specifies the Patya and Apatya that he should consume. And if this is properly followed, it itself can act as a Bheshaja. Now, another important topic that's closely related to this is Agni, which is an invariable agent in the process of Dhatu Pak, Ahara Paka. The Agni nourishes the doshas, dhatus, and helps in the separation of Sara and Kiddha. Samadhatu Malakriya, Prasannatmendriya Manaha, Swasta Ityabhidiyate. And this Agni can be of 4 types: Tikshnagni, Vishamagni, Samagni, and Mandagni. And this Mandagni can be generalized as the cause of almost all the diseases, as mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya Nidanasthana. Roga sarve api mande agno sutara mudarani tu. Now, in our topic, why the adolescence is mentioned. The reason is you can't build a great building on a weak foundation. Adolescence is the second most rapid phase of human development after infancy, and it ranges from the age group of 10 to 19 years. This marks the transition from childhood to adulthood and a phase from the kapha dominance to a phase of pitta dominance. Their dhatus are still in the developing phase. Any changes that affect the dhatus may not manifest as a disease in this stage, but in the later phase of adulthood, it may manifest as different diseases. As the adolescent move on to a phase of pitta dominance, a lot of transformative processes take place in their body, causing physical growth, psychological, and secondary development. About 1/5 of our country's population is formed of adolescents. Teenage malnutrition is a global health issue because of the long-term complications it has on the health status. The adolescent group is easily influenced by the peer pressure, mass media, body image. They step into eating pizza, burgers, the roadside junk food, etc. in an attempt to be in part with the trend. They tend to skip meals, eat away from home, eat at late hours, drink the decreased amount of water. And these are different aspects of the Vega Rodhana and which can lead to different health issues. The lack of physical activity, smoking, drinking, etc. are now becoming a part of the adolescence, and they prove it to be the root cause of a lot of diseases that manifest in the later phase of the adolescence. For some, the fast food has now become an addiction, and this is an example for Viruddhahara. The most of the activities which I have mentioned so far can lead to Agnivaishamya that produce Ama and lead to a vast variety of diseases that can be included under the spectrum of lifestyle disorders. One of the basic Chikitsa principle of Ayurveda is Samkshipta Kriya Yoga Nidana Parivarjana. When we talk about different diseases, the Nidana can be classified as Aharaja and Viharaja, and most of the Aharaja Nidana can be controlled if we take care of our dietary practices. And when we speak about the adolescent girls, for a girl, this is the time for her menarche. The menstrual health is fundamental for her sexual and reproductive health. Girls skip their meals in their anxiety to be thin, which may lead to anemia. The junk food, disordered eating habits, meal skipping, which are in the trend in the adolescent group, are major cause for menstrual disorders. Undernourished girls are at the risk of developing complications during pregnancy. The following of proper Annapana Vidhi can help in the proper functioning of Agni, which help in proper digestion. So, nowadays we see that the adolescent group are not aware of the proper dietary practices. Now, I have a few healthy eating recommendations for the adolescent group. Ahara is considered as Brahma. It should be worshipped and not wasted, as seen nowadays in most of the banquets, where the children take a lot of food and waste them. They should avoid the roadside cooked foods that are left open for hours, like the samosas, bhajis, etc. It would be better if they are taken when hot. The Ushnatva can help them increase the digestive fire. The adults, they should avoid the packed snacks, watching TVs and while eating, etc. And now what we can do for them is we can make them aware of the importance of balanced meals and how drinks, so that they develop good eating habits in the adolescence, because the eating habits developed in this phase are continued in the adulthood also. The parents should set examples for them in the food choices. The reason is the healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. Only a healthy adolescence can prove to be a healthy asset for a healthy tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. It's open for discussion.
Yeah, are you also first scholar?
UG 2282.
UG 2282. Doing BMS?
Yes, ma'am. Now I'm doing my third year.
Third year. Okay. What do you understand by Viruddhahara?
Viruddhahara means
what will happen?
Ahara, like they are opposite in virya or the potencies, and they can affect our digestive process. For example, we can say the citrus fruits that are taken along with milk. Or like we often say that the food we often take, like the chicken biryani and the combination with raita, they are best examples of Viruddhahara, and even the adolescent
No,
group,
you
they are
have
much
quoted lot
used
many
nowadays.
examples, no, of Viruddhahara. I wanted
Yes,
to
ma'am.
ask just what your concept. What about you? What you understand with Viruddhahara? And
I mean, the potencies they have, or the gunas inbuilt in them, are just contrary to each other. So they can affect our inbuilt the process of digestion.
okay, no issue. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it was a very good presentation, and I'm glad that you have mentioned what a diet is, proper definition for it. And I think the concept of tracking of health and disease from adolescent to adulthood that you have tried to capture, the concept of body image and parent role. I think these were novel concepts that you tried to introduce.
Yes,
probably you should work on concising your presentation in
Yes,
10
ma'am.
minutes. Time management is also very important. Thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am.
Yeah, good job.
Can you please end the slideshow?
Yeah. Answer.
Jishnu sir.
Okay, you can you may trim your presentation a little bit, and also try to what do you call improvise when you don't read the presentations. I think most of the time you should be discussing it. So 1 or 2 points and discuss it. You are just starting, but it is good. Okay, keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, judges. Thank you, ma'am. And we are moving on to the last presentation.
Judges, please note chest number UG2290.
Hello, am I audible?
UG2290.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. We just put it in slideshow.
Yes.
Just move 1 or 2 slides. Okay, okay.
No?
It's working, working.
Shall I start, sir?
Okay, your time starts now.
Om Dhanvantriya Namaha. Good evening to all the dignitaries present in this platform. Today, I would like to share my thoughts on this decisive topic, Ayurvedic dietetics in adolescence, role in building a healthy society. Adolescence is considered as the meeting point of Balya and Yavana. The initial stages being Kapha dosha predominant directly affects growth and development. The later stages depicts the commencement of Pitta predominance relating to transformation, hormonal changes, etc. Approximately 50% of weight, 20 to 25% of height of an individual is built during adolescence. According to Acharya Sushruta, food should be consumed by sitting comfortably on an elevated place, such as a mat, with legs folded below one slab, and body neither tilted towards right or left, which cannot be seen in today's concept of street foods, buffet system, etc. Influence of mind. We should not have anger, grief, sorrow, etc. in our mind and concentrate on the food we take. Brain-gut interactions are being recognized as underlying pathomechanisms of functional gastrointestinal disorders. The characters of mind, sattva, rajas, and tamas, are enhanced or deleted according to the diet we choose. Just as wrong emotions can upset our digestion, wrong digestion can also upset our emotions. Kala, the food, should be as per the season and as per the time of the day, considering complete digestion of the previously consumed food. Approximately, the second meal has to be taken around 3 to 5 hours after the first meal, and dinner should be consumed 3 hours before going to bed. Also, it should be of lesser quantity in comparison to the day. All these are not at all seen in today's teens. Studies also suggest that consuming more calories just before overnight sleep showed weak association between the glucose elevation and insulin secretion, which is a risk factor of diabetes and obesity. Modes of eating. We should neither eat too fast nor too slow, and it should be consumed in a proper sequence of Madhura, Amla, Lavana, Katu, Tikta, Kashaya. That is, sweets have to be consumed first, which is totally opposite to what we are consuming today. Influence of Patra. The Anna and Pana taken in gold, copper, silver, stony vessels leaves, earthen pots, etc., have all been replaced by plastic, stainless steel, aluminium, etc., which are harmful to the body. Water taken at the end of a meal leads to obesity. At the same time, drinking water during or before sunrise regulates the bowel movements and prevents constipation. The concept of Viruddha Dhanya for weight loss on a regular basis is a big no, as it is Guru being raw and half grown, the Tridosha Vardaka, and it reduces the eye strength. But it can be consumed once in a while after cooking it well. Also, Matravat Ahara does not make a person sleepy. Instead, he remains active all the time. And after consuming meals, one has to walk for 100 steps, which the school and college students lack in them. Except in cases of meat, rhizome, dry vegetables, fruits, and sweets, one should not take food prepared on the previous day, as reheating creates more oxidation and produces free radicals due to oxidative stress. Moving on to the most talked about topic nowadays, Viruddha Ahara. Some of those factors which are greatly influencing today's youngsters are Desha Viruddha, consuming Chinese foods, etc. in India due to their climatic and geographical speculations. It affects health on a large scale. Deep frying of French fries is an example of Samskara Viruddha. Kala Viruddha, taking ice creams in winter or rainy season, has become a trend nowadays. And the oily biryani followed by ice cold drinks comes under Parihara Viruddha. Sizzling brownies, definitely a perfect example of Virya Viruddha. Also, meals taken with fish gravy followed by ice cream as a dessert also comes under Virya Viruddha. Samyoga Viruddha, examples of which includes fruit salads and all types of fruit milkshakes available today. The other Viruddha Aharas in present day are packaged cereals, biscuits, green leafy vegetables, etc., along with milk, which can be seen in the green smoothies suggested in gyms, the overnight oats containing banana with curd or buttermilk, white sauce pasta, and a lot more, which are attractive yet misleading the youngsters. Viruddha Virya Ashana is best in causing Nindita Vyadhi, and Atistola is one among the Ashto Nindita Vyadhi. Regular consumption of such Viruddha Ahara causes Shoto Avarodha that stops the Uttara Uttara Dhatu Poshana, leading to Shukrashaya, which causes infertility. Also, PCOD has Staulya and Kapaja Prameha Samprati. The Poshaka Rasa is responsible for obesity or lean body, and any disturbance to this Rasa Dhatva Agni will impair Rajas and Artva, as they are the Upadatus of Rasa Dhatu. Also, Apanavayu plays a significant role in maintaining normal Artva. So, in Staulya, the Avarana of Kapha and Medas obstructs Vata, thereby leading to Artvakshaya corresponding to anovulation. Impact of Sarvagraha Atimatra. Atimatra Ahara causes Alasya, Gaurava, Agni Vaishamya, and Tridosha Visheshan that leads to production of Sa-Amarasa that malnourishes the further dhatus, leading to disproportionate increase in Sneha Amsha of Medo Dhatu, causing Medo Roga. Body fat content in puberty is a critical prerequisite for onset and maintenance of regular menstrual cycle. And excessive consumption of calorie-dense food increases the risk of obesity, which is a root explanation for infinite gynecological health issues. Impact of Parigraha Atimatra. Acharya Charaka has advised to avoid heavy and processed foods like kurchika, kilata, morata, cheese, and butter as their main cause of Agni-mandya. Also, it has been mentioned several times that a high-protein diet, that is, one based on animal foods, is detrimental to health. Thus, it should not be consumed on regular basis, but occasionally one can consume these to half of one's capacity. Impact of Hina Matra and Amatra. Hina Matra and Amatra leads to Dhatukshaya, Balakshaya, and Artava is also being affected here. Nowadays, breakfast skipping has increased during transition to adulthood due to various reasons such as rushing to school, exams, anxiety, etc. And this is associated with weight gain. Also, studies have reported that frequency of irregular menstruation and intensity of dysmenorrhea was increased in young women who were on dieting and those who skipped their breakfast in adolescence. This suggests that diet in adolescence has long-lasting adverse effects on the reproductive function in young women. So this is myself weighing 90 kgs with severe PCOD complications in 2018. And now in 2022, I've lost around 15 kgs with reduced symptoms of PCOD just by following the Ayurvedic dietetics as mentioned above. which has also made me believe in the verse which says, Ahara sambhavavastu rogascha ahara sambhavaha. Processed foods, the genetically modified foods, etc., are no longer alive with the intelligence of nature. Our human physiology is a reflection of laws of universe. And the more in tune the adolescent lives are with nature, the healthier they are likely to be in building a healthy society. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. That was UG 2290.
Yes, sir.
The session is open for discussion.
Okay, no question from my side.
It was very well articulated, and you had given your own example that is very convincing enough.
Thank you.
But I really need to tell you something. We should not go for over glorification of golden and copper vessels. Do you really think we are going to drink in golden vessels now? So try to balance, this zeal for our science and the real stuff that we are talking in.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your transformation was documented. I think that is good.
Yes,
Anyway,
sir.
that is the way. Ayurveda is always experiential in nature.
Definitely.
Anyway, very good presentation. Try to many of the slides are actually crowded. You try to trim it a little bit. That is the only thing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last presentation. Judges, please note that was UG 2290, and that's end of the presentation competition. And all the participants, please stay back. We will be back with the results.
बिभ्राणां चक्रशङ्खामृतकलशजलूकास्त्रिभिः पाणिपद्मैः श्रोणिन्यस्तान्यहस्तां हरिहरविधिभिः स्तूयमानापदानां मत्पूर्वैर्वैदिरत्नैः पितृमुखगुरुभिः सेवितां नौमि दुर्गाम् बालारण्यालयस्था उदरगदगदव्रातसंहारदीक्षा
ആയുർവേദ ചികിത്സാരംഗത്ത് തങ്കലിപികളാൽ ആലേഖനം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട മഹിത പാരമ്പര്യമാണ് ഇലയിടത്ത് തൈക്കാട്ടുമനയിലെ അഷ്ടവൈദ്യന്മാർക്കുള്ളത്. ആയുർവേദ രംഗത്ത് ആർജിച്ചെടുത്ത അപാരമായ ജ്ഞാനം ദൈവാനുഗ്രഹമായി കരുതിയിരുന്ന ഈ ആചാര്യ ശ്രേഷ്ഠന്മാർ ആ അറിവ് വരും തലമുറയ്ക്ക് പകർന്നു കൊടുക്കുന്നതിനും അതീവ തൽപരരായിരുന്നു. ഈ ഉത്കൃഷ്ട ലക്ഷ്യത്തോടെയാണ് അഷ്ടവൈദ്യൻ പത്മശ്രീ ET നീലകണ്ഠൻ മോസിന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജ് ആരംഭിച്ചത്. വൈദ്യരത്നം എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ സൊസൈറ്റിയുടെ കീഴിൽ 1976 ആരംഭിച്ച ഈ വിദ്യാപീഠം ആയുർവേദം ശാസ്ത്രീയമായി അഭ്യസിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ആശ്രയവും അത്താണിയുമാണ്. വാഗ്മിയും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ വിചക്ഷണനും അതിലുപരി ആയുർവേദത്തിന്റെ മൗലിക സിദ്ധാന്തങ്ങളിൽ അഗാധമായ ജ്ഞാനവും കൈമുതലാക്കിയ ഡോക്ടർ PV ദേവസിയായിരുന്നു കോളേജിന്റെ പ്രഥമ സാരഥി. ഉന്നത നിലവാരത്തിലുള്ള പരിശീലനം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ലഭിക്കുവാൻ ഉതകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ക്ലാസ് റൂമുകൾ, ലൈബ്രറി, ലാബ്, ഹോസ്റ്റൽ സൗകര്യം, ഹെർബൽ ഗാർഡൻ, എക്സ്റേ യൂണിറ്റ്, ഫാർമസി എന്നിവയും പൊതുജന ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിനു വേണ്ടി പ്രത്യേകം OP IP വിഭാഗങ്ങളും കോളേജിന്റെ കീഴിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നു. കുറഞ്ഞ ചിലവിൽ രോഗികളെ കിടത്തി ചികിത്സിക്കാനുള്ള സൗകര്യവും വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജ് ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ലഭ്യമാണ്. ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണ ഉപാധികളെക്കുറിച്ചും ആയുർവേദ ചര്യകളെക്കുറിച്ചും കൂടുതൽ ആളുകളിലേക്ക് എത്താനും ജീവിതചര്യകളെക്കുറിച്ച് പൊതുസമൂഹത്തെ ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താനും ഉതകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജിന്റെ പുതിയ കാൽവെപ്പാണ് വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജ് യൂട്യൂബ് ചാനൽ.
Prakash Mangalassery was a physician and inspiring teacher who left us all at an unexpected point of time. Excellence was his forte since early years of schooling, and gradually he emerged to become one of the most sought after Ayurveda physicians across the nation. He was born to Sarojini Amma and Kuniraman Master in the remote village of Vallur in Cohort.
In 1991, he joined for BAMS at Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurvedic College, Kottakkal. With the tough curriculum, he made no compromise with his studies or other activities. Campus. An active participant of club activities, NSS and the college union, 1 year college union general secretary, 1 year college union chairman, and above all, first rank holder and gold medalist at university examination of 1998.
In the year 1998, Dr. Prakash secured the first rank in the PG entrance examination conducted by Gujarat Ayurveda University, following which he enrolled for MD in Chikitsa. He married Dr. Vandana, who is presently working as a medical officer under the ISM department. They have 2 children, Adiseshan and Samhita. He was appointed as medical officer at Government Ayurveda Dispensary Ulleri, Kozhikode in July 2003. He has been working as a lecturer at Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College since July 31st, 2004. From 2017 onwards, he served as a professor in the Department of Chikitsa. In 2002, he won the gold medal for the best research thesis by the Institute of Indian Medicine, Pune. He also won 4 Best Scientific Paper Presentation Awards, twice in international seminars and twice in national seminars in the year 2000, 2001 and 2003 respectively. He received the Best Scriptwriter Award for Educational Video Competition conducted by the UGC. In May 2017, he was invited as a speaker for the 2nd Ayush International Conference held at Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. He presented a paper on pain management in diabetic neuropathy at the National Seminar on Ayurveda for Pain Management held by the Government of India on the 2nd National Ayurveda Day. He was a guest speaker at the National Workshop on Geriatrics conducted by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2007. He was also a speaker in CME and ROTP programs organized by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth and Ministry of Ayush. He was an inevitable faculty for the courses offered to foreigners by Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. He was an expert member of the Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth. He conceived and executed the idea of Agnivesha Award for bringing out the brightest students of Ayurveda by conducting various competitions nationwide on behalf of the centenary celebrations of Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College in Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was an expert in the WHO Working Group Members Technical Committee for developing benchmark for the practice in Ayurveda and Unani. He was a resource person in the workshop conducted by WHO and CCRAS for devising safety and efficacy guidelines of Panchakarma. He participated in multiple international and national seminars. He was an editor for Ayurveda Standard Treatment Guidelines, a document prepared by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2017. He was a contributing author for the Protocol of Prevention and Control of Diabetes mellitus through Ayurveda, released on World Ayurveda Day by Ministry of Ayush. He was a reviewer and associate editor of the new edition of Charaka Samhita, led by FHED and Dr. Gopal Vasisht. He was elated and humble at the same time. He shared this happiness and victory with the staff and students of Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College at a function on November 5th, 2019. Not one person would have imagined, even in the wildest dreams, that his speech on November 5th would be the last one. Mangalassery was a physician and inspiring teacher who left us all at an unexpected point of time. Excellence was his forte since early years of schooling, and gradually he emerged to become one of the most sought-after Ayurveda physicians across the nation. He was born to Sarojini Amma and Kuniraman Master in the remote village of Vallur in Kozhikode.
In 1991, he joined for BAMS at Vaidyaratnam PS Warrior Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. With a tough curriculum, he made no compromise with his studies or other activities. His life seemed to be a fine blend of all the colors of a campus. An active participant of club activities, NSS and the college union, 1 year college union general secretary, 1 year college union chairman, and above all, first rank holder and gold medalist in university examination of 1998.
In the year 1998, Dr. Prakash secured the first rank in the PG entrance examination conducted by Gujarat Ayurveda University, following which he enrolled for MD in Kai Chikitsa. He married Dr. Vandana, who is presently working as a medical officer under the ISM department. They have 2 children, Adisheshan and Samhita. He was appointed as medical officer at Government Ayurveda Dispensary Ulliyedi, Kozhikode in July 2003. He has been working as a lecturer at Vaidyaratnam PS Warrior Ayurveda College since July 31st, 2004. From 2017 onwards, he served as a professor in the department of Kai Chikitsa. In 2002, he won the gold medal for the best research thesis by the Institute of Indian Medicine, Pune. He also won 4 Best Scientific Paper Presentation Awards, twice in international seminars and twice in national seminars in the year 2000, 2001 and 2003 respectively. He received the Best Scriptwriter Award for Educational Video Competition conducted by the UGC. In May 2017, he was invited as a speaker for the 2nd Ayush International Conference held at Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. He presented a paper on pain management and diabetic neuropathy at the National Seminar on Ayurveda for Pain Management held by the Government of India on the 2nd National Ayurveda Day. He was a guest speaker at the National Workshop on Geriatrics conducted by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2007. He was also a speaker in CME and ROTP programs organized by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth and Ministry of Ayush. He was an inevitable faculty for the courses offered to foreigners by Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. He was an expert member of the Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth. He conceived and executed the idea of Agnivesha Award for bringing out the brightest students of Ayurveda by conducting various competitions nationwide on behalf of the centenary celebrations of Vaidyaratnam PS Warrior Ayurveda College in Dr. Prakash Mangalassery was an expert in the WHO Working Group Members Technical Committee for developing benchmark for the practice in Ayurveda and Unani. He was a resource person in the workshop conducted by WHO and CCRAS for devising safety and efficacy guidelines of Panchakarma. He participated in multiple international and national seminars. He was an editor for Ayurveda Standard Treatment Guidelines, a document prepared by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India in 2017. He was a contributing author for the Protocol of Prevention and Control of Diabetes mellitus through Ayurveda, released on World Ayurveda Day by Ministry of Ayush. He was a reviewer and associate editor of the new edition of Charaka Samhita, led by FHED and Dr. Gopal Vasisht. He was elated and humble at the same time. He shared this happiness and victory with the staff and students of Vaidyaratnam PS Warrior Ayurveda College at a function on November 5th, 2019. Not one person would have imagined, even in the wildest dreams, that his speech on November 5th would be the last one.
बिभ्राणां चक्रशङ्खां अमृतकलशजलूकास्त्रिभिः पाणिपद्मैः श्रोणिन्यस्तान्यहस्तां हरिहरविधिभिः स्तूयमाना पदानां मल्पूर्वैर्वैद्यरत्नैः पितृमुखगुरुभिः सेवितां नौमि दुर्गां बालारण्यालयस्था उदरगदगदव्रातसंहारदीक्षा
ആയുർവേദ ചികിത്സാരംഗത്ത് തങ്കലിപികളാൽ ആലേഖനം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട മഹിത പാരമ്പര്യമാണ് ഇലയിടത്ത് തൈക്കാട്ടുമനയിലെ അഷ്ടവൈദ്യന്മാർക്കുള്ളത്. ആയുർവേദ രംഗത്ത് ആർജിച്ചെടുത്ത അപാരമായ ജ്ഞാനം ദൈവാനുഗ്രഹമായി കരുതിയിരുന്ന ഈ ആചാര്യ ശ്രേഷ്ഠന്മാർ ആ അറിവ് വരും തലമുറയ്ക്ക് പകർന്നു കൊടുക്കുന്നതിനും അതീവ തൽപരരായിരുന്നു. ഈ ഉത്കൃഷ്ട ലക്ഷ്യത്തോടെയാണ് അഷ്ടവൈദ്യൻ പത്മശ്രീ ET നീലകണ്ഠൻ മൂസിന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജ് ആരംഭിച്ചത്. വൈദ്യരത്നം എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ സൊസൈറ്റിയുടെ കീഴിൽ 1976 ആരംഭിച്ച ഈ വിദ്യാപീഠം ആയുർവേദം ശാസ്ത്രീയമായി അഭ്യസിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ആശ്രയവും അത്താണിയുമാണ്. വാഗ്മിയും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ വിചക്ഷണനും അതിലുപരി ആയുർവേദത്തിന്റെ മൗലിക സിദ്ധാന്തങ്ങളിൽ അഗാധമായ ജ്ഞാനവും കൈമുതലാക്കിയ ഡോക്ടർ PV ദേവസിയായിരുന്നു കോളേജിന്റെ പ്രഥമ സാരഥി. ഉന്നത നിലവാരത്തിലുള്ള പരിശീലനം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് ലഭിക്കുവാൻ ഉതകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ക്ലാസ് റൂമുകൾ, ലൈബ്രറി, ലാബ്, ഹോസ്റ്റൽ സൗകര്യം, ഹെർബൽ ഗാർഡൻ, എക്സ്റേ യൂണിറ്റ്, ഫാർമസി എന്നിവയും പൊതുജന ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിനു വേണ്ടി പ്രത്യേകം OP IP വിഭാഗങ്ങളും കോളേജിന്റെ കീഴിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നു. കുറഞ്ഞ ചിലവിൽ രോഗികളെ കിടത്തി ചികിത്സിക്കാനുള്ള സൗകര്യവും വൈദ്യരത്നം ആയുർവേദ കോളേജ് ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ലഭ്യമാണ്. ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണ ഉപാധികളെ
The result will be announced. The results will be announced soon. Before that, we are going to the comments of judges about the presentation. Dr. Kamini, ma'am, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, dignitaries in the session, as well as all the participants. When we remember Dr. Prakash, I remember that many times we met with him in lot many seminars, meetings, of sometimes in CCI meetings, or sometimes some syllabus preparation. And when we say Prakash, I always remember how I cannot say was. He's always intelligent. Always, I had lot many discussion with him in lot many sessions. And since morning we are taking his name, and I was feeling very emotional that I cannot imagine that he is not within us. I'm feeling that he is listening with, and he may say in this presentation, he may have this type of his views. Like that, I was remembering when I was listening all the participants. And I would like to thank the organizers to give me chance to be a part of this memorial arrangements, or what you have done. It's really good thing that we are giving chance to all the students to have some presentations, or we can give them chance to have some betterment in their qualities, that they can improve their qualities. They can learn how to prepare the presentation, how to speak, and how to face. Really, it is a good effort that you have arranged this competition for the participants. And for participants, I would like to say that when you have participated, you are winner. It's not like that that it is a limit that we have to give number 1, 2, 3, but you all participants are winners. All the presentations were good. Although some new students were there, first year scholars were there, no issue. After 3-4 years, you will be able to have more better participation, more better slides, more better presentations, and you will win the prize. So as per my view, all the participants participate are winner, and I would like to congratulate all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I invite Dr. Anubhava, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Good evening to all distinguished dignitaries and my dear students. I think for all of us from Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, for us, it's a very emotional moment. And yes, Prakash sir, as his name carries the flame, he will be remembered forever. And I think such a session is certainly gratifying for a physician of his stature. And as a teacher, he always loved teaching. And I was just thinking of what Kamini madam was telling. Yes, he would certainly have commented upon the sessions, because that is something that we have learned from Prakash sir. He would really correct us. And I'm really happy to see the youngsters coming up, and you are our hope. And I think I really need to give a few suggestions. Please take them very kindly. Please stick on to the guidelines, because they are very important. They are meant for perfection and performance. And try to concise your works into small areas, and try to give it the best. You don't have to bring everything under the hot sun into the frame, not at all necessary. And yes, we could work, for example, we could work on a conceptual frame or a contribution that can be planned, and try to avoid repetitive, broad concepts, so that you really need to gel in something new. We expect new things from you. We want better articulation, because you are the ones who are going to carry the flame. You are going to be national and international scenario tomorrow. And I think so. I just devised something of this EOP. Like, it can be evidence based, it can be outcome based, or it can be protocol based, or a amalgamation of the three. So dear students, you have all taken the first step, as ma'am was rightly telling. The first step is the most difficult step, and the rest is going to be really jubilant. All the best, dear scholars. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the organizers for including me, first of all. Me and Prakash sir, we met most of the time in the Trunpad Foundation gatherings. Vishnu is here. Vishnu was my classmate during my PG days. Whenever we asked, he came to our college, sometimes as a judge, sometimes as a presenter. He was very close. So this time, Vinod sir asked, I didn't even think, but when it's a day, usually I don't participate in many of the gatherings, but still this I should participate, because it is a duty for all of us to remember him. And regarding the presentation, as Madam has told rightly, you have got a number. You are being trained and you are destined to become doctors. The three qualities: one is Vijnada, Shasida, Yokta. You are the judge. Who can judge you? You don't take any other person's judgment. You don't have to take. You're not supposed to take other people's judgment. You just have to take opinions from others. Then you continue your walking. We are all walking all our own personal journeys. You can take the scores or thing. You have anyway achieved a position. You are already a winner. So at this particular time and this particular moment, somebody might have been walking in front of you. Don't care. You just walk your own path. That is the spirit that we want to inculcate. And I think we, all the three judges, unanimously, almost all the marks and everything were the same. We thought in the same way. So that was also very happy. And all best wishes for all the participants. Thank you. Thank you, Arjun.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Vandana Prakash, wife of late Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, sir, to declare the results. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. To be honest, it's too hard for me to put my feelings into words. I'm so much humbled and honored to be here with you for this glorious and momentous occasion and for to be a part of this prestigious award function. And first of all, I would like to thank AMA Research Foundation, Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, and to Dr. B.S. Prasad, sir, such an eminent personality in the field of Ayurveda, and to Dr. V.G. Udaygumar, sir. Thank you, Udayata, for choosing me for this function, and to Dr. Netradas, sir, and to Dr. Vijaynath, sir, and to all the renowned dignitaries, one and all who have gathered here. And first of all, I would like to recognize the immense hard work and great effort of the organizers of this committee, and who have given their best to create such a huge acceptance and success to this award among students all over India. And it's truly commendable and an incredible deal from their side. And thank you all. And I also, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the team members, dignitaries, all the judges, all the students, and all the conceivers of this idea of creating such a prestigious award in the name of Dr. Prakash Mangalassery, my beloved husband and a renowned academician and scholar in the field of Ayurveda, for recognizing his efforts, his contribution, his insights to the system of Ayurveda. And finally, it's just a huge representation and participation from your side, dear scholars. It's really a phenomenal thing. And I came to know that you all have participated well in this competition. And thank you all for acknowledging and accepting the positive and the positive spirit and the vibe behind these kind of awards and competitions, and I wish it will relentlessly continue in the forthcoming years also, and I hope it will add up a lot of values and some more gravity to your field of vision, into your career goals, and even to your zest for knowledge. And here I'm not going to make any delay. Coming to my assigned duty, here with all your permission, I'm greatly excited to announce the name of the winners of this mega event. Starting from the first place, the UG, the first place goes to UG 2260, Pankaj Sharma, Shiva AMC, Bilaspur. He has got 116 marks. And second place goes to UG 2212, Anju Mohan S, Amrita College Kollam, marks 95. And the third place goes to UG 2225, Arya Devaki VN, BSc Ullur, marks 88. And for PGs, the first place, already it is announced, goes to PG 22041, Dr. Madhubala Gopinath, GSC Trivandrum, marks 104.5. And the second place goes to PG 22075, Dr. Shivaganga Tamogonda, NIA Jaipur, marks 97.5. And the third place shared by two persons, one Dr. Chaitra HN, SDM Hassan, and Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, KLE Belgavi, marks 96. Congratulations and a big round of applause to all the winners. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Hearty congratulations to all the winners. Next, I invite Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, sir, Chairman, Scientific Committee, for concluding remarks. Sir, please.
I think Vinod sir is out of station. Yeah, he is busy with another function. So I invite Dr. Jigish sir, Vice Chairman of the Scientific Committee, to deliver the concluding remarks. Jigish sir.
Yes. Good evening to all.
Thank
you. Friends. So
sir,
it's not audible.
Sir, Jigish sir, you are muted. Please turn on your audio.
Ippo? Kelka. Okay. So dear friends, so thus we came to an end of third AMA Academic Fair 2022. Being the largest organization in Kerala and the organization which gives full support to the students, their various issues. AMA Research Foundation is very proud to arrange such a excellent program of thesis competition and PG/UG presentation competition. So the motto behind this program is to find out the best upcoming stars from the colleges. Definitely, of course, in addition to that, it's all are aware about that. The scientific community is not aware of the programs, not aware of the research works conducted in various Ayurveda colleges across India. So this is intended to make an interaction with the scholars, with the eminent judges, and as explained in the morning session, every time we are getting overwhelming responses to the program. So this time we got many papers for the presentation competition, and we also got eminent judges for the jury, as the jury of the program. So first of all, I express our gratitude on behalf of AMA Research Foundation, express our sincere gratitude to the judges, Dr. Kamini Ma, Dr. Anubama, and Dr. Jishnu, who spent a day with us. Thank you. Of course, there is a huge team behind this program. So we started the work nearly 4 to 5 months back. So there is a huge team without which it is not possible to conduct this program in such a way. So there are many persons behind this program. In addition to the committee members, Dr. Arjun, Dr. Vijaynath, of course, Dr. Uday Kumar, and Dr. Vinod, there is a excellent team, coordinated work behind this, consisting of the house surgeons of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, and Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, doctors from ISM department, private practitioners, and also teachers from different colleges also, especially Kottakkal College and Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur. So on behalf of Ayurveda Medical Association of India and AMA Research Foundation, I express sincere gratitude to the total team who conducted this program in an excellent way. And of course, it is only with the support given by the principal of Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullur, and Kottakkal College. They gave the full support for conducting this program. So the first program we conducted in Kottakkal Ayurveda College, and this program, it is mainly hosted from Ullur Ayurveda College. So we are very happy, and we give our sincere gratitude to the institution also. And of course, as I told, there are many persons behind this program, especially from Ullur Ayurveda College, the house surgeons, then teachers, Dr. Rauf, then doctors from ISM department, Dr. Netradas, Dr. Hemali, many are there, Dr. Rejita. So thank you all for conducting such this program in such an excellent manner. And definitely the program will be continued in the next year also, and hoping to have a better way of conducting this program. Thank you all for attending this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We request all the winners to turn on your microphone and speak a few words.
Hello.
You can speak.
Namaste, everyone. I don't know how much thankful I am to the AMAI and AMA Research Foundation for giving this opportunity. Today I am recalling Dr. Prakash Mangalassery sir when we met in 2019 May at Kurukshetra in the national seminar. We were having our lunch together nearly in the seminar. I always dreamt of studying under him and study something from him, but unfortunately, it is not possible now. But somehow his videos, his lectures, his writings will always inspire me and people like us who are always striving to work for and are trying to live Ayurveda to the fullest and are trying to do the justification that should be done to the Ayurveda as our acharyas, our rishis did. This is only what I have to say, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pankaj, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Anju Mohan.
Good evening, one and all.
Yes, You are audible.
Good evening.
Your video
It's
is
a
not.
great pleasure to have this.
Yes. Continue.
It's a great pleasure to have this prize. And at this moment, I thank my gurus, and all my friends, and also the participants. All of them did a very good job today. And at this moment, I remember Dr. Prakash Mangalassery sir. I was able to attend only his one class, that too a few days before his demise. And that was really an inspiration for young aspirants like me. And once again, thank you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anju.
Dr. R. Devagi.
Thank you all. I am really happy to hear the results. And thank you all for providing such a wonderful platform for us. This is a great opportunity for us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Wish you all a bright future. Thank you from the side of organizers.
Thank you.
If there are any PG winners present, we request them to speak a few words on this occasion.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. A very good evening to everyone out there. I'm more than humbled and honored to receive such a big title. First of all, I pay my humble pranams to the Almighty and my homage to the maestro of Ayurveda, Dr. Prakash Mangalassery sir. I would like to thank my parents who are my backbone and support. And I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to my teachers, Dr. Shahul Hamid sir, Dr. Indulika ma'am, Dr. Deepa ma'am, along with all my friends and colleagues who supported me in this journey. I understand that this award is a huge responsibility, and I would try my best to get Ayurveda to where it has to be. And also to mention, it was a great learning experience from such a great jury. And so thank you, Pavan sir, Gopkumar sir, and Anand sir. And a big thanks and congratulations to all my fellow mates who took part in the competition. And you were all just amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Madhubala.
And thank you, AMAI and Vaidyaratnam College, Allur, for giving us such a platform and giving us such a topic to be vocal about, about the current affairs that has to be spoken out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners, and also to all the participants who have made this program a beautiful event. Thank you from the side of organizers.
Thank you very much, all. We are really grateful to be a part of this great venture organized by AME Research Foundation in homage to late Dr. Prakash Mangalassery sir. Once again, we are congratulating all the winners of this national level presentation competition. Thank you all. Thank you very much from Vaidyaratnam Ayurveda College, Ullu. National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे